Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Global Weird, Ghost Rider, Awakening Hellfire. Chapter 51. Someone is coming from behind, and Lu Jie has already sensed it. The familiar voice of high-heeled shoes, no need to think about it, is the Vice President Chen Baishui. Lu Jie didn't have the energy to be distracted. After all, there are still 13 awakened souls tied up in the sky waiting for him to deal with. If the soul leaves the body for too long, the body may become stiff and necrotic. So, Lu Jie has to hurry up. His eyes stared at the sky, and his pupils flashed. Under the control of Lu Jie's thoughts, strands of hellfire slowly approached those souls. Then the hellfire approached the purple line. At an extremely small distance, all the thin purple lines were burned. Moreover, there is no soul burned to the slightest. Such subtle operations. Today's Lu Jie can already do it more proficiently. Burn the thin purple threads bound to the souls of these awakened one by one. Lu Jie controls the soul chain to return their souls. After doing all this, fine sweat appeared on his forehead. Obviously, this kind of operation consumes a lot of mental effort. Wait until the moment when the soul chain will send their soul back to the body. Everyone trembled as if in place. Panic recovered. In their eyes, the negative colors such as bloodthirsty, madness, rage, and fear disappeared, and they were replaced by unprecedented clarity. Who, everyone was breathing heavily, with deep fear and fear remaining on their expressions. It's too weird here. If you can't guard against it, you will be caught off guard. At the same time, the 13 awakened ones also turned their grateful eyes to Lu Jie. At the moment when the soul was stripped, they all saw what Lu Jie did. Lu Jie saved their lives, and these people are naturally grateful. And gratitude mixed with deep shock. Everyone was enlightened, only Lu Jie was not affected at all. Ridiculously strong. Go back first, the environment here is too complicated. It's useless for you to stay. Seeing that they all recovered, Lu Jie spoke slowly. The 13 awakened ones looked at each other and nodded. They have no way to deal with the purple mist. If they are controlled once, they will naturally be controlled a second time. But, little brother, let's go together. Although you are powerful, this place is really too weird. It's better to report the information here to the association and let the association send more helpers. They were grateful to Lu Jie and didn't want him to risk his life alone, so they said. Lu Jie's expression was indifferent, and he was just about to say something. At this time, a sudden change occurred. In the mist, countless strange faces appeared. These faces seemed to have thousands of faces, with different looks. All are smoky shapes, illusory and ethereal. These countless illusory faces poured out like a tide, turning all directions into a wall of human faces. After getting close to Lu Jie's body, it suddenly opened its big mouth, and devoured it at him. Lu Jie looked at these illusory faces coldly, without any fear. Pretending to be a ghost. Lu Jie's eyes froze, and endless hellfire roared out of his body. The raging hellfire is as violent as a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, those dense illusory human faces were swallowed up. Lu Jie just stood proudly in the middle of the flames, like a king controlling the flames. Behind him, the 13 awakened ones and Chen Baishui who had just been dealt with by him were shocked. The overwhelming fire waves in front of me are like waves of vast sea water. Eloquent, mighty as Tianwei. Gulu. Okay, so strong. They were dumbfounded. Lu Jie's voice was reflected in their pupils, their throats trembled, and they swallowed hard. As for Chen Baishui, both shock and surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. So this is his true strength. When Lu Jie erupted with all his strength, the flames were so terrifying. Even invisible monsters can be hurt by his flames. The flames are monstrous. Instantly devoured the invisible face. The waves of fire on Lu Jie's body raced one after the other, like the tide beating against the sky. At this time, Lu Jie's heart skipped a beat. His eyes have already discovered the real body of this strange creature pretending to be a ghost. Get out. Lu Jie concentrated his thoughts and mobilized the source power of his whole body, outputting hellfire and burning it in one direction. Finally, a strange figure who resembled a neon sunny doll was forced out. It wears a pure white faceless man mask. The body is transparent darkness. Uncertain, walking between reality and nothingness. Lu Jie didn't care if the weirdness was invisible or not. A large amount of hellfire was suddenly wrapped around his arm, and he transformed into a knight's spear, with flames burning at the tip of the spear, walking towards the faceless man strangely step by step. Walking. The soul chains blocked the faceless man's weird retreat. And, Kaka, bound its illusory body. Then Lu Jie shot one by one, ruthlessly piercing through the invisible strangeness bound by the soul chain. The invisible and strange body was also quickly incinerated under the terrifying high temperature of the hellfire, and its transparent light black body also turned into nothingness. Ha, done, call it a day. Lu Jie stabbed Wei Wei with a single shot. The surrounding purple mist disappeared in an instant. And the surging hellfire gradually gathered in Lu Jie's body. The soul chain escapes into the void. The flaming spear turned into a tongue of flame and pierced into Lu Jie's arm. The world is clear. The moonlight enveloped the earth again. With a smile on the corner of Lu Jie's mouth, he was very satisfied with his performance in this battle. Hellfire plus soul chains, for the invisible and weird, simply has an innate advantage. One can burn the soul, and the other can restrain the soul and send the spirit, complementing each other. You don't even need evil spirits to solve the weirdness easily. The intangible and weirdness that is extremely troublesome in the eyes of others is useless to Lu Jie. Lu Jie couldn't help but imagine. If more powerful abilities are activated in the future, I can even cross two weird areas. Behind Lu Jie, the 13 awakened ones have been completely overwhelmed by Lu Jie's supernatural power. All of them opened their mouths, their scalps tingling from shock. And Chen Baishui, with her big charming eyes, was even more curious about Lu Jie's abilities. It can deal with invisible and strange fire abilities, which is interesting. At this time, Lu Jie bent down and pocketed the spoils that exploded. A dark red spirit crystal. A black box. There is also a purple flower. Lu Jie picked it up, and couldn't help being surprised. Glass hyacinth. He had seen this flower in the weird illustrated book, but it was extremely precious, an extremely rare treasure that could bless the spiritual power of the awakened. Awakened people can improve their source power, improve their physical fitness, and even improve their natural abilities through practice. But it just can't improve mental power. From this we can see how precious the glass hyacinth that can bless spiritual power is. Did not expect. Here, Lu Jie actually burst out a flower. After Lu Jie came back from Lingang City, he first took a hot bath. Wash away the tiredness all over your body. He locked the room and took out the spoils. 7 third-order spirit crystals, 6 fourth-order spirit crystals, the black box and the glass hyacinth. Lu Jie did not rush to absorb the spirit crystal. He opened the black box first. Inside lay a blood Ganoderma lucidum quietly, and under the blood Ganoderma lucidum was still a bottle of potion. Lu Jie took a look at the potion and learned that it was a panacea for improving the physical fitness of the awakened one. Although the awakened has powerful abilities, it is also a kind of support to increase the power, speed and other indices. Lu Jie has always paid more attention to his 6-dimensional comprehensive development. Therefore, he can be seen in the training room for a long time. Now that there is a potion with higher and more direct effect, the corner of Lu Jie's mouth can't stop smiling. The other blood Ganoderma has the effect of enhancing the source power in the body. The more sources of power, the better for Lu Jie. If one day, the source power in Lu Jie's body is so powerful that it can't be exhausted, he can cast evil spirit form flat push on any weird fog. Lu Jie withdrew his eyes from the treasure in his hand, stared straight ahead, and took a deep breath. Pick up the potion, blood Ganoderma and glass hyacinth, and start refining. Boom. The first is the medicine entrance. Spicy and stimulating. Lu Jie even felt a surge in his internal organs. The powerful medicinal power violently entered all the cells in his body along his digestive system. A touch of blood-red faint fluorescence, attached to Lu Jie's body surface like the body of Dhamma. He is like Shira bathed in blood, with scarlet power flowing all over his body. Under the skin, blood flows like a river. Wow! The vigorous vitality echoed in Lu Jie's body. The ruthlessness and collision of the medicine at the beginning of the entrance gradually became gentle. Moisten things silently. Lu Jie's skin became warm and moist from the beginning. As soon as he opened his eyes, a dazzling white light surged out from his pupils. He clenched his fists and felt that his physical fitness had improved by at least 30%. It's just medicine. Lu Jie glanced at the unused blood Ganoderma and glass hyacinth without hesitation. Take them one by one. Boom. The powerful source power turned into tides, raging and vast. Life and death flowed in Lu Jie's body, gushing endlessly. Boom. It was another cold and clear mental force, along the spine, climbing up to the nerves at the back of Lu Jie's head. His pupils, which had glowed just now because of the potion that enhanced his physical fitness, turned blue again at this moment. Like the eye of wisdom, calm and powerful. Ding. Congratulations to the enhancement of the host's strength. Reward Ghost Rider Template Fusion. Current Template Fusion Degree, 12%. While Lu Jie's eyes were emitting a faint blue light, the voice of the system prompt came in the mind. The fusion degree has increased to 12%. My source power and physical body have almost reached the threshold of a 4-star awakener. Lu Jie murmured. If you add the Hellfire, Soul Chain, Evil Form and Evil Motorcycle unlocked by the system, even Lu Jie himself can't accurately determine the level of his actual combat power. Time left. Lu Jie digested the spirit crystals one by one. Then there is silent meditation. This moment. In the hall of the Psychic Association, a large group of 3- and 4-star awakened people gathered together, listening to a few people spitting and talking about something. Don't you know, that Lu Jie thief is so fierce. The 4th level, still invisible and weird, was completely burned by him alone. I was dumbfounded at the time. I wondered how could there be such a strong 3-star awakener. One person singled out the invisible and weird, and he could easily kill him. The one in the middle was talking about his experience vividly, and the shock of that day still seemed to remain in his eyes. And me. I was also at the scene that day. The scene at that time was really Jill's horror. The sea of flames was raging, the fire dragon roared, and the volcano erupted. In short, that Lu Jie is like an emperor who controls the flames of the world, shrouded in the sea of flames. He is so handsome. That's invisible and weird, a powerful existence that we can't even touch. At least it's something that only appears in the 3rd district, and it was burned to death by Lu Jie. You say, is it awesome? The people around listened with gusto. Bright eyes. It was as if listening to what they said, he himself appeared on the spot. At this time, everyone thought about Lu Jie's deeds again, recalling them one by one. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became. Someone even slapped his thigh on the spot, calling out shit. I just remembered that this guy is rumored to be a genius who was promoted from the 1st district to our 2nd district in a month. Do you still remember? Chu Qingxuan's death seems to have something to do with Lu Jie. Chu Qingxuan brought a 5-star boss from the 3rd district to intercept him. As a result, Lu Jie was fine, but Chu Qingxuan disappeared completely. He probably died without a whole body, and that 5-star boss died strangely in the mist, inside. Hearing someone talking about Lu Jie's past, someone whispered in the corner. Don't forget, Lu Jie seems to have an F-level ability. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's expression froze and fell silent. Nima, ghosts believe that Lu Jie is an F-level ability. Is there such a fierce F-level talent? It allows me to ignore invisibility, kill weirdness at higher levels, and kill 5-star bosses at higher levels. Labor and management are willing to have such an F-level ability. What are you doing? Gather here to gossip one by one. Get rid of them all. During the brief silence, the top executives of the association came to chase away the people. So everyone dispersed. However, after this, Lu Jie's reputation is already different. Everyone was shocked when they heard his record, but it was hard to imagine the existence of an F-level ability can do this. Regarding the rumors from the outside world, other people pointed at them. Lu Jie didn't care at all. He still trains, improves, and performs tasks on his own every day. It is worth mentioning that, since the last war, the invisible and strange appeared several times. It seems that the opening of the 6th district has completely touched a mysterious opening valve. The invisible and strange things that have caused headaches to awakened people in the 3rd area frequently appear in the 2nd area. Every time they appear, it represents a large number of casualties of the awakened people in the 2nd area. Lu Jie naturally became a sharp blade dedicated to dealing with invisible and strange things. Over time, everyone's respect for Lu Jie has been raised to a higher level. In the 2nd district, Everyone knows that there is such a god of war. It was extremely ferocious, and there was nothing weird in the world that he couldn't handle. Gradually, Liu Jie became a legend in the 2nd district. Half a month later, sitting cross-legged in the room alone, Liu Jie slowly opened his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully improving his strength. Reward Ghost Rider Template Fusion. Current template fusion rate, 13%. 13%, another improvement. A smile appeared on the corner of Liu Jie's mouth. During this period of time, he did not slack off. The seemingly boring training, improvement and execution of tasks allowed him to stabilize his strength and at the same time improve a little. Now, it's time to go to the higher regions. Liu Jie whispered. The resources in the 2nd district gradually became useless to him. He also felt that if he still stayed in the 2nd zone, the speed of becoming stronger might stagnate. Therefore, having made up his mind, Liu Jie came to the president's office on the 5th floor of the association. Benedict, 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 come in. Liu Jie opened the door calmly, and saw Tan Chaolin, the president of the 2nd district, reading the newspaper and drinking tea leisurely, and a secretary in black was rubbing his legs in front of him. Seeing that it was Liu Jie who came, Tan Chaolin first withdrew his legs, feeling a little suspicious in his heart. What did he come to find himself for? But still with a smile on his face, he asked. Liu Jie, why don't you come to my place today when you have time? With that said, Tan Chaolin took a sip of tea while holding the thermos cup. Liu Jie looked calm, looked at Tan Chaolin lightly and said. I'm here to apply to go to the 3rd district. Puff, a sip of tea was sprayed out. Tan Chaolin hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. He looked at Liu Jie in shock. How long have you been promoted to Samsung? About 2 weeks. Going to the 3rd district. The black silk secretary next to Tan Chaolin was also shocked. Real or fake? How could someone want to go to the 3rd district after being promoted to 3 stars less than a month ago? What's the matter, so surprised? At this time, a female voice like a spring breeze came from the door. Hear his voice before seeing his face. As soon as Liu Jie heard it, he knew who it was. Sure enough, a long leg first stepped into the door, and then a beautiful figure broke into everyone's sight. Chen Baishui's smiling face is free and easy and confident. Only now did Tan Chaolin realize his gaffe just now, and coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Then he looked at Liu Jie seriously and said, Liu Jie, I have heard more or less about your deeds. It's just that you will be promoted to the 3rd district in such a short time. Isn't it too hasty? The little secretary who was helping Tan Chaolin's feet was silent at the moment, shrunk in a corner like a little transparency. On the contrary, Chen Baishui's eyes lit up when he heard Tan Chaolin's words, and he looked at Liu Jie with some surprise. She asked in disbelief, You have just been promoted to the 2nd district, and you are going to the 3rd district. Liu Jie has made up his mind, staying in the 2nd district is just a waste of time, so he nodded calmly. Hiss. Tan Chaolin took a breath of cool air, glanced at Liu Jie twice, and marveled in his heart that he is indeed a young man with superb talent and high fighting spirit. Such a mentality is indeed a strong one. Chen Baishui also fell into a brief silence. She has witnessed the battle scenes where Liu Jie goes all out and shows off his might. The strength it showed may indeed have reached the level of a 4-star awakener. If you count his various strange abilities, the comprehensive strength may really be enough. So Chen Baishui turned to look at Tan Chaolin, and nodded slightly. Tan Chaolin Shin understood, and told the little black silk secretary who was shrunk into a corner. Arrange it and prepare to give Liu Jie a star. Okay, President. The little secretary He agreed, and trotted out with the documents in her arms. Before leaving the door, he looked back at Liu Jie from time to time, as if he wanted to take a second look at what kind of monster this was. Liu Jie stayed in the president's office to drink tea. And the news that he wanted to set a star and be promoted to the 3rd district also spread like wildfire. Originally, in the Psychic Association, from time to time, 2 or 3 awakened people gathered to talk about Liu Jie's past achievements. As soon as the news that he was going to be promoted to the Star Zone came out, everyone gathered together to watch and discuss. Too fast, too fast. Is this really something that humans can do? To go from the 1st district to the 2nd district in 1 month, and to go from the 2nd district to the 3rd district in more than half a month. Off the scale, against the sky. If Lu Jie is really rated 4-star, I'm afraid he will break our record in the 2nd district. What a monster. I'm not as good as you. Everyone was amazed and poured into the star-fixing hall in the 2nd district. The inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors crowded at the door, looking inside. Lu Jie came here under the leadership of Tan Chaolin and other high-level officials. He turned a blind eye to the appearance of the door. Already used to this much anticipated scene. In the first area, the awakened ones there also looked like this. Okay, Lu Jie, stand on the test bench. Tan Chaolin said to Lu Jie with a serious face. Okay, Lu Jie nodded, and slowly stepped up to the huge and sophisticated testing equipment. As he closed his eyes, he fully mobilized the source force in his body to form a resonance with the test system. The stars on the display also lit up one by one. The momentum is overwhelming. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. Everyone stared at the logo on the instrument. Everyone didn't dare to breathe, as if they were afraid that their breathing would affect the normal operation of the equipment. Thump. 4 stars light up. Lu Jie's realm has just reached the level of 4 stars. Boom. There was a sensation in the audience. Everyone froze for 2 seconds, their eyes widening. Then they all realized what a terrifying scene they had witnessed. The eyes of all the awakened onlookers looking at Lu Jie have changed. Admiration, shock, inconceivable, unbelievable eyes are intertwined. The whole audience was dumbfounded. Although many people speculated in advance that Lu Jie would definitely reach 4 stars in this wave. But when the actual results do happen right in front of their eyes. On the contrary, many people are in a trance. We seem to have witnessed the birth of a legend. Finally, someone murmured. Lu Jie, who was on the testing platform, walked off the testing platform in a stable mood. It is a well thought out thing to set a star with 4 stars. Next, is the top priority. Lu Jie walked up to the chairman Tan Chaolin, and said calmly. President, can I enter the 3rd district now? Tan Chaolin still had wonder in his eyes at the moment. Facing Lu Jie's question, he smiled and said. It's really a hero out of a boy. Lu Jie, you successfully broke the historical record of our 2nd district. But, when Tan Chaolin changed the topic, Lu Jie subconsciously frowned. However, the procedures for crossing into the 3rd district are not that simple. In addition to reaching the minimum standard of 4 stars, you also need to pass a special assessment. Lu Jie nodded, and he was promoted to the zone assessment, which he knew when he was in the 1st zone. So it's not surprising, anyway, he believes that with his own strength, nothing can stop him. So Lu Jie nodded and agreed to the president's next task of arranging the assessment. Time flashed to the next day. The assessment is scheduled for 3 days later. Lu Jie still insisted on training as before. He just finished a day of training today, took a shower and prepared to go for a walk. When passing by the hall of the association, I overheard a group of awakened people discussing something together. Really, is Zhao Mengyuan your cousin? One of the awakened ones opened his eyes wide, a little envious. Who doesn't know one of the 2 golden flowers in the 3rd district, Zhao Mengyuan, a genius girl with A-level talent? Another awakened person was bald, and he said proudly. Of course. With a bald head and eyes gleaming, he raised his eyebrows and continued. My sister said that this operation in the fog will lead people to kill Lu Qingyi. At that time, in the entire 3rd district, only my sister will be the golden flower. This. The other awakened people looked embarrassed. They listened to the bald head's words, and they were a little ruined. Many people know that the name of the golden flower in the 3rd district is for their youth, beauty and talent, and they imagine that they may meet in the future and talk about a sweet love. As a result, now that Zhao Mengyuan was so vicious, they couldn't accept it for a while. Lu Jie, who was passing by, had a fusion of expressions. His eyes were burning, and he rushed into the crowd angrily, grabbed the bald man by the collar, and asked sharply. What did you just say? Someone is plotting against my sister. Speak, tell me all you know. Under Lu Jie's excitement, Hellfire burst out of his hands unconsciously. The collar of the bald head was burnt to charcoal, and he was stunned. Lu Jie, me. He couldn't speak clearly, and his brain was muddled. Lu Jie calmed down from the rage. His tone was as cold as ice, and he said coldly. You just said that someone is going to kill Lu Qingyi, and that person is your cousin. The other awakened ones were also forced back by the evil spirit on Lu Jiyi's body, and they refused to speak out. Only then did the bald man react. He widened his eyes and suddenly realized, Lu Qingyi. Isn't Lu Qingyi Lu Jiyi's sister? This is really bad luck. I said, woo woo woo. At that moment, the bald-headed awakener shook out all the news he knew. Turn out to be, Zhao Mengyuan from the 3rd district secretly contacted many people, intending to trip Lu Qingyi and kill her before she goes to the 4th district. More inside story. The bald head is just a cousin who has a close relationship, so I don't know. Lu Jiyi's back shivered from fear, and his whole body was cold. He threw his bald head away, rushed to the room and called her sister Lu Qingyi. Diddy, can't get through. Lu Jie looked anxious, and he rushed to the 5th floor to find Chen Baishui and asked if there was a way to contact his sister. Chen Baishui was baffled by Lu Jie, who suddenly broke in violently. Of course, she didn't have the means to contact a specific person. Lu Jie also realized that he was really ill and went to the doctor in a hurry. But the worry about his sister in his heart forced him to think wildly. No, can't wait for the assessment. I must go to the 3rd district immediately. Lu Jie doesn't care much. He rushed to the Society Square. Straightforward to intimidate a helicopter pilot. With stern eyes, he said in an unquestionable tone. Quick, go to the 3rd district. Oh, good. Startled by Lu Jiyi's cold eyes, the driver quickly agreed. And within the association, Chen Baishui was still frowning and thinking about what happened to Lu Jie, why he lost his composure all of a sudden. Then I heard the roar of the helicopter propeller turning. Chen Baishui's clever mind instantly understood Lu Jiyi's thoughts. Although he didn't know his purpose, he wanted to force his way into the 3rd district. This kid, high-level awakened people can go to low-level weird areas at will, but low-level awakened people cannot go to high-level weird areas. He is a 4-star awakened person. He broke into the 3rd district without being assessed. Is he looking for death? Chen Baishui frowned, a little worried about Lu Jiyi's safety. He broke into the high-level area like this. Even if he didn't die at the hands of a high-ranking weirdo, he might still face sanctions from the 3rd District Psychic Association. Think here. Chen Baishui turned his gaze to his desk, sighed, and dialed the number of the person in charge of the 3rd district. The other side, Lu Jie sat on the helicopter, looking at the distance of the 3rd district, not knowing what he was thinking. They have been driving for more than 5 hours and are about to reach the 3rd district. The pilot in front had been flying continuously for so long, his eyes were bloodshot. Sitting in the cockpit, he wondered why no one stopped them. In the 3rd area, even the airspace will be guarded. If you break in rashly, the situation is serious and you will even be shot down. Today, it came so smoothly. The helicopter hovers and lands. Lu Jie was preoccupied, and hurried to the 3rd District Psychic Association as soon as he got off the plane. The staff here was noisy, and no one noticed that he only had a 4-star badge on his shoulder for a while. Going straight to the front desk, Lu Jie swallowed his saliva and tried to calm down before asking. Excuse me, can I check the whereabouts of Lu Qingyi? The lady at the front desk glanced at Lu Jie and frowned. How could she casually reveal the information about the awakened person? Are you, Lu Jie? Sudden, a light and pleasant female voice came from the side. Lu Jie turned his head and saw a pretty girl in an elegant yellow dress. You are. The girl in the yellow skirt stared at Lu Jiyi's face for another 2 seconds before she smiled. You don't know me, I'm your sister's best friend Bai Ziqi, and you are Qingyi's younger brother Lu Jie. She showed me your picture. The girl in yellow skirt Bai Ziqi walked around Lu Jie with her little hands behind her back before confirming. Lu Jiyi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly grabbed her arm and asked. Sister Qi, do you know the whereabouts of my sister? Lu Jie lowered his voice, and whispered into Bai Ziqi's ear. My sister is in danger. Bai Ziqi looked at Lu Jie suspiciously. How is that possible? But I can tell you where she is. Your sister went to Wannan City to perform a mission in the strange fog. It's not far from here, about an hour's drive. Thanks. Lu Jie knew that time was precious at this time, and it was not the time to explain, so he hurriedly left with a word of thanks. When he was about to walk out of the gate of the association, 2 5-star awakened people noticed Lu Jie. They blocked up and asked sharply, "You, a 4-star awakened person, why did you come to the 3rd district? Do you have a letter of recommendation from the 2nd district?" Lu Jie stared at them both coldly, bumped into them without saying a word. The 2 5-star awakened were furious. A little 4-star awakened person who breaks into high-level areas doesn't even respect them. Find a fight. These two were just about to make a move. Lu Jie stared at him, and the hellfire surged up in an instant. The terrifying high temperature directly knocked the 2 5-star powerhouses to the ground, half of their hair was burnt, and they were in a state of embarrassment. Lu Jie beat them both and continued on their way without saying a word. And Bai Ziqi, a girl in a yellow skirt, covered her cherry lips with a small hand, her eyes were surprised. 4-star, instantly defeated 2 5-star. Lu Jie had just left the 3rd District Psychic Association for less than 10 minutes. Another figure of Yuji rushed over. Chen Baishui went straight to the high-level office of the association building, and by some means, learned that Lu Jie had left. She stood in an office on the upper floor of the building, looking out the window, frowning. This kid is only in the 4-star realm. If he went to the 3rd area of the strange mist, he might die. Even if he is really strong enough, if he kills someone, this kind of infighting behavior will definitely be judged by the Psychic Association. Chen Baishui sighed, his eyes dim. What a worry-free little fool. Say it. She hurried downstairs and rushed over in the direction Lu Jie left. In the 3rd district, there is a strange fog in Wan'an City. The corner of Lu Qingyi's mouth was bleeding, and Zhu Jian knelt on one knee. In front of her, surrounded by 5 awakened people with ferocious smiles. On the shoulder badges of these 5 people, there are 6 shining stars. Run. Why don't you keep running? Zhao Mengyuan took the lead with a look of resentment and jealousy on her face, and looked down at Lu Qingyi from above. Aren't you very capable? My SS-level supernatural genius, or no? 1 golden flower in the 3rd district, Miss Lu Qingyi. You actually want to be equal to me. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Mengyuan seemed to have the winning ticket in her hands, admiring the manicure she just made, and said casually. It's a pity that you fell into my hands today. Such a delicate beauty will be killed by me soon. I don't know if the news spreads, will someone shed tears for you? Lu Qingyi clenched her red lips and stared at Zhao Mengyuan with a pretty face stubbornly, like an unyielding saint who never showed any weakness even when she was seriously injured by the siege. Unfortunately, Lu Qingyi felt bitter in her heart, and she would never see her younger brother again. She is really not reconciled. Unwilling to die like this. I'm sorry, Lu Jie, my sister can't fulfill the promise to enter the Holy Spirit Academy with you. As soon as Lu Qingyi thought of this, she thought of her younger brother, closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. Boom. Sudden. A burst of fire sounded. Then the monstrous flames swept across the sky and descended with an unstoppable force. Vaguely, in this sea of flames, one could even hear the roar of the giant dragon. Zhao Mengyuan was forced to retreat again and again. She and the other 5 6-star awakened were shocked. The scorching heat couldn't even defend against the spiritual weapons and instruments in their hands. Zhao Mengyuan's hand holding a crystal scepter was even faintly trembling. Her crystal scepter almost showed signs of melting. What kind of flame is this? She screamed and screamed, her expression terrified. A figure walked out of the turbulent flames. Like an evil spirit walking out of the night, accompanied by the sound of roaring engines. Lu Jie stepped out of the vast hellfire, his eyes were cold. He stared at the group headed by Zhao Mengyuan, and said word by word. Move, my sister. None of you want to live today. At the end of the straight and narrow street, there is a sea of fire boiling in the dark night. The hellfire soaring into the sky is like opening the sky, eroding the pure dark night. Lu Ji's whole body was wrapped in tumbling fire, boiling like sea waves. The flames are monstrous. The terrifying heat wave seemed to be higher than the sun, and the air was burnt dry and burst. The asphalt road on the ground is like a pond, and it is dripping and melting. The walls on both sides of the street peeled off in pieces, and there was a sizzling sound of being scorched into rolls during the fall. Black smoke filled the air, winding up like a dragon. The steel melted, and dark red deep molten iron flowed on the surface. Lu Jie is like a demon at this moment. Vaguely, people seem to be able to see the most evil and powerful hell devil attached to him. The flames soared into the sky, and outside the churning hellfire was black smoke, molten iron, and twisted void. He walked step by step, as if he wanted to turn the world into purgatory. Gulu. Zhao Mengyuan involuntarily took 2 steps back with her legs, and her eyes were filled with flames. Horrible heat waves came one after another, and the buildings on both sides of the road were already overwhelmed by the heat, shivering and about to collapse. The high temperature distorted the void, and even Zhao Mengyuan's vision of Lu Jie became deformed. Her pupils trembled, she was indescribably shocked and confused. The other 4 6-star awakeners were also shocked. They all looked at Lu Jie, deeply shocked by the monstrous flames on Lu Jie's body and the indescribable spectacular scene. Did we come to hell? Some of the 5 murmured. In the 3rd district, how could there be such a powerful awakened person? Could it be that he is a top powerhouse in a more advanced area? Zhao Mengyuan looked at the other side of the world. The monstrous sea of fire was melting the arrogance in her heart. Her heart trembled, and her whole body seemed to surrender under this sea of flames. What kind of strong man against the sky is the Comer, who has such a terrifying ability? Trembling, Zhao Mengyuan pursed her lips, feeling unwilling. She secretly hates, she is resentful. She was annoyed that she was only 1 step away from fully understanding Lu Qingyi. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, such a mysterious and powerful strange awakener came. The 5 6-star awakened who came together to intercept and kill Lu Qingyi were all shocked at this moment. Don't even dare to move in the slightest. Only Lu Qingyi looked at the other side of the street in astonishment. That's my own brother, Lu Jie. Her eyes were full of surprise. Why did my brother come to the 3rd district? Low-level awakened people are not allowed to trespass into high-level areas without a letter of recommendation. Lu Qingyi was both relieved and anxious. She never imagined that the person who brought the colorful auspicious clouds to save her at the last moment of life and death was her favorite brother. The strength of the younger brother is still not enough. Facing the teaming up of 5 6-star awakened people, and he was seriously injured, how could he be an opponent? Suddenly, someone noticed with sharp eyes that there are only 4 golden 5-pointed stars on Lu Jiyi's shoulders. Zhao Mengyuan also discovered this detail at the same time. She stared wide-eyed, a little unbelievable at first. After staring at Lu Jiyi's shoulder for a second time, he finally made a decision. The Comer is just a mere 4-star awakener. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Zhao Mengyuan, who discovered this scene, laughed immediately, and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. At the same time, she also felt the humiliation of being frightened by a 4-star awakened just now. Da. Zhao Mengyuan twisted her hips, took a few steps forward with an arrogant attitude, and said mockingly. Looking at the power, I thought it was a 7-star awakener. I played tricks for a long time, but it turned out to be a 4-star trash. What did you call this fool just now? Sister. Oh. Zhao Mengyuan's eyes were full of sarcasm and pleasure. She looked at Lulu with a very contemptuous look and said with a light smile. So you are Lu Qingyi's useless younger brother with an F-level ability. Just right. Come and bury your sister with you. At the end, Zhao Mengyuan's tone was already gritted with jealousy and madness. Lu Jiyi's whole body was bathed in flames, and his eyes were cold. He ignored Zhao Mengyuan's vicious sarcasm, and just waved with Qianri. Create a line of fire that temporarily separates the 2 sides. Then put away the flames on her body, and walked straight to her sister Lu Qingyi's side. Lu Jie took out a bottle of healing potion from his arms, and said softly. Sister, take the potion to heal your wounds first. If you delay for a long time, it won't be good if you leave a hidden disease. Next, leave it to me to handle. Lu Jiyi's gentle words briefly soothed Lu Qingyi's already desperate heart. Lu Qingyi sat on the ground blankly, looking at Lu Jiyi's face, as if she saw the face of her childhood again, always following behind her like a follower. Her sister kept yelling like a brat. In a blur, that once familiar and lovely face has turned into this clean and handsome boy in the blink of an eye. There is a warm and healing smile on the corner of the boy's mouth, which can drive away the darkness in the world. This moment, the night sky seemed to be woven into a large quiet net, gently covering the heads of the siblings. 5 meters away from the siblings, there was a circle of blazing fire. The line of fire separated the distance between Zhao Mengyuan and Lu Jie, like a moat. Staring blankly, Lu Qingyi took the healing potion handed over from her younger brother, and drank it down in one gulp. She was anxious to quickly recover from her injuries, and wanted to struggle to get up in front of Lu Jie. But because of the heavy posture, he fell back to his seat in pain. Lu Jie gently pressed his hands on his sister's slender shoulders, the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. But Lu Qingyi's eyes were anxious, she was seriously injured and coughed up blood, fell to the ground and couldn't stand up. Knowing that she could not protect Lu Jie, she could only eagerly look at her younger brother Lu Jie and persuade. No, brother, go away. The 5 of them are 6-star awakeners, and each of them can crush the existence of the second district. You are not their opponent, get out of here quickly. However, Lu Jie got up slowly, and the terrifying and high-temperature hell flames gradually appeared on his body surface again. In a trance, the king from hell descends from heaven again. He turned around and looked at Lu Qingyi's pupils. In addition to the beating flames, there was also the most heart-warming tenderness. Lu Jie looked at his sister and smiled. When I was young, my sister protected me. This time, I will protect my sister. Stop talking, turn around. The gentle look on Lu Jiyi's face suddenly turned serious. Like a furious king who is about to hold the power of fire and execute those subjects who dare to offend. Warmth is reserved for one's own family. Killing is reserved for the enemy. Humph, Chi-Chi, the fool is hypocritical, have you finished? Unconsciously, the 5 major 6-star awakeners, headed by Zhao Mengyuan, have changed their formation and locked the siblings firmly in one corner. The 5 of them spread out around the flame that Lu Jie threw out, in order to ensure that neither Lu Jie nor Lu Qingyi could escape. Only, does Lu Jie need to escape? The eyes of the 5 were full of jokes. Since they confirmed that Lu Jie is only a 4-star awakened person, their mentality has been relaxed a lot. Therefore, looking at Lu Jiyi's eyes is like staring at a grasshopper waiting to be crushed to death. The difference between 4 stars and 6 stars is more than 10 times. From the 3rd district, anyone who goes to the 2nd district will be able to run through all the weird fog there. The gap between the 2 great realms is enough to ignore all side methods. Zhao Mengyuan stared at Lu Jie with a sneer. Since a little 4-star awakener dares to come here to seek death, you can't blame me for being cruel. Lu Jie has already walked over. Lu Qingyi's persuasion was ineffective, so she closed her eyes in silence. Her dignified and beautiful face is resolute at the moment, and the energy in her body is constantly stimulating the volatilization of the healing potion. This moment, the younger brother Lu Jie has fallen into a desperate situation. I must hurry up to recover, and then help him. Brother Big Tiger, since this kid's supernatural attribute is fire, why don't you go up and tease him first? At this time, Zhao Mengyuan seemed to have a winning ticket. She folded her arms, stared at Lu Jie with disdain, and said to a companion with an unusually strong physique. Crack. Doug grinned grinningly and walked forward. He was gearing up, staring at Lu Jie with cat-mouse eyes, licked his lips and said, "Boy, don't you want to protect your sister? I'm here to play with you." Boom. After finishing speaking, an astonishing aura erupted from Dum's body. The source force from the 6-star awakened scoured the surrounding air, forming whistling sound waves. Pieces of hoarfrost spread out under this person's feet. Lu Jie lowered his indifferent eyes, knowing that he has a frost attribute ability. Hey, seeing that I am of the fire attribute, why did you send someone with the ice crystal attribute to fight me? Lu Jie chuckled in his heart, but he was completely unafraid. 6-star awakened person, the attributes are incompatible, so what? He stepped out. A circular wave of fire rippled along with his footsteps. Flames and fire waves swept away along the surface, climbing towards Dum's legs. Small tricks. Seeing that Lu Jie really dared to confront him, Duhu's face turned cold. I saw him stamp his right foot. The condensed frost instantly thickened and strengthened, and his lower body was frozen into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. After the hellfire sent by Lu Jie collided with the frozen ice sculpture made by Duhu, the ice and fire fought against each other. The fierce collision made a sizzling sound. A dense white mist filled the air. Dum's whole body was covered by the white snow produced by the flames melting the solid ice. Zhao Mengyuan and other 6-star powerhouses frowned slightly. The ability of a 4-star awakened person can actually fight against a 6-star awakened person like Dahu. Quote. Zhao Mengyuan's eyes were gloomy, a little surprised. Logically speaking, Lu Jie, a 4-star awakener, has no way to survive against Duhu, who is 2 levels higher than him. His fire ability is not suppressed as a success. Doctor. The first wave of supernatural power collision between the two sides, unexpectedly evenly matched. Oh shit. At this time, Dewey, who was covered in white mist, cursed in a low voice, and rushed out of the mist. He bent his arms, and then his whole body surged with force, and the crystal-clear blue ice quickly stretched out along his arms. Then it turned into 2 long ice swords more than 2 meters long, pointing at Lu Ji's head from afar. Lu Ji's face was calm, and he just slightly raised his right arm. Tang! The Hellfire climbed up, and a huge flaming sword was born. Die! After Dum made 2 giant ice swords, he gave a loud shout. The whole person leapt up to a height of 10 meters, raised the ice giant sword that was still emitting a cold white air, aimed at Lu Ji's head and chopped it down. Don't want. Lu Qingyi seemed to realize something, and she hurriedly opened her eyes as she was trying to heal her injuries. Dewey jumped up, and the scene that he was about to straddle Lu Ji's head with his huge yellow water sword came into view. She couldn't help but exclaimed, Lu Jie, run! Zhao Mengyuan and the others sneered, waiting for Lu Jie to be split in half. However, exclamation mark. A golden flame streaked across the air. Everyone felt a bright sun flashing past in front of their eyes. It was as if a frightening sword light pierced the night sky. The next moment, Lu Ji's right arm hangs upside down naturally, and the flaming giant sword attached to his arm still breathes out the ultimate flame. But on the ground, there are more pieces of ice on the ground. Ice scum all over the ground, still emitting white gas. Dum, on the other hand, stared at his arm with an ugly expression. Boy, the ability can actually confront my Xuanbing head on. I'm a 6-star awakener who is 2 big realms taller than this kid. Duhu watched the change in Lu Ji's eyes. This kid is weird. On the contrary, Lu Jie looked composed. As if smashing the opponent's giant ice blade with a single sword, it's perfectly normal. As far as his current strength is concerned, he has already surpassed the category of a normal awakened person. If Lu Ji's combat power is judged by the ordinary realm, I'm afraid he won't even know how he died. As early as when he was 3-star before him, he could kill Ma Jing, who was a 5-star awakener. Not to mention that it has 4 stars now, and there are means such as Hellfire, Soul Chain, and Evil Spirit Motorcycle. With full force, down, even Lu Jie himself doesn't know where the limit of his strength is. Zhao Mengyuan on the side frowned, feeling even more displeased and irritable. She urged Doug. Dahu, don't play with him, hurry up and make a quick decision. Lu Qingyi, who was healing her injuries cross-legged at the foot of the wall, breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her chest, as long as her brother is fine. Hee, good boy, I didn't expect your fire ability to be quite domineering. The expression on Dum's face also became gloomy. With a wave of his hand, the ice flag that fell to the ground quickly gathered together to form a huge ice ball. His gaze was no longer the teasing and contemptuous look it was before, but instead it was filled with a deeply hidden tyranny and cruelty. I am a dignified 6-star awakened person, and I am even tied with a 4-star awakened person one after another. If it gets out, I'm afraid everyone in the 3rd district will laugh at it. Die to me, boom, with the roar of the tiger. The giant ice puck in front of him suddenly split into countless sharp ice cones. The ice pick exudes a threatening cold, and its sharpness seems to be able to pierce all defenses in the world. Die, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of ice picks shot at Lu Jie at supersonic speed. Lu Ji's gaze was fixed, and then an astonishing momentum erupted. He mobilized the source power in his body, spurring out an incomparable hell flame, forming a swirling flame round shield in front of him. Ice meets flames. This moment, hundreds of ice spikes all fell into the flame shield in front of Lu Jie. No matter how low the temperature of these ice spikes is, no matter how hard these ice spikes are. After colliding with the flame shield formed by Lu Jie, all of them melted into ice water, and the ice water was evaporated by high temperature. Zzz, accompanied by a fierce sound. There was a white mist in front of Lu Jie. The swirling flames spin and burn everything, until all the ice spikes are burned. Dahu's face turned pale with shock. With a face full of disbelief, he murmured, "How is this possible?" Next second, Lu Jie stepped out of the thick white mist. He stared at Dum with indifferent eyes, and at some point in his hand there was a bell as moist as ivory. Finished. Then it's my turn. Finished. Lu Jie gently shook the soul-destroying bell in his hand. The soul-stirring sound waves penetrated the air and reached Duo's mind. A whirlwind of dizziness hit him. Dum's body froze for a moment and then trembled, his movements unbalanced. But he is worthy of being a 6-star awakener. The powerful soul destroyer bell only confuses him for a short second. A second later, Dum quickly woke up. However, if a master fights, 1 second is enough to determine the outcome. Lu Jie stretched out his 5 fingers, and violent flames had already erupted. The flame blast slammed into Dum's chest brazenly. Puff! It wasn't until Dum's eyes regained clarity that his body was thrown upside down by the hellfire. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He knelt down and was seriously injured. The scene was quiet, except for the sound of Dum spitting blood. No one else made a sound. Zhao Mengyuan's eyes were full of shock. What did she see? A mere 4-star awakener, against the trend, actually seriously injured a 6-star awakener. In the eyes of the other 3 6-star powerhouses, the eyes looking at Lu Jie also changed wildly. No longer treated lightly just now. What the hell, the 4 stars are seriously injured and the 6 stars are still incompatible with each other. How perverted is this kid? Could it be that this kid's abilities are higher than those of his sister Lu Qingyi? Horrible conjectures couldn't help but arise in their hearts, and everyone was trembling all over, and couldn't help shivering. And the most shocking, nothing is better than Lu Qingyi, who is still in the process of healing. Her lips parted slightly, the king of beautiful eyes was full of shock and astonishment. A heart beat violently, as if it had been swept by a violent shock. Lu Jie, how could he be so powerful? Is this really my brother? Finally, Zhao Mengyuan recovered from the deep shock. She gritted her teeth and said to the other 6-star companions, "Go together, kill this kid to death." Several other people also came back to their senses. His eyes are fierce and vicious. Now that the enemy has been formed, the other party is still such a talented boy against the sky. It is even more necessary to kill it in the cradle, so as not to suffer future troubles. Kill! The 3 of them rushed forward and shouted in unison. In an instant, gorgeous and dangerous supernatural light illuminated the entire street. Lu Ji's eyes were fixed, and he took a step forward to meet him. He wants to push the battlefield forward and protect the comfort of his sister Lu Qingyi. Bang! The raging flames rolled and attached to Lu Ji's body. He is like a brilliant sun, as bright as a sun. The light is so dazzling that it is impossible to look directly at it. The temperature is pressing, and the waves of fire are scorching, and they are frightened. A 6-star powerhouse jumped up and stood on the eaves. He was condescending, with his fingers together, and a terrifying air bomb popped out between his fingers. Lu Jie reacted quickly and dodged to the left. Boom! The air ejected into the air, blasting a big hole in the ground. The violent sound was like artillery bombardment, shaking people's eardrums. Looking at the potholes on the ground, Lu Jie was startled, secretly saying that they are all 6-star powerhouses. They are 2 realms higher than their own, and their attacks are really terrifying. If this fingertip air bomb bombarded the human body, it would be bloody and bloody. Ghost winding. There was a soft drink. But when Lu Jie was frightened by the power of the air bomb, another female 6-star awakened person cast her own ability. A black-green thorn that was as thick as an adult's arm appeared out of nowhere in the sky. The thorns danced in the air like cold poisonous snakes. The speed is extremely fast. One ejection will wrap around Lu Ji's body, and then use the tiny spikes covered with thorns to inject the deadly toxin into his body. Lu Jie could even see the poisonous cold aura on those spikes. Soul Chain. On a critical occasion, with a move in Lu Ji's heart, he summoned a silver-white soul chain from the void. Clang! The soul chains and the ghost thorns collided fiercely, and there was a metallic roar. The face of the female 6-star awakened person changed. She never expected that Lu Jie would have such tricks. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. It was another fingertip air ejection. Lu Jie once again dodged by relying on his extraordinary agility and reflexes. Immediately, a flaming spear appeared in his hand, aimed at the man on the eaves and shot. The fire was swift, and the spear was as fierce as thunder, piercing through the entire eaves in the blink of an eye. The horrific heat melted the bricks. That 6-star powerhouse was dangerous, and he could barely avoid it. The monstrous fire was overwhelming. Tongues of fire blazing across the sky from time to time stirred in the quiet night sky. Lu Jie's firepower was fully fired, and he was on par with the 3 6-star awakened ones. Why is this kid so wicked? Speed, reaction, strength, source power, there is not a single weakness. How exaggerated is this kid's 6-dimensional attribute? Is it possible for him to do everything? Hit and hit. The 3 awakened ones found themselves and others joined forces, but they couldn't do anything to Lu Jie. I was shocked and anxious. They never imagined that there would be such a person with almost perfect 6-dimensional qualities like Lu Jie in this world. The center of the battlefield is already a mess. The streets that were originally intact were turned into ruins. A deep pit several meters wide. Burnt bricks, reinforced concrete melted into molten iron. Tragic traces are everywhere. Lu Jie relies on the soul-destroying bell, the soul chain and the surging hellfire. An artificial line of demarcation has been drawn. Everyone, don't cross the line. He protected his sister Lu Qingyi well behind her back. Lu Qingyi was already stunned. She was dumbfounded, and stared blankly at the younger brother who was in the middle of the battlefield, who was like a god of war. She was in a trance, feeling like an unrealistic dream. This is my brother. My little brother, is he really that powerful? There were astonishing movements, violent explosions, and waves of fire rushing to the sky from time to time. Naturally, it attracted the attention of other awakened people in this foggy area. On the square about 600 meters away from here, there is a 3-person team that has just solved the weirdness here, and is resting heavily. Sudden, they were all startled by the movement in the distance. One by one, their eyes widened and they looked towards Lu Jie's sky. Nanshan, what happened there? How big is it? The man called Nanshan was also full of surprise, and he frowned. It may be that our people are in trouble, hurry over and have a look. The 3 rushed towards Lu Jie immediately. The distance of 600 meters is so short. After a while, they followed the movement and found here. It's just that as soon as they arrived and caught their eyes, Nanshan and the others were dumbfounded. This shit, what's going on? Are you fighting among yourself? Someone next to him exclaimed. Nima beat 3 of them. Nanshan rubbed his eyes even harder, his face full of shock and disbelief. He was dumbfounded and felt that his life had been impacted. That person is a 4-star awakener. The 2 younger brothers beside Nanshan were also stunned on the spot, their eyes wide open. Really? 1 4-star, 3 6-star. Aren't the world just kidding me? Outside the battlefield, Zhao Mengyuan almost looked stupid. She never imagined that she would encounter such a stubborn stubble one day. Let me ask you, who in the 4-star realm can fortify 3 6-star awakened people with their own strength? Why can't even Wei Qingshan, the dean of the Holy Spirit Academy today? In addition to the deep shock in her heart, there are also countless jealousy and resentment. Why, how can Lu Qingyi, a slut, overwhelm me? Even her good-for-nothing younger brother with F-level ability is so perverted. Why is God so unfair? I want them dead. I want them dead. Under Zhao Mengyuan's distorted face, which was about to deform, was crazy jealousy. She noticed Nanshan and the others coming. Forcibly suppressed the extreme feeling of going crazy in my heart. Zhao Mengyuan knew that she couldn't delay any longer. Things are not quite right. In order to avoid getting bigger and bigger, she urged the 4 people on the battlefield. Stop procrastinating, you guys. Quick battle, kill this kid and her sister and leave. Zhao Mengyuan's words spread to the ears of the 3 on the battlefield. The complex expressions on these 3 faces are wonderful. What the hell? You can stand and talk without back pain. Quick fix, don't we want quick fix? How difficult is this kid to deal with, do you know? Those who have never fought against Lu Jie can't understand his terror at all. Almost perfect 6-dimensional quality, no shortcomings can be found. The hell flames, which are powerful enough to overwhelm all of them with supernatural powers, burn their patience all the time. In order to resist this high temperature, the 3 participants had to expend a lot of energy to protect their bodies. Not to mention that this kid still has a troublesome alien bell in his hand, and a silver chain of unknown material. Lepping, Armin, aw wei, hold on, I'm here to help you. There was a loud shout. It was Duhu who was seriously injured by Lu Jie before. His face was ruddy, obviously he had taken some extremely effective healing medicine just now. At this moment, with a loud roar, endless cold white mist erupted all over his body. Countless crystal clear and sharp ice crystals suddenly appeared on the ground. The ice crystal blade is as beautiful as a luxurious work of art. But the danger contained in it is so thrilling. A beautiful but dangerous road of ice crystals spread all the way to Lu Jie's feet. The other 4 dodged in tacit understanding, apparently cooperating for a long time. Click 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 click. The ground cracked, and the frosty air even permeated both sides of the road. In the whole sky, the temperature blue has decreased a lot. Lu Jie stared coldly at the ice crystal blade that looked like Lin Hai, and kept dodging. The world fell into a sea of ice crystals. No matter where Lu Jie retreated, the sharp ice crystals would find his body under Doug's mind control. Lu Jie panted lightly. As long as one of Mandy's frozen blades hits, I'm afraid life will have to be confessed here on the spot. The supernatural talents of the 6-star awakened people are far beyond the imagination of the 1st district and the 2nd district. Lu Jie kept dodging and fell into a passive state for a while. Haha, boy, do you know the difference between 4 stars and 6 stars? I try my best, but you can only crawl like a little mouse. Ha 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 ha. Duhu's mocking sarcasm made the others laugh too. They met each other's eyes, and the tacit understanding was self-evident. The body of the woman who cast Ghost Coil before quietly disappeared in the dark shadows. The other side, Lu Jie was still retreating quickly and cautiously. He made up his mind to pay attention. For the opponent to cast such a large-scale skill, it must consume a lot. Just survive this wave of offensive. Then it's your own pace. Lu Jie thought so in his heart. I don't know. Behind him, a ghostly figure emerged from the corner of darkness. Wang Hao. Puff. In a flash, holding a sharp blade, the ghostly figure jumped up from the darkness, catching the gap where Lu Jie was concentrating on avoiding Duo's ability. A handful of spiritual soldiers pierced through his body fiercely. The smooth muffled sound of the sharp blade passing through the body resounded. The ghostly woman succeeded in one blow and retreated quickly to prevent Lu Jie from breaking out and pulling her back. Tick, tick, blood drops. Lu Jie's chest was stained red with blood. There was a blood hole the size of a bowl, and the hemorrhoids shot out blood incomparably. Boom. Looking at her younger brother's body pierced by spirit soldiers, Lu Qingyi's beautiful eyes suddenly opened. A real anger instantly burned in Lu Qingyi's pupils. She burst into a rage, no longer caring about her unhealed injury, and struggled to get up. Far away, Nanshan and the others who rushed over sighed deeply. They shook their heads, and after all, this talented kid was useless. It's a pity. 4 6-star powerhouses are hard-pressed at the 4-star level. If they grow up, I'm afraid they are destined to become supreme. Although I don't understand why the 2 warring parties are fighting. But Nanshan and others still felt deep regret for Lu Jie. Hee, the gnat may shake the tree, defeating the Jin army. It's your kind. Zhao Mengyuan walked in front of the crowd without knowing when. With a sneer on her face, she looked down at Lu Jie condescendingly. The expression on her face almost fully interpreted the success of the villain. Zhao Mengyuan is in a good mood at this moment. The previous worries and shocks are all gone. What genius! What monster! No, I'm still killed here by her. However, a chuckle suddenly spread, but Lu Jie is laughing. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. As if he was seriously injured, pierced through his body by the sharp blade of a spiritual weapon, he could still be ignored lightly. You guys, it's too early to laugh. Lu Jie looked confidently at Zhao Mengyuan in front of him and said with a smile. Zhao Mengyuan was frightened by his smile and took a few steps back, her expression froze. Those 6-star awakened people brought by Zhao Mengyuan also showed puzzled expressions, especially Wei, the woman who stabbed her spiritual weapon into Lu Jie's body with her own hands, was even more puzzled. Nan Shan and the others on the other side were also puzzled. Why is this kid laughing even when he's about to die? When everyone is confused. Evil spirit form, open. Lu Jie sounded softly. Tang. A golden flame clung to Lu Jie's body. His eyes instantly became ethereal and majestic. Boom. 2 flaming hellfires ignited in Lu Jie's eye sockets. Ha, ha, ha. The flames clung to every corner of Lu Jie's body inch by inch. In the process, Lu Jie also got up slowly. Accompanied by his leisurely standing up, the terrifying and mysterious flames of hell also repaired the wounds pierced through his chest one by one. Roar. It was as if there was a devil roaring in the dark. All of Lu Jie's bodies were transformed in an instant. The previous mortal body disappeared. Instead, there are dense white bones that look like evil spirits. Hellfire. Wraith form. The shape change is complete. Lu Jie just flicked lightly. He pulled out the spirit weapon stuck in his chest. Then give it a firm grip. Click. The spirit soldier was easily crushed by the flame palm. What was broken together was Xinling, who Zhao Mengyuan and others had just recovered. They were suddenly horrified. Looking at Lu Jie's eyes is like seeing a ghost. How can that be? Elementalization. Could it be that you are a heavenly powerhouse? Zhao Mengyuan was so frightened that she lost her voice. Her shrill voice was hysterical. Impossible. You are just a waste with F ability, but you are only in the 4-star realm, you are not a heavenly powerhouse. The 4 companions around her had frightened expressions and their pupils shrank a little. Elementalize. That's elemental. From the beginning of awakening, the human race has been cultivating to the realm of 9 stars, but they still cannot comprehend the essence of elementalization. Elementalization, that is beyond the 9-star awakening state, exclusive to the heavenly powerhouse. In other words, even Chu Qinghai, Chu Qingxuan's big brother, couldn't use the elemental ability. And now, Zhao Mengyuan and the others watched a mere 4-star awakened person perform elementalization face to face. This kind of impact was indescribably strong. Elementalization. Lu Qingyi had just stabilized from the rage, and now she was also in a daze. She didn't expect her younger brother Lu Jie to be so powerful. But even more unexpected that Lu Jie can be elementalized. Nanshan and others who came to watch the battle stared at Lu Jie with dull eyes. It is rumored that a heaven-level powerhouse can turn the body into elements, and use supernatural powers to extend into all things, turning the heaven and earth into their own supernatural powers. If it is a fire ability, a powerful heaven-level expert can even turn the item in his hand into a flame instead of burning it. This kind of ability has already involved the origin of all things in the world. How could it appear in a small 4-star awakened person? Nanshan murmured. He felt as if he had witnessed the birth of some great miracle. His mind was buzzing and he couldn't think. The night wind blows slowly, and from time to time there is the sound of burning flames in the air. The atmosphere is chilling and silent. Zhao Mengyuan and her party of 5 were frozen in place, not daring to move. Lu Qingyi stared blankly at her younger brother, her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. Lu Jie quietly fought in the middle of the road, burning with flames all over his body. His eyes seemed to ignite the hell, and the cold and majestic gaze was enough to suppress the entire battlefield. The body of skeletons and white bones is like an evil spirit coming out of hell. Others only need to look a little more, and their souls tend to be sucked in. Just standing there quietly by Lu Jie is enough to intimidate 5-6-star awakened ones. Tisk tisk, interesting. This moment, located on the top of the tallest building on the right side of the battlefield, the drunk old man was holding a wine gourd in his hand. He was lying drunk on the roof, sipping the wine non-stop, but the moment he saw Lu Jie, eyes clear again. The drunken old man's eyes were burning, and in a trance, thunder flashed in the void. This kid, at the 4-star awakening level, can he really use elementalization? Hey, I can't even understand the old man. Interesting, somewhat interesting. The old drunk man stopped drinking. He stood up and began to stare at the battlefield below with interest. His gaze was firmly locked on Lu Jie, who had turned on the evil spirit form. You guys, why don't you laugh? Lu Jie turned into an evil spirit skeleton and chanted like a devil. The loud and distant voice rang in the ears of Zhao Mengyuan and the others, and they woke up like a dream. There was a thrill all over, and then they gathered together in a group. Zhao Mengyuan and the other 5 watched Lu Jie's chest. The bloody hole that was originally impotent was repaired by the golden hellfire, and the healing was completed in the blink of an eye. They had never seen such healing. While the eyes are terrified, they also have a deep fear of Lu Jie. It's so wicked. Lu Jie, a rookie, with only 4 stars, has given them enough shock tonight. Boom. Lu Jie took a step forward, the hellfire rose in the wind, and the flames soared to the sky. The turbulent and vast flames are like violent ocean waves, rushing up to the sky one after another, abruptly breaking the tranquility of the night sky tonight. He twisted his head, which was already covered in bones, and looked in the direction of his sister. Lu Qingyi has also been paying attention to her younger brother. Lu Jie's apparently terrifying and strange evil spirit form fell into Lu Qingyi's eyes, but it was extremely kind. The strong affection between siblings does not require any words, just a look, and they know it well. Anyone who dares to sell their soul for love has the power to change the world. Lu Jie muttered to himself. Immediately, his gloomy gaze suddenly turned towards Zhao Mengyuan's direction, tilted his head, and let out a miserable smile. Go on, why don't you laugh? Didn't someone just show me the difference between a 6-star awakened person and a 4-star awakened person? Lu Jie said, take another step forward. Boom. In one thought, flames swept across the entire street. The sea of fire erupted, and waves of flames roared and filled the world. Zhao Mengyuan, Du Hu and the others were so frightened that they trembled all over, and they quickly took a step back. They can't imagine at all, is this ridiculously young man in front of him really a 4-star awakened person? Several people thought of what they had mocked Lu Jie before, and felt bitter and aggrieved in their hearts. This is Lu Qingyi's F-class trash brother. This is a teenager who has just awakened for less than 2 months. Some of them can't accept it. However, Lu Jie, who has completed the evil spirit form, will not give them a chance to regret. With every step Lu Jie took, the flames wrapped around his body moved closer to Zhao Mengyuan and the others. Step by step, these 5 people have been forced to retreat to the corner, there is no way to retreat. Zhao Mengyuan's eyes were vicious, she bit her lips tightly, bleeding, her expression full of hatred and jealousy twisted 810 endlessly. She can't take it anymore. If we keep retreating like this, are we going to escape to Cape Tianya? We have no way out. Let's go together and sleep with the kid. Finally, Zhao Mengyuan gritted her teeth, stared fiercely at Lu Jie's figure, and decided to put all her eggs in one basket and fight Lu Jie desperately. No matter how evil this kid is it possible that he can beat 5 out of 5? Dewey hammered the wall with his fist bitterly, and gritted his teeth ready to go all out. The 5-6-star awakened joined forces, rushed forward, each sacrificed their own spiritual soldiers, and rushed towards Lu Jie to kill. What? Facing the siege of 5 people, Lu Jie laughed lightly. He had 1 arm, and a fire lotus was born in the palm of his hand. Immediately after Lu Jie's thoughts moved, the bewitching flame petals of the fire lotus quickly spun, and then flew out. The petals are beautiful, like treasures in the world. It is crystal clear and translucent, and you can even observe its delicate texture. But the extreme danger contained in it, even if it is tens of meters away, it still makes people shudder. Shigur, facing the flame petals rushing like a storm, a feminine-looking man next to Doug roared. The hot, dry air suddenly changed. As if being refreshed from the air, vast and tiny rain and dew appeared. The rain and dew hovered and moistened the air. The feminine man panted heavily, clasped his hands together, his eyes were fierce, and then his whole body erupted with surging source power. The hovering rain and dew also trembled violently, driven by the huge source force of the feminine man. A transparent water curtain was formed, which was isolated in front of everyone. In an instant, Lu Jie's flame petals slammed into the water curtains of the feminine man. There are layers of ripples on the water curtain, like rolling ripples, showing signs of breaking through at any time. Zhao Mengyuan and others breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this blocked Lu Jie's attack. The corner of Lu Jie's mouth, the bony mouth curled up. He smiled and opened his arms. Boom! In an instant, more raging hellfire erupted from his body. All merged into the fire lotus spinning and flying in front of Lu Jie. The fire lotus was supplemented by fire, and its rotation speed became more intense, and the flame petals that flew out also exploded suddenly. The earth-shattering explosion directly evaporated all the water of Shigur summoned by the feminine man. Puff! The feminine man bent his body as if he had been severely injured, and spit out a lot of blood. Armin, When Duhu saw this, his eyes were red, his face was crazy, and his eyes looking at Lu Jie were as crazy as a wild beast out of control. Oops. Dum and Armin usually have the best relationship. After Armin is seriously injured, Dum may go crazy. Wei was startled, secretly thought it was not good. Zhao Mengyuan's whole body was shrouded in the shadow of her own S-level ability, the great dark demon, and the corners of her mouth raised at this moment. Although Duhu is physically strong, he is tall and powerful, and he is extremely righteous. Actually a gay. Now that Armin is seriously injured by Lu Jie, Duo is bound to explode desperately. Although Zhao Mengyuan's heart is narrow and vicious, she grasps the human nature of the fire with one hand, and masters it with a high degree of proficiency. Really? Dahu looked at Armin, who was spitting out a lot of blood, his eyes were tearing, and he tore his vest. Then he turned his head abruptly, looking at Lu Jie with hatred in his eyes. Boy, you are looking for death. The tiger roared, and he punched the ground. Click 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 click. In an instant, countless blue forest ice crystals drilled out of the ground. Just like before, densely spread to Lu Jie's feet. But this time, with full firepower, Lu Jie in the form of evil spirit just stomped hard with his foot. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. A circular wave of fire instantly spread along his footsteps. All obstacles along the way are reduced to ashes. The nine heavens profound ice formation that Dewey exhausted his whole body to cast was broken. All the blue and white ice crystals exploded and shattered into ice crystals. Boom! Lu Jie pursued the victory. He jumped up with one step, and with the force of Mount Tai, he slammed down in front of the tiger. The others were forced by the hellfire on him and had to retreat several meters away. Lu Jie's eyes were cold, and when he stretched out his right arm, a huge flaming sword with a wave pattern immediately climbed up. Holding a huge sword, he slashed forward. Duo stared wide-eyed, and before he could react, his head was beheaded. Gululu. The head fell to the ground, rolled around a few times, and finally landed in front of the feminine man Armin. The whole place is silent. Armin looked at the tiger's head that rolled down in front of him in disbelief, his pupils kept dilated and shrunk. His body trembled slightly, his chest heaved, and he began to sob. Wei also took a deep breath in shock. Tiger is dead. He was killed cleanly by this young, outrageous kid in front of him, who was rumored to have only an F-level ability, a mere 4-star awakener. The blood from the big tiger extending and flowing on the ground is so eye-catching. Zhao Mengyuan also looked at the head on the ground, she felt her scalp numb. Standing under the shadow of the big dark demon, she shook her body a few times, almost unable to stand still. After the tiger died, the remaining 4, man, the eyes looking at Lu Jie are like devils. Is this fake? Brother Nanshan, if you beat me, all this is an illusion, right? The other side, the little brother next to Nanshan can almost stuff an egg into his mouth. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. The scene where Lu Jie decisively beheaded the tiger with a huge flaming sword was like a thunderbolt hitting his Tianling Gai, making him numb from the shock. Nanshan also swallowed hard, and said with difficulty. This shit, one hits 5, and one is counter-killed. Can you play? Nanshan and his 2 teammates even have the urge to slip away now. The kid in front of me with only 4 stars is too wicked. They were even worried that if Lu Jie got jealous, he would take them too. But strong curiosity still overcomes fear. After struggling for a while, Nanshan and the others decided to stay and see the final development of the matter. And now, in the battlefield, Zhao Mengyuan and others who witnessed the decapitation of Dahu with their own eyes completely broke out. They knew their morale had hit rock bottom. If you don't rely on your last mentality to not collapse and fight to the death. I'm afraid there are several people present, one person counts as one, and all of them will die here like a big tiger. Don't worry about anything. If there are any taboo skills, use all the life-saving moves at the bottom of the box. No more, we're all going to die. Zhao Mengyuan tore her throat and shouted at her teammates. Wei took a deep breath to overcome the fear in her heart. She drew a handful of Mitsubishi Lingbing spikes from her thigh. The figure flickered, melted into the absolute shadow, and disappeared. The cannonball man next to Wei quickly turned over and jumped onto a burnt-down building. He cruelly took out a bottle of pitch-black potion from his pocket, gritted his teeth, uncorked the bottle and drank it down. Then he pointed out that the body of the gunman burned with a flame like Lu Jie. But the momentum is not as big as Lu Jie, and the color is also pure black. Boom, boom, boom. The finger gun man who drank the unknown potion is fully fired. A series of 3 air cannons shot out from his fingertips. Lock Lu Jie's dodging space in a triangular position. Very good. Seeing that her teammates used the method of pressing the bottom of the box, Zhao Mengyuan sneered. She also took out a green pill. Put it in your mouth and swallow. Roar. A dull and deafening ancient magic sound roared out. Zhao Mengyuan completely transformed into a big dark demon, and briefly entered a semi-elemental state. But this is not true elementalization, it cannot isolate trauma, and it cannot be void elementalized. In a sense, it can be called supernatural body. Half kneeling on the ground, Armin, the feminine man who seriously injured Yi Shui, also fell into hysteria. He desperately urged the source force, summoning a steady stream of Shigur's power. The raindrops turned into sharp spikes the size of rice grains, densely packed, and they rushed towards Lu Jie. 4 6-star awakeners. Take banned drugs, full firepower. The move is fatal. The attack range covers the sky and the earth. Even if Lu Jie digs 3 feet into the ground and hides, he can't stop the attack of the 4 powerful 6-star awakened ones. Flutter. A sharp Mitsubishi Lingbing broke in from a dark corner again, and pierced Lu Jie's vest fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bursts of powerful air bombs also hit Lu Jie's body heavily. There is also a huge dark demon, comparable in size to a 3-story bungalow, swinging the jagged magic blade in his hand, and slashed down heavily from Lu Jie's left shoulder to his right hip. As well as countless spiked Shigur, they sank into Lu Jie's body one after another. The 4 major 6-star awakeners released all the killing moves at the bottom of the box. They used all their skills, and all of them caused fatal damage to Lu Jie. However, in the blink of an eye, almost a breath of effort, Lu Jie's expression remained unchanged, his pupils were burning with raging flames. All the fatal injuries on his body have recovered. The golden hellfire clung to the sweeping place, and all the scars of Lu Jie's transformation into evil spirit bones were healed. Ah Wei was shocked. As if struck by lightning, she staggered and dropped the Mitsubishi Lingbing pierced into Lu Jie's vest, and fell to the ground. The finger cannon man is desperate. He witnessed the moment when Lu Jie recovered from his injury in just one breath, so he knelt on the ground with a dull expression. Zhao Mengyuan also took a step back, muttering, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he recover from his injury so quickly? Fatal wounds. This is fatal wounds. Why should he? Why can he do this?" Zhao Mengyuan was completely desperate, she was disheartened and her heart was cold. Her big, charming eyes stared blankly at the night sky. It was as if the whole world was against her. Refuses to die. It can't be killed at all. How to fight against this kind of enemy? Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. At the moment when these 4 people were desperate, suddenly there was the sound of thunder in the air. The 4 looked back in amazement, and instantly paled. I saw a set of thunder dragons in the air, roaring and dancing above Lu Qingyi. Every trace of the berserk lightning arc carries earth-shattering power. Lu Qingyi's injury is fully recovered. She jumped up, and her graceful figure crossed the night sky, landing in front of Zhao Mengyuan. Snapped. A loud slap sounded in this quiet environment. On Zhao Mengyuan's pretty face, a red palm print suddenly appeared. "You hit me." Zhao Mengyuan was stunned, and then went mad with anger. Snapped. Lu Qingyi's cold face was like frost. She didn't speak, and slapped her backhand again. Zhao Mengyuan was so angry that she just wanted to fight back. Zizz zizz. The thunder dragon surrounding Lu Qingyi instantly shot out thunder and lightning all over the sky. SS level ability, Nirvana God Kongali. The violent thunder and lightning crazily drilled into Zhao Mengyuan's body, destroying all her mobility. Lu Qingyi descended to earth like a Valkyrie, majestic and domineering. Fierce yuppie. While slapping Zhao Mengyuan's mouth, she angrily reprimanded. "Just hit me. Hit my brother. You." Lu Qingyi turned into an eagle protecting the calf, and vented all the worries that she could only witness her brother's dangerous battle just now. "Lu Qingyi, you are courting death." Zhao Mengyuan's face was swollen from the beating. She lost her mind and fell into madness due to the pumping of her mouth. The 2 women fought fiercely together in an instant. The scene was sensational. In this way, on Lu Jiyi's side, it became a 1-on-3, and it was much easier in an instant. His pupils were burning with flames, and Senon's eyes swept over the 3 people in front of him one by one. Immediately there was a change of heart. The more violent and fierce hellfire began to surge upwards, straight into the sky. Lu Jie stretched out his finger, index finger pointing to the sky. The flames of hell rushing into the night sky are like hundreds of rivers returning to the sea, and 10,000 dharmas returning to the sect. All the flames are gathered with one point, and turn into a 9-rank fire lotus on Lu Jiyi's sky-pointing index finger. The fire lotus is bigger, more powerful. The monstrous sea of flames rolled and roared in the lotus, until all the flames of hell are taken back to this huge fire lotus. Lu Jie smiled at the 3 6-star powerhouses with a bone-like face. The index finger is sent out gently. 9th rank hell fire lotus, blatantly blasted out. Not good. The cannon man and Armin Ahui looked at the menacing flaming lotus, and his complexion changed drastically. They hurriedly stood together, concentrated the source power of the explosion, and formed a shield to block in front of them. Boom! The 9th grade fire lotus blatantly bombarded the shields of the 3 people. Only a click sound was heard. The shield lasted for less than a second. Shattered. The remaining hellfire rushed out in an instant, and the mighty fire rushed their bodies away, falling all the way to the depths of the ruins in the corner. Zhao Mengyuan, who was still in the battle with Lu Jiyi's sister Lu Qingyi, suddenly saw that her 3 teammates couldn't stop Lu Abfe Jiyi's big move even together, and her heart was full again. Trembling, she couldn't think of anything. That Lu Qingyi's younger brother, who was ridiculed by his own people and regarded as a waste, is so scary. Are those staff members of the Psychic Association useless? Didn't they keep saying that this kid has an F-level ability? What the hell is this F rank? Are you kidding me? In her heart, Zhao Mengyuan almost gritted her teeth with hatred. At this time, a slap came. Zhao Mengyuan was shocked. I was even more annoyed. Lu Qingyi, that fool, wants to slap me in the face again. Tread. The footsteps gradually approached. The figure of Lu Jie came to the 3 people who fell in the ruins again. Blood oozed from the corners of their mouths, and they looked at Lu Jie with fear. I saw that the inside of his body burning with raging flames was full of white bones. It was as if the evil spirits from hell had come to harvest their lives. Gulu. The finger gun guy was timid. He watched Lu Jie swallow his saliva, not knowing how to hit him next. In Ahui's big black and white eyes, there is still the last stubbornness. She and the 2 sides have even fought to such an extent that it is impossible for anyone to bypass each other. As a result, her gaze was determined, and Ahui's slender and graceful body turned over and merged into the dark shadow again. Only Armin, who was seriously injured a long time ago, was blown away by the 9th grade fire lotus at this moment, leaning against the corner of the wall half dead, panting weakly. Lu Jiyi's heart skipped a beat. He can go into the shadows in the dark, someone is waiting in an ambush. This kind of supernatural talent that blends the whole body into darkness and shadows is really rare. If he didn't have the perverted bug ability of evil spirit form, he might have been assassinated by this woman several times. Boom! An air cannon fired. Lu Jie turned his head away and easily dodged the shell. Boom! The air cannon concentrated on the building wall on the other side of the road, completely tearing apart the dilapidated and groaning ruins. Rain. The feminine man has a lot of energy in his body, but his physical condition is worrying, and he is weak when he activates his abilities. A sharp raindrop suddenly appeared on the ruins, hovering in the air, aiming at Lu Jie. With the thought of the feminine man, all the raindrops shot at Lu Jie instantly. Lu Jie stood still, mobilizing the source power in his body, and confronted him head-on with hellfire. When raindrops encounter fire, they evaporate instantly. Lu Jiyi's surroundings were shrouded in a vast white world. All vision is blocked. Right now. Sudden change behind. Exclamation mark. All Wei waited for the opportunity, took a handful of kunai at the right moment, aimed at Lu Jiyi's waist, and stabbed hard. Do you really think I'm an idiot? One trick, do it again and again. Lu Jiyi's voice suddenly sounded. He turned around sharply, and he was already prepared to grab Ah Wei, who stabbed kunai to his waist. Then he pinched her smooth and delicate neck tightly with his palm. His eyes froze. Lu Jie thought about it. The hellfire roared past. Ah Hui's graceful body was burned into a coke. Only from the shape of coke, one can vaguely judge the graceful figure of its former owner. One hit 3. Solve one more. Lu Jie incinerated Ah Wei, a female 6-star powerhouse. He turned around and looked at the remaining 2 people. At the same time, he thought to himself, after successive battles, the source power in my body is running out. If you keep maintaining the evil spirit form, you should be able to last for another 5 minutes. With a twinkle in Lu Jie's eyes, he murmured softly, it's a quick battle. At the same time, Zhao Mengyuan, who was suppressed and beaten violently by her sister Lu Qingyi, also realized that another one was killed on her side. She finally panicked, heart terrified. The 5 members of my team are all 6-star awakeners. Except for myself, the other 5 members are all A-level or even A+ level geniuses. But now they were killed by a mere 4-star kid. Zhao Mengyuan was afraid, and she began to be afraid of death. While dealing with Lu Qingyi in embarrassment, her eyes rolled wildly, and she began to look for opportunities to steal. It's just that the surroundings have been completely surrounded by Lu Jie's flames, and no breakthrough can be found. This is bound to be a restless night. Just after Lu Jie pinched Ah Hui's neck and burned her to death. Under the bright moon sky, a helicopter suddenly drove over. On the helicopter, Chen Baishui was wearing black sunglasses, and his upper body was a special commissioner's uniform. The epaulets did not have star ratings, but a complex and exquisite pattern. It looks like a picture of an evening sunset. She was wearing a black skirt and knee-length stockings. Between the short skirt and stockings are white thighs. Helicopter pilots are a little absent-minded when flying a plane, and their minds are full of white flowers. Under Chen Baishui's sunglasses, her face, as small as a palm, was full of anxiety. She didn't care about the driver peeking at her thigh, her mind was full of worries about Lu Jie. If you are so reckless, if you meet. Sudden. Chen Baishui's eyes widened suddenly, and she looked at the scene below the helicopter in disbelief. Stop. Don't drive any further, Chen Baishui yelled at the driver. Subsequently, she jumped off. Before the pilot could react, she jumped off the helicopter. Under the night, Chen Baishui's tall figure flashed by. There are mysterious fluctuations flickering vaguely in the pitch black. Next second, Chen Baishui had already appeared on the ground where Lu Jie was. She had a complicated complexion, and while walking, she looked around at the ruins of everything at the scene, and saw the wall of flames that was comparable to the gate of heaven, standing majestically on the street. Chen Baishui's heart was pounding, and he was beyond shocked. What did I see? The commotion here is all caused by that kid Lu Jie. She waved. The firewall in front of him automatically opened a gap. Chen Baishui stepped into it, and the next moment, she frowned. She was on the ground and saw 2 dead bodies. The corpse of the 6-star awakener. The Academy of the Holy Spirit expressly stipulates that it is strictly forbidden for awakened people in the country to kill each other. But now, Lu Jie actually killed 2. The situation has reached a very serious level. Chen Baishui hurriedly shouted to Lu Jie, who was covered in flames. Stop. Stop fighting. You have seriously violated the promise between the awakened ones, don't make the same mistake again and again. Lu Jie recognized the voice as coming from Chen Baishui. But he just sneered, and made a majestic and ethereal voice like an evil spirit. Killers, people will always kill them. Lu Jie wasn't ready to stop at all. He stretched out his arms, and the huge flame sword climbed up. Lu Jie lowered his huge sword, step by step approaching the feminine man and the finger gun man on the ground. He wants to kill with one blow and cut off the heads of these 2 people. And the other side, Zhao Mengyuan was beaten back by Lu Qingyi. A majestic and domineering thunder dragon kept a close eye on her body. No matter how she resisted, countless thunderbolts struck her body. One hit one. Zhao Mengyuan is no match for Lu Qingyi. Even though Lu Qingyi was injured and hadn't completely recovered, she was still crushed. In addition, Lu Jie had completely turned the scene into a vast sea of flames during the previous battle. No matter which direction you flee from, you must break through Lu Jie's hellfire. For a while, Zhao Mengyuan found out in despair that she had no hope of escape at all. Just when she was completely disheartened and desperately thought that she was about to suffocate here. Suddenly there was a strange roar from the far end. Next second, an extremely huge strange creature, waving its vigorous limbs, jumped up and appeared above everyone's heads. The huge figure covered the air, like a giant umbrella covering the sky, pressing out a haze below. The sixth level is weird. Zhao Mengyuan recognized the strange level at a glance. After this unusually huge sixth-order monster suddenly appeared, it uttered a demonstrative roar at everyone. Its fierce and cruel eyes looked around at everyone around it. Then, he suddenly locked his eyes on Lu Jie. It jumped up, and the whole body flew straight into the air. As tall as a downtown skyscraper. Its movements are extremely agile, which is in stark contrast to this strange and huge figure. The speed is as fast as lightning, as if flying in the dark in the air. As soon as it jumped to the top of the 100-meter-high building. The blood in the bodies of Nanshan and the others below is about to freeze. The sixth-order monster passed by them just now, but fortunately, it didn't aim at them, but found Lu Jie instead. What the hell is going on tonight? First, there was such an earth-shattering awakened war, and then came such a difficult and strange creature. Nanshan couldn't accept it, his eyes were tense. This weird head is too fast, and its skills are too strong. He has never seen a strange creature that can jump up to 100 meters high. Once he fights, the human side will inevitably fall into an absolute disadvantage. Because awakened ones can't fly. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Under the moonlight, this sixth-order monster howled towards the sky like a werewolf. Next second, down like a gust of lightning. The sixth-level weirdness opened its bloody mouth wide, revealing its sharp white teeth, and bit Lu Jie's head. Lu Jie flashed in a dangerous way, surprised in his heart, this strange creature is so fast. Behind him, the two six-star awakened Ji Paonan and Armin took the opportunity to escape. Lu Qingyi was distracted by the strange appearance of the sixth level. Because she was worried about her younger brother Lu Jie's comfort, she was negligent for a while, and Zhao Mengyuan left the battlefield at the right time. The other side, the sixth-level weirdness failed in one blow, and his body turned into wind again, rushing to Lu Jie in the blink of an eye. Amazingly fast, Lu Qingyi simply gave up chasing Zhao Mengyuan. She quickly came to her brother's side, with thunder and lightning rippling all over her body, standing in front of Lu Jie. Just at the weird moment when Nirvana Shenkong Lei was about to hit the biting sixth order. This guy actually stopped suddenly in midair, and turned back against physics. Then he charged up on the ground, kicked off with all four limbs, and charged at Lu Jie from another direction. His eyes were fierce, and he grinned, as if staring at Lu Jie to death. Tang! Lu Jie's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, and with the movement of his eyes, a shield of flame formed on the side of his body. The sixth-order weirdness actually stopped suddenly and rushed back the moment it was about to hit the Hellfire shield. Only an afterimage was left during the process, and this weird trace could not be caught at all. It jumps up and down. It is difficult to attack its body. Gradually, everyone found out. This weird head is like crazy, only Lu Jie is in his eyes. Nobody else cares. Lu Jie can't run even if he wants to. Even with the six-dimensional quality honed by his hard training, he can't catch up with this weird one. The situation suddenly deteriorated and fell into a predicament. Lu Qingyi was anxious, she wanted to help her brother. But it can't catch up with these sixth-order strange creatures. At this time, Lu Jie heard her sister's worried murmur, and smiled confidently at her. Then stepped forward, domineering declaration. Sister, don't worry. Isn't it just a fast-moving beast? See how I can keep it healthy, brother. Next second, Lu Jie's high voice sounded. Evil motorcycle. The void explodes. A circular black hole appeared in the sky. The sound of words cracking and roaring in everyone's ears. Just this sound wave full of machinery and violence. It makes people's blood boil involuntarily. Boom, boom, buzz. An evil spirit motorcycle with raging flames burning all over its body roared out of the void. A very beautiful spiral turn, stopped in front of Lu Jie. Nanshan and the others stared straight at the evil spirit motorcycle. What kind of mount is this? It's so handsome. This shape, this body line, this sound wave. Love, love, love. Chen Baishui also stopped in surprise, looked at the motorcycle in front of Lu Jie with surprise, covered her red lips with her little hand, and was speechless. Under the astonishing eyes of everyone, Lu Jie stepped on the motorcycle gracefully. Twist the throttle with both hands. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosive engine roared, and a wave of air rolled over the ground. Lu Jie's heart moved, and a silver-white soul chain appeared in the void. Soul chains wrapped around him. The flames are monstrous. Under the exaggerated and tough-style golden skull front bumper of the ghost motorcycle, it exudes infinite charm. Against the background of the Hellfire, Yi shines brightly. Lu Jie tightened the gas pedal again, this time he released the brake. Hum! A flame and lightning flashed across the sky. The speed leaves afterimages. Nanshan and the others looked at Lu Jie's handsome back excitedly, their throats trembling, wondering how he could catch up to the sixth-order monster. The sixth level is a strange leap of 100 meters. This flame motorcycle is very handsome, but people don't fight on the ground. What should you do? Next second, Lu Jie gave the answer. Boom boom boom. I saw Lu Jie driving an evil spirit motorcycle under his crotch, with hell flames and soul chains burning all over his body. He rushed straight up. The evil spirit motorcycle stepped on the vertical wall, and came to a flying wall. Wherever it passed, flames billowed. Melts all buildings along the way. Lu Jie drove the evil spirit motorcycle, and rushed directly to the 100-meter-high building where the sixth-level strangeness was located, and killed it. Everyone was shocked on the spot and stood there dumbfounded. All of them were stunned, staring at the figure above their heads driving out of a line of fire. This Nima, what the hell are you telling me it's a motorcycle? Lu Jie, who seems to be possessed by an evil spirit, rides an evil spirit motorcycle in the form of a demon, shining hellfire on the vertical wall. People raised their necks vigorously and looked up. On a 100-meter-high building filled with night, even the moon is willing to be a not-so-bright lamp. Ah! The sixth order strangely spread out his strong limbs, and his thick soles crawled on the concrete of the roof and rushed towards the bottom. Lu Jie grinned. It has fierce eyes, not only surprised at Lu Jie's ability to catch up with its own footsteps, but also exposed to Lu Jie's daring to challenge itself, authority. Hum! The violent roar of the motorcycle engine cylinder overwhelmed the other waves, and the sound was even more domineering than this rare sixth-order monster. Lu Jie is like a brave paladin in the ancient Europa continent in the Middle Ages, driving his beloved mount and charging towards the enemy without hesitation. Die! Two groups of flames from hell burned in Lu Jie's pupils. A heavenly growl erupted from his throat. The golden hellfire burst open. At this moment, the evil spirit motorcycle led Lu Jie completely along the 90 vertical wall, and rushed up to the 100-meter-high building. Under the white and flawless moon, a flaming gun condensed on Lu Jie's arm. He twisted the motorcycle accelerator with one hand, and held the flaming gun with the other, with silver-white soul chains wrapped around his body. Whoosh! One shot through. The flame gun is deeply embedded in the concrete floor of the rooftop. This is a hanging garden built by the rich, and all kinds of precious flowers and plants that are pampered and cared for are overthrown all over the place. Broken vases and turbulent soil were scattered all over the Temple of Heaven. The weird speed of this sixth level has mutated to an extreme level. Even in the more advanced fourth area, it is an extremely rare one. Its quick movements easily dodge the fatal blow from Lu Jie. The flaming gun just melted the reinforced concrete of the floor, but it didn't burn a single hair of the weird creature. On the 100-meter rooftop, Lu Jie's eyes are as bright as the dawn. He stopped the motorcycle, stretched out his right hand, and the silver-white spiritual energy chain was flying in his palm like a dragon. Next second, the silver-white soul chains were swept away. At a speed that the naked eye can't reach, it turns into a five-headed cone cage, trying to cover the whole weirdness. The speed of the soul chain is very fast, but the sixth-order weirdness is enough to rely on the speed to run through the fog. Boom! The metallic sound of palms and chains slamming resounded through the sky. The chain was slapped flying, and the hellfire was slapped out of the superstar's Mars by a claw. Sparks filled the air, like a shower of meteors and fire on a 100-meter-high building. Lu Jie tightened the throttle. The evil spirit motorcycle sprinted with lightning, and after a sudden stop, he stretched out his arms and turned into a several-meter-long flaming giant sword. The flaming giant sword strikes fiercely. The extreme pure power and high temperature collided instantly. If this strange head was hit, it would inevitably end with no bones left. Whoosh! Gray shadow flashed. The sixth level moved strangely to the corner of the roof, kicked his limbs vigorously, and arrived at the building that was about 40 meters shorter next to him. Boom! There was the sound of the building collapsing. Lu Ji's flame pincer attack, the penetrating power is ferocious and vast enough. The 100-meter-high skyscraper he was in, starting from the roof, was shaved into two at a height of 10 meters. In the midst of staggering, it was about to collapse. Lu Jie gathered the fireworks in his arms again, and tightened the motorcycle accelerator under his crotch. In a wave of high-pitched air, a group of people riding the flames united in one flew over the eaves and walls, and rushed to the Sixth Order Strange. A flaming spear descended in a spiral, stabbing at Weird fiercely. On the ground, the three of Zhao Mengyuan who had fled away heard the huge movement of the collapse of the tall building, and their hearts trembled. As soon as they turned their heads, they witnessed the shocking scene of Lu Jie driving a ghost motorcycle from a 100-meter-high skyscraper to another tall building in an instant. During this time, the flames boiled, and the silver-white chains danced. Such a shocking scene made the three of Zhao Mengyuan feel as if they were hit hard in the heart. They were stunned in place, their heads were blown by shock. Such an astonishing means. Such a horrific battle scene. This kid Lu Jie, his talent is too terrifying, he must die. Zhao Mengyuan was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. She cursed, resented, and wanted to kill Lu Jie crazily. Otherwise, Lu Jie will not die, and they must be the ones who will die in the future. Turning back, he once again stared deeply at Lu Jie who was in the fierce battle above the building. The three of Zhao Mengyuan escaped into the night with heavy killing intent. And at this time, Lu Jie drove a ghost motorcycle, flying over the roofs and walls of many high-rise buildings. From time to time, his hand turned into a spear and giant sword, fighting with the Sixth Order weirdness. This battle, Lu Jie played very hard. Among the same level, the strength of strange creatures far exceeds that of human awakened ones. What's more, this is a rare speed mutant. Therefore, Lu Jie played very hard. But, Lu Jie was full of fighting spirit, and he didn't give up a bit. Therefore, this battle can still continue, he is not invincible. Finally, it took a long time to move around on the tall buildings. Lu Jie drove the Sixth Order monster off the ground. The moment the weird wolf landed on the ground, a thunderbolt fell. Lu Qingyi's lithe body jumped up. With clear eyes, she drew out her sword and pointed at the sky. Bang! A dull thunder exploded. Under the dense night sky, there are thick dark clouds rolling. Immediately, a thick blue-purple thunderbolt slashed down heavily, carrying mighty Tianwei. SS-level ability, Nirvana God Kongali. The thunder that was rumored to be able to silence all life in the world slammed fiercely on the strange wolf that had just landed. Ahuhu! Woohoo! The Sixth Order demon wolf howled in pain. A trace of pain flashed in its vertical pupils, and a bloody mouth had already been struck by the sky thunder on its back. Immediately, the Sixth Order magic wolf shook its body. Dian Guang stared fiercely at Lu Yi's body. Then he jumped up, and with the power of the wind and lightning, he called and killed him. Lu Qing and Yi Qingxi fluttered, still in the state of inducing the sky thunder. Seeing that the demon wolf took the initiative to kill her, her eyes were terrified, and her mouth opened slightly. Well done, you beast. Immediately, Lu Qingyi's fingers brushed across the blade, and the blue-purple divine sky thunder surged on the blade. Her whole body was enveloped in a sea of thunder. The first form of the Nirvana sword. Gaze at the stars. Lu Qingyi uttered a soft drink, her sword edge danced, and endless thunder poured down like a mighty sea. The body of the demon wolf that had just teleported to midair was instantly submerged by the sea of thunder. Wow woo woo. Painful wailing sounded, and this devil wolf moaned like a dog barking. One sword dances the heavens and the earth, and one sword seals the thunder of the world. Lu Qingyi held the 3-foot Qingfeng sword, and landed lightly. She raised the edge of the sword, and violent thunder surged on it, just about to break through the Sixth Order strange wolf with a single sword. Suddenly a mouthful of blood gushed out. Lu Qingyi felt a pain in her chest, staggered 2 steps, and half knelt on the ground leaning on her sword. The 6th level magic wolf took advantage of this opportunity and teleported to a safe place. Lu Qingyi's red lips were dripping with blood, and her face showed a look of unwillingness. She used too much force just now, causing the injury that has not fully healed. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as the wounded strange wolf retreated, unable to pursue and kill it. After this battle, this Sixth Order weirdo seemed to realize that there was an outrageously ferocious woman on the ground, and he couldn't be provoked. So he raised his head and roared to the sky, exerted all his limbs, then jumped up and stayed in the air. Lu Jie came to her sister at this time and hurriedly checked her injuries. Lu Qingyi gave a harmless look and said, "It's just an old injury, it's fine." After getting the answer, Lu Jie felt at ease. Immediately, he looked up at Wei Wei, who was leaping up and hovering in the air. His gaze became cold. It's time to end this battle. Then, Lu Jie held his breath and sat astride the evil spirit motorcycle. He mobilized the flames of hell with all the energy in his body, and tightened the accelerator violently. Boom! Boom! A huge roar resounded through the night sky like a crack. Lu Jie soars into the sky on a ghost motorcycle. Under the moonlight, a flaming rainbow streaked across the sky. Such a shocking scene directly stunned the people of Nanshan. They blurted out, "What the hell? Motorcycles can fly." Sky. Lu Jie fixed his gaze on the Sixth Order demon wolf, and the silver-white soul chain pierced out from behind him. Instantly tied it up firmly. Afterwards, with a resolute look on Lu Jie's face, he exploded with all his strength, his whole body surging with endless flames of hell. The sea of flames exploded in the sky. He rode the evil spirit motorcycle and directly passed through the body of the strange wolf. Boom! Blood rained all over the sky, and limbs exploded. The body of the demon wolf was instantly burned to ashes. A light blue soul struggled out. Soul chains bound it. Then Lu Jie stared. The soul let out a shrill scream and was strangled to the void. The blood rain transpired into fiery red fireworks, which exploded in the sky. Lu Jie, on the other hand, drove the ghost motorcycle and landed steadily. With a thought in his mind, the evil spirit motorcycle flew away by itself. A void vortex appeared in midair, and the evil spirit motorcycle escaped into it. What disappeared at the same time was the soul chain. The hellfire on Lu Jie's body also disappears. He returned to his normal state, took out a bottle of healing potion, and poured it into his mouth, recovering from the consumption caused by the great battle. In this battle, he fought fiercely with 5 6-star awakeners successively. And then came a rare speed mutated Sixth Order weirdo. The consumption is indeed huge. On the ground that was broken into ruins, a deep and introverted dark red spirit crystal and a wolf tooth lay there quietly. Lu Jie stepped forward and put it away. Needless to say, Jing, the size and color of the Sixth Order spirit crystal crushed the Fourth Order spirit crystal in the second district. As for that wolf tooth, Lu Jie checked it out, and unexpectedly found that it was a strange weapon. The wolf teeth are milky yellow with sharp cusps and jagged lines. Lu Jie gently slid it up with his fingers, and there was a tingling sensation. Just touching it lightly, you will feel a tingling pain. If you use it as a hidden weapon, wouldn't it be able to break the defense? Lu Jie was pleasantly surprised. And the special effect of this alien weapon is even more domineering. Once thrown, it is like a homing missile, and it will not stop until it hits the target. Coupled with the abnormal sharpness of the wolf teeth, it is simply a god-level hidden weapon. Lu Jie happily put away the spike fang and spirit crystal. Just when he was about to leave, I took a quick look and realized I was missing something. Near the psionic crystal and wolf fang, there is also a blue leaf. The color of the leaves is dark blue, which blends perfectly with the pitch black night. If you don't look carefully, you may not notice it. Lu Jie looked at the leaves with a familiar rush. He remembered that he seemed to have seen it in the weird illustrated book. There are too many things in the weird illustrated book. Besides weird, there are countless strange alliances, natural resources and earthly treasures. Naturally, Lu Jie couldn't remember all of them. Sister Lu Qingyi held her stomach and moved to Lu Jie's side with difficulty. With just one glance, she saw the blue leaf in her younger brother's hand, and her eyes lit up. Brother, this is the leaf of the world tree, also called Sakyamuni. It is rumored that there is a white elephant awakener who has the supernatural ability of the golden ancient Buddha. The Tiangu Buddha stands in the void, and the people of the entire Baixiang kingdom have witnessed this scene. Your luck is good. Lu Qingyi looked at the sparkling eyes of the blue Sakyamuni, and there seemed to be stars shining in the black pupils. But she only had instructions, without any distracting thoughts. Lu Jie looked at Sakyamuni suspiciously, and asked, What's good for old monk Baixiang, what's good for me? Lu Qingyi rubbed his hair with a smile, and said affectionately. Little fool, didn't you notice what I just said? This leaf can make the relationship between the awakened person and the supernatural power in the body closer and more compatible. In other words, it can improve the proficiency between us and abilities. When Lu Jie heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. He might not be very interested in raising Hellfire's ability level, because there is basically nothing he can do. But if you can improve your proficiency, that's another story. What he lacks the most is the proficiency of Hellfire. But this is not the time to take Tianxia Bao. Lu Jie had no choice but to put them away first. Then he looked at his sister Lu Qingyi's face. Her delicate, rosy face was slightly stained with dust. On the exquisite and straight Chong nose, the two big obsidian eyes seemed to have a galaxy flowing in them. Lu Qingyi also looked at him. Her eyes were soft, like the sea, like the wind, and like the sunshine in the spring. Brother, you have suffered. She embraced Lu Jie with moist eyes. The two siblings hugged each other tightly in the smoke after the war. Lu Qingyi had 10,000 things to say in her heart, but she just leaned on Lu Jiyi's shoulder and asked softly. Well, are you hurt? Lu Jie looked at his sister hugging him, feeling a little overwhelmed, and said softly after feeling a little nervous. It's okay, I'm not hurt at all. Cough cough. Suddenly, there was the sound of high heels ahead. Chen Baishui walked around the ruins with her little hands behind her back, lowered her head and coughed twice, announcing her arrival. You performed well. I never thought that your kid is stronger than I imagined. Chen Baishui praised. The process of Lu Jiyi's fight with the strange wolf all fell into Chen Baishui's eyes. The exciting scene of galloping and flying across the eaves and walls really surprised her a lot. Aha, only. Lu Qingyidai frowned. She keenly noticed the undisguised fiery light in Chen Baishui's eyes when he praised her younger brother. Do not know why. Lu Qingyi instinctively felt upset. She took a careless step forward and stood in front of Lu Jie, blocking Chen Baishui's sight. When Chen Baishui saw Lu Qingyi's small movements, her red lips curled up slightly. She doesn't care. It's just that his face suddenly became serious, and he said. You two, get out of here quickly. I'm afraid this matter is not over yet. Heard the words, Lu Jie raised his eyebrows and regretfully said. That's right. 3 of them got away, it's really not over yet. Chen Baishui was speechless after hearing this, and rolled her beautiful eyes. Your record, killing 2 6-star awakened people against the trend with a 4-star realm, is already superior to the crowd. You still care about losing 2? Said here. Chen Baishui sighed again. If you kill 2, you have already caused a catastrophe. If you kill 5, do you know how sensational it will be? I'm afraid that someone from the Holy Spirit Academy will come to deal with this matter. Lu Jie listened to Chen Baishui's words, but remained silent. Attracted by the noise, the melon-eating crowd watching the play, Nanshan and others, had slipped away at some point. Lu Jie and the others also set foot on the way back. On the way, from time to time, Lu Qingyi cast her eyes on her beloved younger brother, her eyes slowly showing pride. She was very pleased and said, I didn't expect that the brat a few months ago would grow up to the point where he could protect my sister so quickly. At first, Lu Jie has not yet awakened, just an ordinary person with no power to restrain a chicken. It was she who fell from the sky when Lu Jie was in distress, and while saving her brother, she also took him to the Psychic Association of the First Wind to awaken the power. And only 2 months have passed. Lu Jie has grown to such a terrifying state with an unstoppable momentum. If this speed of progress is spread, it may shock the entire Dragon Kingdom. The siblings expressed affection to each other. Chen Baishui was thinking about Lu Jie. Ever since she discovered Lu Jie, a piece of jade in the rough, she has been observing in secret. It's just that even Chen Baishui, who is the commissioner, can't imagine that Lu Jie can be so vigorous. Promoted from the 1st district to the 2nd district in 1 month. Then it took another half a month to break through to the 4-star awakening state, and to be promoted to the 3rd district. The results of it. This guy broke into the 3rd zone single-handedly before he passed the formal promotion assessment, and reduced the entire 6-star awakening team. Horrible. If Lu Jie can grow up, he will definitely be the pillar of our Dragon Kingdom. Thinking of this, Chen Baishui glanced at Lu Jie, secretly startled. Lu Qingyi instantly caught her gaze, looked over vigilantly. However, she found that Chen Baishui was lost in thought again, so she frowned and started talking with her younger brother again in doubt. The group returned to the Psychic Association in the 3rd District. Lu Jie just stepped into the gate. A team quickly rushed out of it and surrounded them. Lu Qingyi blocked Lu Jie behind her and said in a low voice, "Psionic Association Law Enforcement Team." Hearing this, Lu Jie's eyes turned cold. How long has it been, and the action is so fast? Lu Qingyi, Lu Jie, you are suspected of killing fellow awakened people, and you are now wanted. Please cooperate with our work and accept the investigation of the law enforcement team. The captain of the law enforcement team who surrounded them stood up and said. Lu Jie sneered after hearing this. Suspected of killing fellow awakened. That vicious woman is really capable of beating her up. Up to now, Lu Jie doesn't even know Zhao Mengyuan's name. Chen Baishui stood up at this time, and she said to the captain of the law enforcement team with a flat face. About the suspected killing of fellow awakened people, I was there at the time, and the matter was not as simple as you imagined. This matter still needs to be carefully considered, and a conclusion can be drawn after investigation. Finished. Chen Baishui turned her head to Lu Jie and said softly. Don't worry, I will help you deal with it. The captain of the law enforcement department frowned when he heard Chen Baishui's words, and was about to refute, when he suddenly noticed the mysterious epaulets on her shoulders like the setting sun in dusk. A legend he once heard was recalled by him. Cold sweat broke out on the captain's forehead. But still insisted, then please come with me to the law enforcement department for investigation. Chen Baishui gave Lu Jie a reassuring look. Then, a group of people went to the law enforcement department together with the law enforcement department. Here, Zhang Haiyang, the chairman of the 3rd District Psychic Association, and the 3 vice-chairmen were all there. In addition, there is also the Minister of Law Enforcement of the 3rd District, and Zhao Mengyuan is standing next to the minister. The moment Lu Jie saw Zhao Mengyuan, he understood everything. His eyes immediately turned cold. You dare to come back? Really? The moment Zhao Mengyuan saw Lu Qingyi and Lu Jie, she opened her mouth and beat the classroom upside down. President, it's their siblings who sneaked up and killed Duhu and Awei when we were dealing with a 6th-level monster. This kind of bad behavior must be punished with the most severe punishment. I suggest that their siblings be imprisoned immediately and executed after trial. Zhao Mengyuan pointed at Lu Jie and the others to complain, with a look of grief and indignation on her face. Lu Jie's heart was full of unknown fire when he saw it. Oscar Golden Globe winners are not as good as this woman. 0 for flowers 0. Sister Lu Qingyi also laughed angrily at Zhao Mengyuan's false accusation. She immediately retorted, nonsense. It's clear that your team set up an ambush on the road and wanted to intercept and kill me. If my brother hadn't arrived at a critical moment, I would have been the one who died. This, Chairman Zhang Haiyang was at a loss, and he and the 3 vice-chairmen looked at each other. Both Zhao Mengyuan and Lu Qingyi held their own opinions, and Zhang Haiyang didn't know who to trust. A vice-president whispered a few words in Zhang Haiyang's ear. After hearing this, Zhang Haiyang ordered to the Minister of Law Enforcement. Call the 3 witnesses. Yes, the Minister of Law Enforcement left immediately and brought another person over after a while. These 3 people are Nanshan and his 2 teammates. Because they were close to the battlefield at that time, they stayed to watch the show. Zhang Haiyang's majestic eyes fell on Nanshan, and asked in a deep voice. You guys were the only witnesses at the scene. Tell me, what was the specific situation at that time? Nanshan took a hard look at Zhao Mengyuan and Lu Qingyi, not knowing how to speak for a moment. He actually doesn't know much. After all, he only rushed to watch the play later, and he didn't know that it was Zhao Mengyuan who led people to ambush Lu Qingyi in the first place. So Nanshan had no choice but to tell what he saw. My teammates and I did see this little brother fighting against the main 6-star awakener alone. Those 2 6-star awakeners were indeed killed by this little brother. As soon as this statement came out, the smug smile on Zhao Mengyuan's face instantly brightened. She looked at Lu Qingyi and Lu Jie's siblings arrogantly, her eyes were extremely domineering and arrogant. Lu Qingyi pursed her lips tightly and remained silent. Lu Jie's face was calm, his eyes flickering. He didn't blame Nanshan, he was just telling the truth, but he didn't understand the cause and effect. At this critical moment, a cold laughter came out. Hee hee, Chen Baishui, let's work hard. She clapped her hands. Room. A few strange awakened people suddenly broke in from outside. These strange awakened people have a bald head in the middle. And this bald head is the key to Lu Jie knowing that his sister was ambushed. Cousin. When the bald man saw Zhao Mengyuan, he lowered his head in guilt, like a mouse seeing a cat. The smile on Zhao Mengyuan's face froze, and she had an ominous premonition. Chen Baishui looked at the bald head with a smile. The smiling eyes made the bald head feel hairy. Well, tell me what you know. Let everyone listen to what is going on among them. The bald head swallowed hard. Under his cousin Zhao Mengyuan's cold gaze, he knew that if he told the truth, he would end up miserable. But he thought of Chen Baishui's smiling eyes again, and his body trembled again. If you don't tell the truth, your end will be even worse. Present. The bald head shook out everything he knew. The fact that Zhao Mengyuan led people to ambush and kill Lu Qingyi also came to light. Nanshan suddenly realized, and thought to himself, no wonder this little brother is so fierce like a killing god. Chairman Zhang Haiyang remained silent, his eyes lowered and he didn't know what to think. And Lu Qingyi, Lu Jie, Chen Baishui and others also have their own thoughts. Only Zhao Mengyuan's beautiful face twisted and twitched, extremely cold. Ah, finally, Chairman Zhang Haiyang sighed softly, breaking the silence at the scene. He and the vice presidents knew clearly the conflict between Zhao Mengyuan and Lu Qingyi. In fact, the entire 3rd district is well aware of the conflict between these two golden flowers from the 3rd district. But the current situation is really troublesome for them. Nonsense. Zhao Mengyuan suddenly raised her voice, cursing at her bald cousin. Where did you come from, pretending to be my cousin? You don't even look in the mirror to see what kind of bear you look like. Want to be my cousin, are you worthy? After scolding, she aimed at other people and denied her cousin's accusation. As for this person slandering me for leading people to ambush Lu Qingyi, it's nothing but nonsense. Zhao Mengyuan is so shameless. Lu Qingyi couldn't take it anymore, she was furious. You're the one talking nonsense. It's obvious that you led someone to set a trap on my way, causing me to be seriously injured, and that's why I fell into the encirclement of your team. As a result, the villain is the first to file a complaint and beat him up. Zhao Mengyuan, do you still want face? Zhao Mengyuan sneered when she heard this. She hugged her shoulders and said in disdain. You kept saying that I led people to ambush and kill you, do you have evidence? But your brother raised the butcher's knife to my teammates and killed Dahu and Awei, but there are witnesses. Your brother Lu Jie is dead. Even if the heavenly king Lao Su comes, he will not be able to save him. Ziz. Lu Qingyi was so angry that blue-purple lightning flashed all over her body. Lu Jie is the villain in her heart, and she can't hurt Lu Jie. It was not enough for Zhao Mengyuan to lead someone to intercept and kill her, but she even wanted to frame her younger brother. At this moment, Lu Qingyi couldn't bear it any longer, summoned the Nirvana god Kongali, and struck it with her hand. HMPH, you still want to commit murder in front of the president. As expected, they are brothers and sisters. Zhao Mengyuan was startled, and was taken aback by Nirvana Shenkong Lei. But he still did not forget to continue to pour dirty water on his mouth. Then it also summoned the big dark demon, and the two sides fought in the law enforcement department. Stop. This is the Psychic Association, you fight here, what a shame. Chairman Zhang Haiyang waved his hands anxiously. But Lu Qingyi and Zhao Mengyuan are both 6-star awakeners, and Zhang Haiyang is no more than this level. How to stop it? Lu Jie has had enough of watching from the sidelines. His eyes were cold. Violent hellfire erupted from the whole body. Since you want to do it, do it. The scene was chaotic. Nan Shan was frightened and rushed to the corner. The bald head lay trembling on the ground. Only Chen Baishui remained silent, as if waiting for something. At this time, outsiders come to report. I will. President, the visitor was startled by the battle, and immediately reported urgently. People from the Holy Spirit Academy are here! Exclamation mark. The news was like an earthquake, shocking everyone in the law enforcement department. Chairman Zhang Haiyang's face turned pale, and he kept muttering, why are you making such a big fuss? Why are you making such a big fuss? Everyone is here in the Holy Spirit Academy, how will this end? Nan Shan and the bald head even stared wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief. Holy Spirit Academy, to them, the name is like a holy place. High above you, you can only watch it from a distance but not play with it. I usually feel excited just thinking about it, but now, they actually want to see the people of the Holy Spirit Academy with their own eyes. Zhao Mengyuan, Lu Qingyi and Lu Jie also calmed down the fighting. They looked out the door together. Under the gaze of everyone, a middle-aged man in uniform walked in. The clothes on his body are completely different from those of the Psychic Association. Especially on the shoulder, there is a medal of the semi-decayed world tree, and the overall appearance is noble and elegant Baijin color. His complexion is calm and his bearing is extraordinary. Just standing at the door gives people a very weak sense of oppression. He didn't speak, but he also attracted everyone's attention, as if he was born to be the focus of the audience. The fight was quite lively. The middle-aged man looked around the scene and commented indifferently. My name is Lin Peng, and I am one of the 24 executive commissioners under the Round Table of the Holy Spirit Academy. I received someone who maliciously killed my country's companions, so I came here to deal with the matter. Lin Peng, a middle-aged man, declared himself behind his family. His eyes locked on Lu Jie, and then he said lightly. You are Lu Jie, right? I have already understood this matter clearly. It is common for awakened people to have conflicts of interest and conflicts. The personal grievances between the two parties are not enough to affect the basic judgment of this case. And it is a fact that you killed 2 6-star awakened people, and this is the ironclad evidence. As soon as this statement came out, Lu Jie and Lu Qingyi were instantly angry. This commissioner of the Holy Spirit Academy named Lin Peng, regardless of grievances, directly convicted Lu Jie, obviously for Zhao Mengyuan's favor. The other side, there was a chuckle on Zhao Mengyuan's coquettish mouth. She was not surprised at all. Because this commissioner of the Holy Spirit Academy was specially invited by her. In other words, it is Zhao Mengyuan who dispatched the manpower from the Holy Spirit Institute this time. This, Zheng Haiyang was stunned, his old face was full of embarrassment. The other 3 vice presidents also had very tangled expressions. They never imagined the people from the Academy of the Holy Spirit directly favored one of the parties, and so easily convicted Lu Jie. But that is Holy Spirit Academy. How did they get offended? Suddenly, in the silent and embarrassing scene, there was another change. The staff member of the Psionic Association who came in to report the news just now ran in again. He panicked, his eyes were full of excitement, he raised his arms and pointed to the door and shouted. Report to the president, another person from the Holy Spirit Institute has come. Boom, everyone's heart was shocked, and their faces were full of disbelief. Zheng Haiyang felt like he was about to have a heart attack. Nan Shan and the bald head stared even wider, full of disbelief. 2 big bosses from the Holy Spirit Institute came at the same time. What's the situation? At this time, Chen Baishui, who had been silent all this time, smiled forcefully. Chapter 58. The movement of the Law Enforcement Department quickly attracted people from the entire 3rd District. Everyone talked a lot, and looked at the 2 big men from the Holy Spirit Academy, with shock and curiosity in their eyes. Come quickly, I heard that we have 2 big bosses from the Holy Spirit Academy here. Really, the super bosses from that place will also come to the 3rd District. I heard that the Academy of the Holy Spirit is full of the top group of people in our Dragon Kingdom. Those with the lowest strength are at the heavenly level. Hiss, the lowest level is the sky level. It's too scary. Holy shit, there are 2 bosses of this level here today. What are these 2 bigwigs from the Holy Spirit Institute here for? Lao Tzu didn't know, and Confucius didn't know either. Amidst all kinds of noisy discussions, everyone looked at Lin Peng and the later member of the Holy Spirit Academy, and their eyes became more and more shocked. The entire law enforcement department was surrounded by 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. There was a commotion at the scene. Law Enforcement Hall. Zheng Haiyang, the president of the 3rd District Psychic Association, brought the 3 vice presidents, and respectfully invited the 2 visitors from the Holy Spirit Academy to the main seat. Zheng Haiyang bowed his body, with a humble attitude and flattering eyes. The 3 vice presidents even nodded and bowed, unable to straighten their waists. On the main seat, Lin Peng glanced coldly at the person next to him, and said lightly. I never imagined that Gao Zhendong, the mighty Lionheart King, would condescend to come to such a small place. He, don't you too? Gao Zhendong, Lin Peng, both belong to the Holy Spirit Academy, second only to the existence of the 12 big bosses of the Round Table. They are noble and powerful. Just sitting there gives people a sense of majesty looking up at the mountains. Lu Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, and he could feel that the aura unleashed by these two people inadvertently and invisibly was even far surpassing that of Jie Qinghai. It's two ruthless characters, Lu Jie said softly, but his complexion didn't change much. Elder sister Lu Qingyi stood beside him, protecting Lu Jie in front of him like an eagle, and focused more on her younger brother. Besides, Zhao Mengyuan stood close to Lin Peng, hugging her shoulders and smiling. And Chen Baishui's face was always calm, forming an aura of his own, as if no one could interfere. She stood there indifferently. At the corner of the wall behind her were Nanshan and the bald head, who were shivering and hugging each other. Nanshan and Baldhead had never seen each other before, let alone knew each other well, but they were hugging each other now. It's quite a taste of hugging for warmth. There is no way, the pressure brought to them by the two visitors from the Holy Spirit Academy is too great. Brother, if something unexpected happens later, don't worry about me, just worry about it. Lu Qingyi stood in front of Lu Jie at the moment and said in a low voice. Lu Jie smiled helplessly at his sister, but there was a warm current in his heart. In this world, the only one who can care about herself so much and put her own life first is my sister. But he was also secretly guessing what was going on today. This is the Academy of the Holy Spirit. The most mysterious and revered place in the entire Dragon Kingdom, all awakened people regard it as a holy place. Today, not only sent people to this small place in the 3rd district for the first time, but also 2 people came. Between thoughts, Lu Jie saw Chen Baishui smiling at him. Chen Baishui gave him a reassuring look, and mouthed to him. Don't worry, just take a look. Lu Jie nodded, and at the same time turned his attention to the 2 leaders of the Holy Spirit Institute. Now, the hall of the Law Enforcement Department was quiet, and even the domineering Zhao Mengyuan shut up when the powerful members of the Holy Spirit Institute arrived. Finally, Lin Peng spoke expressionlessly. Regarding this incident, I have already stated my position. It is a common phenomenon for the awakened to have grievances against each other, but it is a fact that Lu Jie disregarded the prohibition of the Holy Spirit Academy and massacred his compatriots. Therefore, Lu Jie should be brought back to the Holy Spirit Academy, handed over to the Nighthawks for trial and then executed. As soon as this statement came out, the corners of Zhao Mengyuan's red mouth are raised, her expression is cheerful. In an instant, thunder surged from Lu Qingyi's body, and she almost couldn't bear the anger in her heart. Fortunately, Lu Jie stretched out her 267 hand and gently held her sister's Ruyi, which calmed down her anger. Lu Jie said softly, don't be impulsive, first listen to what the other person has to say. Gao Junshan took the tea from a vice president of the 3rd district, took a sip unhurriedly, and said quietly. Really, why do I feel that it is unfair for Brother Yi to decide the case like this? According to the prohibition of the Academy of the Holy Spirit, it is forbidden to kill each other among awakened people in this country. As far as I know, the reason for this case is that Zhao Mengyuan formed a team to ambush and kill Lu Qingyi, and Lu Qingyi's younger brother was forced to act and killed Zhao Mengyuan's team instead. So, in this case, Zhao Mengyuan deliberately killed her compatriots first. As for Lu Jie, I would consider it self-defense. As soon as this statement came out, the smile on Zhao Mengyuan's face froze, and it was gloomy and terrifying for an instant. But she didn't dare to attack, she just lowered her head and hid her resentful expression deeply. Lu Qingyi secretly scratched her younger brother's palm with the hand held by Lu Jie, expressing her inner joy. Lu Jie's expression was calm, he felt that the matter would not end so easily. Equally calm was Chen Baishui. This woman is like a bunch of fans. Lu Jie felt that he couldn't see through her. He also didn't understand why a small vice president of the Psionic Association of the 1st District could invite a member of the Holy Spirit Academy. The Lionheart King's words are biased. The fact that Zhao Mengyuan murdered Lu Qingyi is just the words of a certain awakened family. There is no real evidence. It is pure fiction. However, Lu Ji's murder of his compatriots is well documented, and he should be sanctioned. Lin Peng again refuted Gao Junshan's words. Gao Junshan also shook his head, and said, Lu Jie is innocent. If you, as an awakened dragon kingdom, cannot defend yourself against the ambush and interception of others, the ban of the Holy Spirit Academy will become a joke. In the future, how will the Academy of the Holy Spirit serve the public? Lin Peng sneered. How can the Holy Spirit Institute convince the public? Big fists can convince the public. The fact that Lu Jie killed his compatriots is established and must be punished. Gao Junshan confronted each other. If Lu Jie is sanctioned, then Zhao Mengyuan must also be sanctioned. Zhao Mengyuan trembled when she heard this, and her heart beat faster. The attitudes of the two visitors from the Holy Spirit Academy were at odds. One was to protect Lu Jie, and the other was to protect Zhao Mengyuan. Seeing that Gao Junshan refused to give an inch, he insisted on keeping Lu Jie. Lin Peng's face was also very ugly. He snorted coldly and said, Since both of them have to be sanctioned, let's go into no man's land together. As soon as the words came out, Lu Qingyi's complexion changed, and the pupils in her beautiful eyes shrank. Zhao Mengyuan was even more frightened, and quickly cast her eyes on Lin Peng, as if she was a little unexpected by this result. No man's land is an independent area independent of the major weird areas. Since the world has recovered strangely and the fog has fallen. In this world, there are some strange areas. There is no black box or fog here, but it is extremely dangerous. Different from the regions, there is no limit to the level of weirdness in no man's land. Take District 1 and District 2 as an example. The regional level limits the weird levels that appear here. For example, in the first district, there are only first order and second order weirdnesses, and in the second district, there are only third order and fourth order weirdnesses. But no man's land is different. There are no restrictions here. There may be first order weirdness, and there may be ninth order weirdness. What a mess. After entering, you are close to death. So, after Zhao Mengyuan and Lu Qingyi heard about it, they lost their composure. Lin Peng continued to sneer and said, Aren't you going to sanction both of them at the same time? Then enter the no man's land together and stay there for 72 hours. As long as you can survive, the past will not be blamed. Zhao Mengyuan was a little flustered, and looked at Lin Peng with a very complaining expression. She opened her mouth several times to refuse, but when the words of rejection came to her lips, she dared not say them out. Lin Peng's extreme decision also made the Lionheart King Gao Junshan next to him frown. Gao Junshan did not expect Lin Peng to make such a decision. When the other party talked about this, even he couldn't say anything. Gao Junshan set his sights on Lu Jie for the first time. Lu Jie also noticed this big man of the Holy Spirit Academy who was facing him, and just about to speak, his sister Lu Qingyi hurriedly said, I'm going to enter instead of my brother. As she spoke, Lu Qingyi looked at Gao Junshan resolutely. Lu Jie gently pulled his sister's shoulders, put her arms behind him, and said lightly, I don't care if I enter the no man's land or not. Lu Qingyi turned her head and looked anxiously at Lu Jiyi's face, with concern and blame in her eyes, blaming Lu Jie for how he could agree so easily. Lin Peng, who was sitting upright on the top, shouted, Okay. Then it's settled. Both of you go back and prepare yourself, and enter the no man's land in the 3rd district tomorrow. Finished. He was the first to get off his seat and walked out of the lobby of the law enforcement department. As soon as they went out, a group of awakened people from the 3rd district who were eavesdropping at the door scattered like sheep meeting wolves. Gao Junshan also put down the teacup in his hand, and looked at Chen Baishui. I have already done my best. After all, he cast his eyes on Lu Jie for the second time, and asked with a smile. Is he the talented little brother you mentioned? Chen Baishui nodded with a smile. Gao Junshan stood up, looked at Lu Jie for a while, nodded and said, The reasons for my coming this time are, firstly, your invitation, and secondly, I want to see how the little brother you recommended is doing. As for the third one, I heard that Lin Peng is also coming, so I'm the only one here. Chen Baishui smiled and said, I knew that the two of you were rivals, and you couldn't miss him coming. At this time Gao Junshan had already walked in front of Lu Jie. With admiration in his eyes, he said to Chen Baishui lightly, Don't take me so narrowly. It is also very important to support the younger generation. I just want to see if this little brother has the potential to enter the Holy Spirit Academy. Gao Junshan looked at Lu Jie with a calm expression. Facing a big boss of the Holy Spirit Academy whose strength is at least a day-level start, he has a close observation. Most people can't bear the pressure long ago and collapsed. And Lu Jie's calm expression won Gao Junshan's initial appreciation. He nodded wildly, "That's right." After speaking, he reached out and patted Lu Jie on the shoulder, then turned and left. The other side. In Zhao Mengyuan's exclusive room. She sat on the bed aggrieved and said angrily, "Uncle, how can you propose to let us enter no man's land? Don't you know how dangerous that place is? Go in with my strength, I don't know how to die." Lin Peng stood by the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery outside, and said calmly, "What are you panicking about? Uncle does this. Nature arranged everything. Quote, there's a box on the table, open it and have a look." Zhao Mengyuan came to the desk dubiously upon hearing the words. Sure enough, I saw a black box with an unusually exquisite and complicated shape. She opened it carefully, and there was a cloak lying quietly inside the black box. "Uncle, is this?" Zhao Mengyuan didn't know why. Lin Peng turned around, looked at Zhao Mengyuan and said, "This is an exclusive spiritual weapon that I asked my colleagues from the Holy Spirit Institute to create. Wear it and you can be invisible. By then, wouldn't it be easy to stay in no man's land for 72 hours? Zhao Mengyuan was overjoyed when she heard this. She hurriedly took out the cloak and put it on. Swish. In the next second, her body and breath really disappeared into the room. Swish. Zhao Mengyuan took off her cloak, embraced Lin Peng's arm in surprise, and said, "That's great. I knew, Uncle, you would love me, and you wouldn't let my niece die in vain." Lin Peng glanced helplessly at Zhao Mengyuan, and said, "Be careful, the material of this thing is precious, and it will be of great use to us. Don't lose it or break it." Zhao Mengyuan shook Lin Peng's arm and pouted. I know. Of course not." She was coquettish on the face, but actually sneered in her heart. With this miracle, it is easy to spend 72 hours safely. As for Lu Jie, it is said that a narrow escape is his fate. After returning from the law enforcement department, Lu Jie lived in her sister's room. Lu Qingyi looked at him worriedly, with a sad face all day long. Lu Jie kept reassuring her sister not to worry. "Don't worry, I have the ability to protect myself. Your brother, I'm not a fool. I won't do things that kill me." Lu Qingyi didn't believe it. She knew the horror of no man's land. But things have come to this point, and she has nothing to do. So Lu Qingyi carefully brought a large beautiful box. It is all the resource inventory she has accumulated over the years. All good stuff. "Lu Jie, this is hard erosion grass. It will cause heartache for half an hour after taking it, but after that it can greatly increase mental resistance. This is Wanhai kyanite, and its effect is thousands of times that of ordinary 6th order spirit crystals. Here are 3 bottles of advanced healing potions, you bring them all. This is the obsidian of the lantern, and it is very effective in restoring the source power. This is." Lu Jie looked at his sister in surprise. Lu Qingyi was still eloquently taking out bottle after bottle of medicine and other precious treasures from heaven and earth to him. "It's like taking out all the good things that I kept at the bottom of the box." Lu Jie's nose was sour, his eyes were red, and he almost shed tears. He didn't refuse his sister's kindness. Because if she refused, her sister Lu Qingyi would definitely be so worried that she couldn't sleep. After accepting these precious resources, Lu Yi will feel a little relieved. Lu Jie suddenly held his sister's slender and clean hand tightly, and looked at her with red eyes. Lu Qingyi was unable to move after being held by the hand, and she also met her younger brother's eyes. Neither of them spoke. It's just that in the silence, both of them understood each other's tacit understanding and deep affection. At night, Lu Jie has become an adult, and he voluntarily left his sister's room. He borrowed another quiet room. Lock the door. Lu Jie took out a few things that exploded from killing the 6th order weirdness before. Needless to say, 6th order spirit crystals. The blue world tree leaf, also called Sakyamuni, exudes a different kind of brilliance under the light. Lu Jie took a deep breath, and his sister's worried face suddenly flashed in his mind. He secretly swears, "We must handle this incident cleanly, so as not to worry my sister." Subsequently, Lu Jie put Sakyamuni in his mouth. Boom! A mental storm broke into his mind. Vaguely, Lu Jie seems to have heard Tao Sanskrit and Hong Yin Zhouyu. Somewhere, he felt the hellfire inside him come alive. And in the ocean of the mind, various miraculous functions are constantly evolving. Many were paths that Lu Jie had never envisioned before. This world leaf can indeed greatly increase the proficiency between the awakened person and himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for greatly improving the proficiency of Hellfire. Reward template integration. Current fusion degree, 15%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking a new skill, Eye of Judgment. A crisp system prompt sounded. Lu Jie slowly withdrew from the previous mysterious state, his eyes lit up. 15% fusion, unlock skills again. He hurriedly checked the skill description of Eye of Judgment. Eye of Judgment. One evil thought, one eye evil. The host can judge the evil and burn the soul under the gaze. Unlimitedly magnify the darkness and negative emotions in the enemy's heart, evil. The heavier it is, the heavier the trial, and it has the function of reading memory. Read the system's explanation of the Eye of Judgment. Lu Jie was taken aback for a while, and found that the effect was somewhat different from the original Eye of Judgment. But after thinking about it, I found that the Eye of Judgment unlocked by the system is much more powerful. One glance can infinitely magnify the darkness and evil in the enemy's heart, and burn the soul. This trick is invincible. Except for the saint, who doesn't have dark thoughts in his heart. But are there any saints in this world? No. In addition, the Eye of Judgment also has a bug-level effect of reading memory. It's against the sky. Lu Jie was in a turbulent mood. His own strength has improved this time, coupled with the Eye of Judgment. He has more confidence in entering no man's land. The next day, Lu Jie gets up early. Facing the morning sun, his eyes are full of light. Others also came to the helicopter outside the 3rd District Psychic Association. However, Lin Peng and Gao Junshan, the two powerhouses of the Holy Spirit Institute, did not come. They returned to the Holy Spirit Academy yesterday. Leave a message and come back in 3 days. Lu Jie boarded the helicopter, and the President Zheng Haiyang, Chen Baishui, and Sister Lu Yi were all there. Other than that, there was Zhao Mengyuan, who was sitting alone with a stinky face. When Lu Jie sat up, he found that Zhao Mengyuan's expression suddenly had a hint of sarcasm and an inexplicable smile. He frowned, wondering where this woman's confidence came from. Da 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 da. When everyone is present, the helicopter launches. The loud noise of the propellers enveloped everything. On the square, many awakened in the 3rd area gathered together and looked up at the departure of the helicopter. They all heard that Zhao Mengyuan and Lu Jie were about to go to no man's land. Tisk tisk, I don't know if these two can come back alive after entering the no man's land. Don't even think about it. None of them will come back. What is that no man's land? There are weird creatures everywhere, or weird creatures with unlimited levels. If you encounter level 9, then gee. Aren't they bound to die? You can't say that. What if these two people are so lucky that they don't meet a strange monster? Ah, who doesn't know that there are several times more weird creatures in no man's land than the mist? I guess Zhao Mengyuan and Lu Jie are already in danger. A group of people gathered together, looked at the distant helicopter and shook their heads. In their hearts, Zhao Mengyuan and Lu Jie have half-stepped into the coffin. Soon, the helicopter brought them near no man's land. The president of the 3rd District, Zheng Haiyang, and Chen Baishui, could only be sent here. Sister Lu Qingyi held Lu Jiyi's hand reluctantly, refusing to let go, her eyes full of worry. Cough cough. Qingyi, just send it here, we can't stop the next thing. Holding 2 bracelets in his palm, Zheng Haiyang came to Lu Jie and Zhao Mengyuan. After Lu Qingyi reluctantly put down her hands, Zheng Haiyang put on the 2 bracelets for Lu Jie and Zhao Mengyuan respectively. This is the bracelet of life. The effect is just one. If you die in no man's land, the secondary ring on our side will split. Lu Jie touched the bracelet on his wrist and nodded. Then he looked softly at his elder sister Lu Qingyi, and said softly, "Don't worry, I promised you that I will come back safely." Lu Qingyi saw that she was about to leave, and her younger brother was about to enter a dangerous no man's land. She could no longer restrain her turbulent emotions, and she was crying like flowers, very sad. Lu Jie, you promised your sister, you must come back safely. Lu Qingyi sobbed and grabbed Lu Jiyi's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Seeing this, Zheng Haiyang, the president, let out a long sigh and turned his head, unable to bear to look any further. Laughing, "No man's land is so dangerous, your brother will definitely die if he enters, and he returns safely." Suddenly there was an inappropriate sneer. But Zhao Mengyuan glanced at the farewell Lu Jie siblings with a disdainful look, and walked in exaggeratedly twisting her hips. Lu Jiyi's face turned cold. He didn't expect this woman to be so cheap. But if my sister came here again, he wouldn't have a fit, so he comforted Lu Qingyi again. Lu Jie has officially stepped into no man's land. Zhao Mengyuan, who came in first, bumped into a sixth-order rhinoceros head-on. The rhinoceros has hideous horns on its head and emits a terrifying black light. When it hits head-on, it can directly shatter the wall. Zhao Mengyuan immediately cast her S-level ability, the Big Dark Demon, and killed it after a hard fight. Ha, ha, panting heavily, she looked at the strange corpse of the fallen rhinoceros with lingering fear. Secretly startled, "I just came in and ran into a sixth-order monster. If I go deep into it, God knows if there will be something more dangerous." She didn't dare to push her any further. Take out the dark cloak and become completely invisible. Zhao Mengyuan just disappeared. Next second, a figure covering the sky passed in front of her, and a terrifying aura raged across the world. Zhao Mengyuan could barely stand up straight. The 8th level is weird. She was horrified in her heart, thankful that she was invisible early. 1 second later, "I am afraid that I will definitely die." Zhao Mengyuan only gasped for breath when the monster-like 8th level weirdness completely left. She thought to herself, "The cloak my uncle gave me is really useful. Even the 8th level of weirdness can't find me." At the same time, she rolled her eyes, and she was determined to find Lu Jie on her own initiative. Anyway, he was hidden in the cloak, and even the 8th level weirdness couldn't find his trace. When the time comes to find Lu Jie, hit him in the dark. Kill him straight away. At the same time, Lu Jie stepped into no man's land with his back foot, and his luck improved a lot. All he encountered were second-order and third-order weirdness. He couldn't hold back his own hellfire even for a second. Brush monsters all the way down. Not only did Lu Jie not encounter any danger, but he gained a lot of resources. He has never had the bad habit of saving resources and not using them. Baby is yours only when you use it. So Lu Jie digested all the spirit crystals that exploded on the spot, improving his own strength. When he has absorbed all the spirit crystals and is ready to act again. Suddenly in a quagmire, some corpses and bones were found. Looking along the corpse, at the end of the pile of bones, Lu Jie found a fruit tree. The fruit trees are extremely tall, estimated to be more than 30 meters high, which is very eye-catching among the trees that are generally several meters or tens of meters in the city. But Lu Jie found a fruit on this tree. A golden fruit. The golden fruit is like a lamp in the dark night, exuding a dim precious light. Lu Jie just wanted to go up and pick. Roar! A violent and strange roar suddenly exploded. Then a giant python with a strong and long body and the thickness of a bucket rushed out from behind the tree. Lu Jie hurriedly took a step back, his gaze fixed. The 6th-order strange python. Roar! The giant python saw Lu Jiyi's ferocious radiance, and after roaring again, his body swelled up a bit. The boa's body, which was originally the thickness of a bucket, is now comparable to a rural water tank. The snake's tail was raised high, and it slapped heavily towards Lu Jiyi's direction. Lu Jie slid to the left, barely dodging. Next second, the python body swam at high speed, gliding in front of Lu Jiyi's eyes in an instant, opened its big black and bloody mouth, and wanted to swallow Lu Jiyi's body in one gulp. Crucial moment. Violent hellfire erupted from Lu Jiyi's body. The raging fire swallowed up all the surrounding air in an instant. The 6th-order giant python was forced to retreat by the high temperature of the hellfire, and its body quickly danced and retreated to the tree. Lu Jiyi's eyes were indifferent, watching the retreating 6th-order python quietly change its shape. His mortal body faded away and turned into white bones. Next moment, Lu Jie has turned into an evil spirit from hell, and with one stride, he rushed to the snake's head of the giant python. He stretched out his arms, and the vast hellfire instantly climbed up to form a giant wave sword. With a strong swing of the giant sword, it slashed at the snake's body, sending the flesh and blood of the sixth-order giant python flying, scorching black. The blood was evaporated by the high temperature of the Hellfire, and the nitrogen gas filled the sky. Hiss! The sixth-order giant python suffered from pain, and swung its body with all its strength, wrapping Lu Jie in spite of the high temperature of the flames of hell. Then squeeze hard. Lu Jie's body was strangled in two by him. Next moment, Lu Jie's face remained unchanged. In the evil spirit form, he recovered from his injuries with a few breaths. Then the giant sword slashed, chopped off the snake's head. A dark red profound spirit crystal burst out. Phew! After the death of the sixth-order giant snake, Lu Jie ended the form of the evil spirit, and all the magics of Hellfire returned to the family, and they were gathered in Lu Jie's body and disappeared. The scene was quiet, only the bleak sound of the wind blowing through the leaves and the sun clattering. Only then did Lu Jie pick off the golden fruit on the tree. Somewhat embarrassingly so. Lu Jie still only has an impression of this fruit, but he can't remember the specific name. He scratched his head and swallowed it in one gulp. Anyway, the treasures recorded in the weird illustrated book are only beneficial. After eating the golden fruit, it turned into a raging and vast tide of source power, washing away everything in Lu Jie's body. And the level of source power in his body skyrocketed accordingly, gradually rising. A long time, Lu Jie opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed. His source power level has skyrocketed again. One step closer to the fifth step. Lu Jie silently looked at the environment here, and he had a clear understanding of no man's land in his heart. This place is extremely dangerous, and naturally no one sets foot. So resources will be more abundant. It's just that the death rate has also increased by 100 million points. Time flies. 48 hours passed quickly. Lu Qingyi outside the no man's land looked haggard. She has been staying here, waiting for her younger brother to return safely, feeling like years. In no man's land, Lu Jie's luck is too good to be true. For 2 days and 2 nights, no seventh-order weirdness was encountered. In contrast, Zhao Mengyuan was unlucky. Didn't it mean that no man's land is extremely dangerous, and you will encounter high-level weirdness at every turn? How come I'm so lucky? Don't say that the 9th level is weird, and I haven't met one at the 7th level. Lu Jie was also a little surprised by his good luck, he just thought so in his heart. Suddenly, there was a sound of shaking underfoot. The scene was like an earthquake. Lu Jie couldn't stand still, so he had to squat on one knee. He looked back in the direction of the vibration, and his pupils shrank instantly. A gigantic monster with a huge body and muscles knotted like a hill walked towards him. Lu Jie looked at it strangely, even forgot to breathe, and said softly. The 8th level, strange. After about 10 seconds. The giant 8th level monster like a hill is less than 30 meters away from Lu Jie. Period again. Lu Jie's mind was full of thoughts. He wants to try to play a wave. As a result, Lu Jie's whole body was instantly enveloped in hell flames. Just in case, he was instantly killed and directly entered the evil spirit form. The flame in his arm turned into a spear, and the source power of his whole body exploded unscrupulously. The flames are monstrous. The surrounding flowers, plants, trees, earth, rocks and broken tiles were all burned into nothingness. Lu Jie's double pupil Hellfire exploded violently. He shot through it. 5. Surprised, Lu Jie immediately retracted the flame spear, changed it into a giant sword, and slashed at it again. Still hard to break through. The hill-like 8th level is weird, with clumsy and heavy movements, and a frighteningly high defense. Lu Jie hastily stepped back a dozen steps, and with a thought, void turned the hellfire around him into countless flaming arrows. Like a rain of fire, the turbulent shot towards the 8th order weirdness. Whoosh whoosh, all of a sudden fire and rain, romantic days. There was a scorching smell in the air, and the field of vision was a wave distorted by high temperature. However, the 8th level of this hill is weird, and even the skin is not burned red. Seeing this, Lu Jie was speechless. Can't beat it at all. He saw that the 8th order monster was annoyed by his repeated provocations. Therefore, he decisively summoned the evil spirit motorcycle from the void, then stepped on his legs, tightened the accelerator and ran away immediately. In no man's land, a long line of flames gallops vertically and horizontally. Lu Jie was driving a ghost motorcycle, and it was fast. While running, he sighed that no man's land is really weird. Fortunately, I have an evil spirit motorcycle, otherwise life and death would be really unpredictable. Time flies. Another 21 hours passed. There are still 3 hours left before the 72 hours set by the 2 leaders of the Holy Spirit Academy. 4.7 Lu Jie took the evil spirit motorcycle back to the void. It was too loud and too eye-catching. That roaring engine trails with a hellfire of sparks and lightning. It's hard not to attract the attention of the powerful and weird in no man's land. So Lu Jie kept a low profile. Enron passed until now. At the moment, in front of him was the strangeness of a nightmare. The upper body is covered with black and blue smoke, outlining its devilish horns. The lower body is a gradually dimming mist. In short, this is an invisible and weird head. Invisible and weird, it has always been the most difficult kind of weird creature. Besides, this is still a Tier 6 class. Lu Jie's whole body is on fire right now, and his pupils are bursting like volcanoes. He stared at the nothingness around him. Because it is invisible and weird, it is hidden in it. Still trying to hide. Sudden, Lu Jie's burning pupils flashed. He aimed at one of the directions, stretched out his palm, and the turbulent and vast hellfire rushed over like waves one after another. The violent fire waves rushed straight into the sky, illuminating the night brightly. And in a deserted community less than a kilometer away from this area, Zhao Mengyuan was hiding in a dilapidated tile-roofed house when she was suddenly attracted by the shocking fire waves in the distant sky. Her eyes lit up, and then her expression was extremely sinister. You can hide like this. Almost 70 hours and still alive. However, now your whereabouts are finally exposed. Let's see how my old lady kills you. During this period of time, Zhao Mengyuan wore a dark cloak to avoid countless powerful and weird probes, and she was full of confidence. At this moment, she got up grimly, looked at the direction where the flames were rising, and rushed over with a sneer. When Zhao Mengyuan arrived, her eyes lit up, and she saw Lu Jie whose whole body was on fire. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she found a hidden corner to ambush. Quietly wait for the opportunity, ready to attack from behind. The other side, Lu Jie really felt the difficulty of being invisible and weird. The method of making the body invisible and then immune to all damage is really a headache for the awakened. In the past, Lu Jie's invisibility was either invisible, or the level was too low. Relying on many means can still be easily dealt with. Now Lu Jie's realm is only 4-star, and against the 6th level weirdness, he is fighting for 2 levels. What's more, what you encounter is the most difficult invisible weirdness. But Lu Jie's face was calm, and he wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to deal with his opponent. Since the firepower is not enough, then I just increase the firepower output. Boom, Lu Jie's eyes turned cold. The source power in his body immediately roared and exploded. A steady stream of support for the raging hellfire. The scene was completely reduced to a sea of flames. The sea of fire that filled the sky burned everything near it. Tongues of fire flickered, and fiery sparks exploded. The terrifying high temperature melted everything. That invisible weird end is also bearing the scorching and impact of the sea of fire within a radius of 100 meters. Suddenly, Lu Jie keenly noticed that the hellfire filled the sky, and the instant vacuum appeared. He frowned, and the hellfire in his heart erupted with all his strength, reaching everywhere. How can I avoid a certain place? Lu Jie guessed that maybe there was something hidden there. So he kept an eye out. Intentionally closing his eyes, he tried his best to maintain the output of the source force. The sea of flames boiled, and finally forcibly killed the 6th order invisible strangeness. Lu Jie pretended to use too much force, and both sides were hurt by Wei Wei. Staggering half kneeling on the ground. At this time, Zhao Mengyuan appeared from behind him. There was a sneer on the corner of her mouth. Seeing Lu Jie's weak back, her heart was excited. This kid, finally die. I understand his dog's fate now. After I get out, I will find a chance to slowly kill Lu Qingyi. Zhao Mengyuan approached Lu Jie's back step by step, planning to send him to hell. However, Lu Jie, who had his back to her, had a smile on his lips. Zhao Mengyuan was shrouded in a dark cloak, looking at Lu Jie's back with excitement. Finally, I was able to get to know this difficult Lu Jie firsthand. After nearly 3 days of verification, Zhao Mengyuan is confident in the effect of her invisibility. Taking advantage of Lu Jiyi's emptiness after the big battle, this sneak attack will definitely kill him. A small dark gold dagger slipped from Zhao Mengyuan's cuff and fell into her hand. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Just when Zhao Mengyuan reached Lu Jiyi's back, raised the dagger in her hand high, and was about to slam it down on Lu Jiyi's neck. Boom! Intense flames erupted from Lu Jiyi's body. Waves of fire roared, and Lu Jiyi's body turned into white bones in that instant. The dark gold dagger instantly turned into molten iron, dripping down Zhao Mengyuan's hand. Lu Jie got up slowly, turned his head to look at the space on his back. In the air, a half-melted dagger appeared out of thin air, trembling slightly. No, it's impossible. Zhao Mengyuan knew she was exposed, and she appeared screaming. When she met Lu Jiyi's eyes burning with raging hellfire, she was terrified for a moment. An unknown fear swept over her whole body. Zhao Mengyuan hurriedly threw the broken dagger on the ground, turned around and was about to run. She knew very well that her team was no match for Lu Jie that day. It is even more impossible to play songs by myself. I want to run after the sneak attack, is it that easy? Lu Jie spoke, and a low-pitched demon chant erupted from his bone-shattered throat. Zhao Mengyuan shuddered when she heard this, and she ran even faster. The burning flames in Lu Jiyi's eyes stared at the back of Zhao Mengyuan, who was fleeing in a hurry, and his thoughts flashed. The hellfire automatically gathered in front of him into countless flaming swords, aiming at Zhao Mengyuan's direction. Go, Lu Jie said softly. In an instant, hundreds of small swords condensed from hellfire shot away like a rain of arrows. Sensing the movement behind her, Zhao Mengyuan gritted her teeth and was forced to stop to meet the attack. Roar! There was a deep and low roar. Zhao Mengyuan has transformed into a huge dark demon, her pupils are chaotic black. She controlled the huge sawtooth blade of the big dark demon to sweep it in the air. It was able to block the menacing flame arrows. It's just a wave of unrest and another wave. Next second, Lu Jiyi's arm turned into a flaming magic sword with wavy serrations, and he slashed towards Zhao Mengyuan. The latter turned pale with fright, and hastily raised the giant sword of the great dark demon to block it. Clang! The sound of crisp metal and the sound of burning flames can be heard endlessly. Zhao Mengyuan was shocked to find out that her powerful S-level ability, the great dark demon, was melted by Lu Jiyi's flames in a single collision. She was shocked. I feel even more incredible about Lu Jiyi's abilities. Isn't the F-level ability the weakest and most rubbish? Why is it stronger than my S-level ability? Lu Jie, who turned into an evil spirit, didn't know the fear and shock in Zhao Mengyuan's heart. He was silent, waved the flaming magic sword in his hand, and slashed at it again. Zhao Mengyao hastily parried, and the phantom of the big dark demon on her body was melted a lot by the hellfire. The whole has gradually dimmed, no longer the previous magic power. Hiding in the phantom of the great dark demon, Zhao Mengyuan found desperately that she was not Lu Jiyi's opponent at all. If you don't work hard, I will die here. She was extremely jealous in her heart, and her eyes were about to burst into flames when she looked at Lu Jie. But if you don't think of a way, you will really die here. Immediately, Zhao Mengyuan's face turned hard, she looked at Lu Jie with ferocious and distorted eyes. Suddenly, Zhao Mengyuan controlled the body of the big dark demon to take 2 steps back, and the main body took out a bottle of viscous blackened potion from her arms. Pulling out the cork, resisting the discomfort, swallowed it in one gulp. Bang! The moment she just drank this strange black potion. The scene was one ground shaking. Lu Jie watched Zhao Mengyuan's actions indifferently, unmoved. He wants to see what kind of waves this woman can make. The violent shaking continued. On Zhao Mengyuan's face, dense, incomparable spider web-like purple-black blood vessel lines began to appear. Dark blood vessels covered her originally charming and coquettish face. She looked like a real fallen devil, neither human nor ghost. At the same time, she stared at Lu Jiyi's body with extremely vicious eyes, and her voice became hoarse. Lu Jie, I will kill you. It's you, forcing me to become the person I am now. I will make you pay in blood. Lu Jie frowned upon hearing this. I thought this woman is really shameless. He came over to attack him in stealth, and now he came to beat him up again. Was her 3 views developed in the pigsty? So dirty. Thoughts are surging. Zhao Mengyuan has frantically urged the big dark demon with S-level abilities to kill him. Presumably before taking the black potion, the body of the great dark demon at this moment is as solid as a substance. It is huge in size and exudes a strong magic power. It looks even less ferocious than the most terrifying strange creatures. Rumble. Zhao Mengyuan raised the huge black magic blade and slashed in Lu Ji's direction. Lu Jie dodged in the past, but the ground that was cut was sunk deeply, and a huge pit of nearly 10 meters was opened. Lu Jie stared at Zhukang. The opponent's strength seemed to have suddenly skyrocketed a lot. At this time, the big dark demon attached to Zhao Mengyuan's body changed again. There was a squirm on the back, and 2 huge black wings stretched out. Whoosh! With a burst of wings, the big dark demon flew over with Zhao Mengyuan at low altitude. A devil's claw, aiming at Lu Ji's head to crush it to burst. Facing such a horrific attack, Lu Jie calmly looked at Zhao Mengyuan, who was approaching him rapidly in the low air, and remained motionless. The expression is calm and unflappable. Just when Zhao Mengyuan was about to approach, Lu Ji's eyes flashed. A deep dark red light flashed past. The power of the judgment eye instantly concentrated on Zhao Mengyuan. The big dark golem passing by at low altitude trembled in place as if it had been shocked by electricity, and then slowly dissipated. Zhao Mengyuan landed on the ground, her eyes wide open, her pupils shrank and trembled non-stop. The moment she was solidified by Lu Ji's eyes of judgment, the surrounding environment changed drastically. The world was bloody and dark. The screams and screams of the impotent people kept coming from my ears. As if in Avachi hell, the soul is being tortured fatally. And in reality, Zhao Mengyuan half kneeled on the ground, her eyes were frightened and absent-minded, and her whole body was trembling, describing her as crazy. Lu Jie walked up to her slowly, his eyes narrowed, and the Eye of Judgment skill was activated again. A hidden memory was extracted by Lu Jie. Lin Peng from Holy Spirit Academy is actually her uncle. Lu Jie read the memory from Zhao Mengyuan, and unexpectedly found something unexpected. It's no wonder that this big guy from the Holy Spirit Academy has targeted him everywhere since he came here. His relationship with Zhao Mengyuan is relative. After reading this piece of memory information, Lu Jie then cut off the reading of the Eye of Judgment. He is not a peeping Tom. He has no interest in understanding the woman in front of him. I just want to kill it and go fast. With a thought, Lu Jie summoned the soul chain and tied it up firmly. After Zhao Mengyuan was completely subdued, only then did Lu Jie slowly wake him up. Zhao Mengyuan's eyes had just regained clarity, and the moment she saw Lu Ji's face, she was so frightened that she trembled all over, and her complexion turned pale. She was so terrified that she no longer had the courage to resist. His eyes were full of shock at Lu Ji's strength. She couldn't imagine why Lu Jie is so powerful. What do you want to do? Zhao Mengyuan looked at Lu Jie, her voice trembled slightly, and her bound body kept retreating. Let me tell you. My uncle is from the Holy Spirit Academy, and Lin Peng is my uncle. If you dare to do anything to me, he will definitely not let you go. Lu Jie listened to her words and fell into a brief thought. Lin Peng is Zhao Mengyuan's uncle, which is indeed beyond his expectation. That was a top expert from the Holy Spirit Academy, a master who had started at the heavenly level. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has truly stood at the pinnacle of this world. If Lin Peng is offended, the consequences may be serious beyond imagination. Ground. Zhao Mengyuan, who was tied to the ground by soul chains, saw that Lu Jie was silent, thinking that he was afraid. I couldn't help but sneered triumphantly in my heart. This stupid boy was really frightened by his identity. So she softened her voice again. With a charming expression on her face, she spoke softly to her. Don't worry, I see both your strength and talent. A young and talented young man like you, my sister, I appreciate it the most. As long as you let me go, my sister can promise you to forget the past. As she spoke, Zhao Mengyuan even twisted her graceful figure, showing Lu Jie her seductive side. Faced with Zhao Mengyuan's threats and begging for mercy, Lu Jie smiled. With a warm smile on his face, he slowly squatted down, his eyes were clear, he looked straight at Zhao Mengyuan and said, "Your background is indeed very strong. You can also target me, mocking and insulting and so on. But you shouldn't mess with my sister. To cut the weeds is to eradicate the roots, to be ruthless to the enemy, and to avoid future troubles. Haven't you been implementing this idea? When Lu Jie said this, the smile on his face widened, and he whispered in a softer voice. So, you can go on the road with peace of mind. The voice just fell. Zhao Mengyuan's pupils contracted sharply, and a blade of fire passed through her beautiful head. Lu Jie stood up, the smile on his face disappearing. He looked indifferently at Zhao Mengyuan's head that rolled to the ground, the last expression of horror and disbelief still remained on the expression. Actually, Zhao Mengyuan's fate was already decided when she made the decision to ambush and kill Lu Qingyi. Lu Jie thought clearly. Zhao Mengyuan's vicious heart and ruthless methods are beyond ordinary people's imagination. If there is a chance, it must be killed. She can target her sister Lu Qingyi for the first time, and there will inevitably be a second and third time in the future. Instead of leaving future troubles, it is better to be a dead end. Besides, Lu Jie looked at the surrounding environment and said softly, "This is no man's land, but you can meet a strange and dangerous place at the 9th level. It's normal for us awakened ones to escape death here, right?" After finishing speaking, Lu Jie smiled lightly. With a light wave of the palm, the hellfire wiped away Zhao Mengyuan's body. So far, all traces of a woman in the world are gone. Except for the many treasures she left behind. Lu Jie first put away a token-like gemstone. The color of the whole body is charming purple, and there are natural carving lines on the outside. This kind of beautiful thing, Lu Jie has a deep memory. On page 47 of the weird illustrated book, it is called Tongling Baoyu. There are 3 colors in total: white, red and purple. Among them, white can increase the energy and blood of the awakened person, that is, physical fitness. Red can increase the level of source power in the awakened person's body, and the effect is very powerful. The one in Lu Jiyi's hand is purple to increase the strength and fusion of abilities. After putting away the psychic gem, Lu Jie found 3 more blue leaves. He smacked his lips. Isn't this a world leaf? It doesn't seem to be called a holy leaf. This woman is really cool. She took 3 pieces of such a precious treasure. In addition, Lu Jie also discovered that the origin of this leaf seems to have a relationship with the logo of the Holy Spirit Academy and the emblem of the half-decayed world tree. At last, there was only a black cloak left on the ground. Don't think about it. Lu Jie knew that Zhao Mengyuan was able to approach him quietly and invisible before, relying on the cloak in front of him. Lu Jie was curious about its effect and tried it on. It turns out that this cloak can not only hide the figure and conceal the breath, but also has a powerful defense function. It's no wonder that when I used the fire to burn the invisible and weird before, it didn't have any effect on her. Lu Jie lamented the power of this piece of equipment, and guessed that Zhao Mengyuan probably relied on this cloak to survive until now. Tisk tisk, it's potions, resource treasures, and top-grade equipment. It's so cool to have someone behind you. Lu Jie sighed with emotion, and then laughed. Because, these are all yours. By the way, I almost forgot, I just killed a 6th-order weirdo. Lu Jie was having a headache on how to hide this cloak, and almost forgot that he just killed a difficult invisible 6th-order strange. The rarer and more difficult the weirdness is, the more precious the resources that can be exploded. Lu Jie hurried over to take a look. His eyes lit up. He really found something good. In addition to a deep dark red spirit crystal, there is also a ring lying on the ground. Lu Jie picked it up and took a look, his face instantly stunned. The corners of his mouth curled up in satisfaction, a little surprised. It's really drowsy. Someone sent a pillow. Just now, I was still worrying about how to hide all the cloaks, so I got a space ring. That's right. The ring in Lu Jiyi's hand is an extremely rare resource, a space ring. As long as you inject source power into it, you can take it as your own and leave a mark. The space inside the ring is about 9 cubic meters, not too big. But for Lu Jie, it is enough. In the space of 9 cubic meters, you can put some resource medicines and so on, and you can carry quite a lot of things. Lu Jie happily put all the gains into the space ring. Then with a thought, a spirit crystal appeared in his palm. Make another move in your heart. The spirit crystal is retracted into the ring again, which is really convenient. Outside no man's land, except that Lu Qingyi was always staying here, waiting for her younger brother's return. Chairman Zhang Haiyang just came over regularly every day, delivered some food, and persuaded a few words, and then rushed back to deal with the affairs of the 3rd District. Now, the 72-hour assessment time set by the 2 leaders of the Holy Spirit Academy was running out. Zheng Haiyang brought the 2 vice presidents and the Minister of Law Enforcement to check the situation. Chen Baishui reappeared after disappearing for 3 days. Everyone stayed here, anxiously waiting for Lu Jie and Zhao Mengyuan to appear. Suddenly, with a click, the sound of a broken bracelet came out. Chairman Zheng Haiyang froze in place. Then, only then did he tremblingly take out a piece of broken bracelet from his bosom, and when he fixed his eyes on it, his face turned pale in an instant. Zheng Haiyang was dumbfounded. I rubbed my eyes vigorously with my hands, and confirmed again, only to realize a terrifying fact. The bracelet is broken. The broken one belonged to Zhao Mengyuan's life bracelet. This means that Zhao Mengyuan died in no man's land. It's over. It's all over. Zheng Haiyang glanced at the vice president beside him in horror, and the expressions on their faces were also pale. No one else knew Zhao Mengyuan's identity. Zheng Haiyang is the president of the 3rd District Psychic Association, but he has heard of it. Zhao Mengyuan is the niece of Lin Peng, the leader of the Holy Spirit Academy. Gulu. Zheng Haiyang swallowed hard, his teeth chattering. He couldn't imagine that when Lin Peng learned that his niece died in no man's land. What a monstrous rage will erupt. When the heaven-level powerhouses of the Holy Spirit Academy got angry, there were more than 1 million dead bodies. Not to mention their small 3rd district, even the 5th district can't bear it. Chen Baishui also noticed the abnormality on Zheng Haiyang's side, and she frowned. And Lu Qingyi stayed here for a long time, her lips were pale, and her body was a little weak. She was even more worried about her brother's comfort, and getting up was like breaking into no man's land. Chen Baishui sighed softly, and stretched out his hand to hold her. There is not much time left for the 72-hour assessment. Even if Lu Jie doesn't come out in time, Gao Junshan, who will arrive later, will come to the rescue. I know you care about your brother, but if you go in now, if something happens, won't you add trouble to Lu Jie? Caring makes chaos. Chen Baishui's persuasion made Lu Qingyi stop. Her haggard and worried eyes fell on Chen Baishui, who couldn't bear it either. But, right now, I can only trust Lu Jie, only medicine. Asterisk. Time passed little by little. Lu Qingyi asked Zheng Haiyang for the auxiliary ring of her younger brother Lu Jiyi's life bracelet, staring at it all the time, feeling extremely nervous. Finally, at the exit of no man's land, a dusty figure appeared. Lu Jie showed a tired face, and walked out slowly. The moment Lu Qingyi saw her younger brother, her eyes lit up, and she flew over, hugging him tightly in her arms excitedly. Tears were falling from the red eyes, and I was so choked up that I couldn't speak. Lu Jie just smiled, patting his sister's thin back lightly, his tired eyes were bright but indescribable. At this time, the deafening sound of helicopter propellers came from the sky. 2 big men from the Holy Spirit Academy arrived. Lin Peng's face was relaxed, and he was not so cold compared to the last time we met, as if he had expected the result long ago. Gao Junshan walked several meters away from him, his expression was uneven, and it didn't mean much. Lin Peng saw Lu Jie, and a strange look flashed in the depths of his eyes. He looked at Zheng Haiyang and asked directly, "Where's Zhao Mengyuan?" Zheng Haiyang was like a frightened mouse, faltering and hawing, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. That, Zhao Mengyuan, her. Lin Peng frowned, his falcon-like eyes instantly looked through Zheng Haiyang's grey palm, and saw the broken life bracelet in it. Moment. Everything goes without saying. Boom. Lin Peng was furious, his face became ugly, and a shocking aura erupted from him. Zheng Haiyang and several vice presidents of the law enforcement department trembled, huddled together and lost their souls. Lin Peng coldly turned his eyes away and stared at Lu Jie. Without saying a word, the body directly turned into yellow sand all over the sky. He instantly exploded into an existence like an ancient yellow sand demon. A violent breath swept across the world. Elementalize. This is true elementalization. After Lin Peng's body changed from a mortal body to an elemental yellow sand, he possessed a powerful ability to be immune to physical attacks. And this is the elemental ability that can only be mastered by the real Skyrim powerhouse. Lin Peng's sudden outburst was full of pressure. Chen Baishui and Lu Qingyi's pretty faces turned cold, and they didn't even realize they stepped forward and walked in front of Lu Jie. The yellow sand roared, and the momentum shook the sky and the earth. Everyone's cheeks were in pain as if cut by a knife, their clothes were rattling, and their figures were unstable. The air seemed to be sucked dry. Everyone is breathing stagnantly, and even feels suffocating. But Lin Peng didn't shoot Lu Jie. He moved his icy eyes away from Lu Jie, and rushed into the no man's land. Lin Peng's departure brought peace to the world. Everyone felt that the weight on the heart disappeared in an instant, and they gasped heavily. And this time, riots break out in no man's land. An earth-shattering roar that almost shattered people's eardrums. Everyone turned their heads to take a look, and their eyes were instantly filled with shock. From far away in the sky, there appeared a ninth-order strange monster with a body that covered the sky and covered the sun. Even with a distance of several kilometers, you will still be overwhelmed by its amazing size. That huge figure gave everyone a deep shock, as if casting a thick haze in their hearts. But the next second, boom, this huge figure disappeared in an instant. And in the sky a few kilometers away, a deep red appeared. That is, thousands of tons of blood splashed in the sky, rendering a bloody scene. Zheng Haiyang and the others felt numb. He felt that his heart couldn't stand it, and the pain was severe. Lu Qingyi bit her cherry lips tightly, her eyes were not only shocked, but also stubborn and unwilling. Chen Baishui's eyes were serious, and his face was also very shocked. Lu Jie took a deep breath. For the first time, he felt the terror of a heavenly powerhouse. It was as strong as a ninth-order weirdness, but it was also killed by a single blow. As this, the strength of the strong man from the Holy Spirit Academy. Boom, 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 between heaven and earth. Suddenly there was a muffled sound like the pulse of the earth. These muffled sounds sounded like heavy hammers dancing on the heart. Every blow of the heavy hammer makes people feel uncomfortable and want to cough up blood. The ground began to tremble, and a powerful existence awakened deep underground. Is it this weird heartbeat? Lu Qingyi covered her heart in pain, and suddenly realized something. Everyone's expressions were horrified. What level of weirdness is this? The sound of a heartbeat can make everyone lose their resistance. Gao Junshan, who had been standing calmly by the side, stared at the direction of the no man's land with his eyes narrowed, and murmured softly. It has appeared, above the 9th level, the natural disaster level is weird. Everyone was shocked when they heard Gao Junshan's words. Strangeness above the 9th level. Natural disaster level. The shock in everyone's eyes lingered for a long time. Lu Jie also suppressed the discomfort in his heart, secretly thinking that it is worthy of the title of natural disaster grade. Just the heartbeat and recovery can cause the world to shake. A strange creature of this level, I am afraid that the 9-star awakened person is just a weak baby in front of it. Exclamation mark. Roar. Finally, a roar that drowned the world came out in shock. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Chairman Zheng Haiyang and others spit out a mouthful of blood, their faces were like gold paper, and they sat on the ground collapsed. Chen Baishui, Lu Qingyi and Lu Jie were also hurt by the roaring eardrums. When I touched my ear with my hand, there was blood oozing out. Boom, boom, boom. There was another violent roar in the no man's land. Air waves, dust waves, and sound waves rolled in. The sky began to lose its color and was completely hidden under the dim yellow sand. The violent explosion and roar lasted for several minutes. These 280 battles covered a range of several kilometers. The entire no man's land, which is equivalent to the size of a prefecture-level city, is already quite huge. And the people outside the no man's land felt the movement coming from inside, as if they were being washed away by missiles. Lu Jie and his sister held hands tightly and crouched close to each other. His eyes were deep, motionless, looking at the ground under his feet. This is Lu Jie, the first time he felt the terror of a heavenly powerhouse. I do not know how long it has been. When everything calms down, the world finally gradually restored its former peace. With his hands behind his back, Gao Junshan looked in the direction of no man's land and laughed dumbfoundedly. He shook his head and smiled. Now, there is no weirdness in the entire no man's land. Lu Jie and the others were shocked when they heard this. One person pushed the entire no man's land. He looked at Chen Baishui and asked, I heard that Lin Peng is not the strongest group of people in the Holy Spirit Academy. Chen Baishui nodded. Lin Peng and Gao Junshan are the 24 affiliated commissioners under the Round Table of the Holy Spirit Institute. The powerhouses who can truly destroy the world are those 12 members of the Round Table. After hearing this, Lu Jie remained silent, deeply hiding the words, Holy Spirit Institute, in his heart. Whoosh! A dark yellow afterimage flashed across. Lin Peng is back. The cuff of his uniform was torn on his right shoulder, exposing his bleeding arm. Other than that, there were no other injuries. The moment Lin Peng came back, he directly fixed his cold eyes on Lu Jie. I dug 3 feet into the ground in the entire 3rd district, and I disemboweled all the weird things. But there is no body of Zhao Mengyuan. A body can't just disappear, say. Where did you hide her? Lu Jie took a deep breath, and then looked at Lin Peng without hesitation. Where is Zhao Mengyuan's body? How do I know? Humph. Lin Peng snorted coldly, as if he didn't want to talk nonsense, but he decided that Lu Jie was like that, and he was about to make a move. Lin Peng, you have passed. A blue light passed by. Dissolved Lin Peng's yellow sand. Gao Junshan stood in front of Lu Jie, blocking the path of Lin Peng's shot. The rules set by myself. What? Who do you want to blame if you lose? Lin Peng fixed his gaze on Gao Junshan, and gritted his teeth. Lionheart, good, good. He flicked his sleeves and left angrily. Gao Junshan turned his head and gave Chen Baishui a look. Chen Baishui seemed to understand and nodded. Then Gao Junshan also left. Who? At this moment, Zheng Haiyang gasped heavily. It turned out that the 2 big brothers of the Holy Spirit Academy were here just now, and he was breathing carefully. Now that these 2 people left, Zheng Haiyang and others dared to breathe freely. Lu Jie helped his sister to stand up. They patted away the dust that had been stained by missiles washing the ground just now, looked at the direction Lin Peng was leaving, and remained silent. This matter is not over so easily. Call. Lu Jie also let out a long sigh of relief, and quickly changed his mood. Because, so what, when he becomes a heavenly powerhouse, who can do nothing to him? But the goal is far away, and the road is long and difficult. Before he failed, Lu Jie planned to keep it deep in his heart. It's a secret. Everyone returned to the 3rd District Psychic Association. The departure of the 2 leaders of the Holy Spirit Academy. The announcement came to an end for now. Elder sister Lu Qingyi is going to continue to participate in her promotion zone assessment. The assessment is presided over by Chen Baishui, and if you pass, you can go to the 4th district. As for Lu Jie, he doesn't need to participate in the assessment, and can be directly promoted to the 3rd district. Lu Jie enjoys this privilege with peace of mind. Zheng Haiyang, the chairman of the 3rd district, also has no objection. Lu Jie has already proved with his strength that his strength is not weaker than any awakened person in the 2nd district. An exclusive room was arranged for Lu Jie, and temporary uniforms were issued. Zheng Haiyang and other senior executives of the association left in a hurry. Only Chen Baishui and Lu Qingyi were left in the room. Lu Qingyi looked at Chen Baishui, specifically the badge on Chen Baishui's shoulder, and suddenly said, "This badge belongs to the church, right? The Holy Chapel is a unique organization affiliated with the Holy Spirit Academy. It's very mysterious, and no one knows what it does. But its status is second only to the Holy Spirit Academy." Seeing that Lu Qingyi discovered her identity, Chen Baishui didn't hide her denial, instead she covered her lips with her hand and smiled. "I didn't expect to be discovered by you." Lu Jiyi's heart moved, and he approached calmly. He had long noticed that this woman was not simple, and now he finally had the opportunity to inquire about it. Seeing Lu Jiyi's small movements, Chen Baishui rolled her beautiful eyes. Simply explained, Holy Chad Church is a special executive agency affiliated to the Holy Spirit Academy, and its responsibilities are relatively concentrated. The 2 most important things are investigation and trial. As for me, I am responsible for inspecting the sequence seeds of the various strange areas, and the most important basis for the inspection is the talent level. Having said this, Chen Baishui smiled and said, "Of course, this kid is an exception. The sequence seed is an important criterion for the Academy of the Holy Spirit to screen the awakened. Once selected, it is equivalent to obtaining the qualification to enter the Holy Spirit Academy. Only sequence seeds will be eligible to enter the Holy Spirit Academy in the future. The requirements are both cumbersome and perverted. However, these, Lu Qingyi and Lu Jiyi's sister and brother face were obviously heard for the first time. They looked stunned and said in unison, "Sequence." Chen Baishui nodded and said, "That's right, it's the sequence." The Academy of the Holy Spirit is the most transcendent and top-level organization in the entire Dragon Kingdom, so the assessment standards are naturally harsh and different. Becoming a sequence seed is the only way to enter the Holy Spirit Academy. Lu Jie and his sister looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Obviously, none of them expected that there would be such special rules for entering the Holy Spirit Academy. Chen Baishui continued, "There are a total of 100 sequence seeds, including awakened ones starting from S rank. Among them, the SSS class took the top 7. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are only 7 SSS level sequence seeds. Even the round table, there are only 3 SSS levels." Lu Jie and Lu Qingyi listened carefully. After all, they had an agreement with each other. In the future, the siblings will enter the Holy Spirit Academy together. Then the remaining sequences are all S rank and SS rank. Lu Jie asked. Chen Baishui nodded. To be precise, SS ranks account for 1/3, and the remaining 2/3 are all S ranks. Speaking of which, Chen Baishui said to Lu Jie again, "Of course, talent is an important basis for the evaluation of sequence seeds, but it is not the only criterion. Although what you have tested is only an F-level talent, and there is no way to join the sequence at present, but I believe that your potential is more than that, and you will definitely have a place in the future sequence seeds." Lu Jie smiled indifferently. Of course he knew that Chen Baishui's words were not to comfort himself. But how did she know that the F-level ability is not her real ability talent? The horror and power of Hellfire, even the SSS level is not enough to see. In that case, is my sister already a seed sequence? Lu Jie suddenly thought of this question. Chen Baishui nodded with a chuckle. Since the moment Qingyi stepped into the SS rank, she has automatically entered the sequence. When she enters the 4th district, people from St. Cha-Cha's church will look for her. When Lu Qingyi heard Chen Baishui call herself Qingyi, she felt weird and felt a little awkward. But there was still uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. He didn't expect that he was already one of the sequence seeds. Sequence seeds, a total of 100 people. These 100 people can be said to be the reserve soldiers who entered the Holy Spirit Academy, and they are also the most core awakened people. After listening to Chen Baishui's explanation, Lu Jie finally saw the mysterious corner of Holy Spirit Academy today. He sighed slightly. I didn't expect that there are only 10 SSS level talents in the entire Dragon Kingdom, which is really too rare. SSS level talent is basically a top talent that can definitely enter the Holy Spirit Academy. Unexpectedly, Chen Baishui shook his head, and said with some regret. To be precise, there is actually an 11th SSS level awakener. That is Sikong Hao, the former dean of the Holy Spirit Academy. However, he resigned from the post of dean 3 years ago and disappeared. No one knows why. This secret is quite fresh. Lu Jie is very curious. He is already a figure at the level of the dean of the Holy Spirit Academy, and he is also an extremely strong person with SSS talent. Why did he take the initiative to resign from his position? After the two siblings separated again, Lu Qingyi went to participate in her own promotion assessment. The content of the assessment is very difficult, and for ordinary people, it is almost impossible to pass. But for Lu Qingyi, there is no suspense. With an SS level talent and at the peak of her strength, she easily passed the assessment. So far, Lu Qingyi can already go to the 4th district. The days of getting together are always so short. In a blink, Lu Qingyi was about to leave. When we parted, she held Lu Jie tightly with one hand, and gently stroked Lu Jiyi's face with the other hand. Her eyes were red. Brother, sister is leaving soon. During my absence, you must take good care of yourself. As the parting approached, Lu Jie was also a little sad. He looked into his sister Lu Qingyi's gentle eyes and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Okay, I must do what I promised my sister. Lu Qingyi stretched out her little finger to pull the hook with Lu Jie. Lu Jie couldn't laugh or cry, so he stretched out his little finger and hooked it with his sister's. Suddenly, Lu Qingyi took a deep breath and said with a confident smile. Sister, I will enter the 4th district soon. When the time comes, I will definitely enter the Holy Spirit Academy before you. Lu Jie pouted. That's impossible. I must be faster than you, sister. Okay, then let's see who enters the Holy Spirit Academy first. Lu Jie watched her sister leave as she drifted away, until it completely blends with the setting sun and becomes an invisible black spot. He just returned to the 3rd district. After entering the Psionic Association in the 3rd district, Lu Jie unexpectedly discovered that this woman, Chen Baishui, had become the vice president of the 3rd District Psychic Association again. Good guy, is this woman a professional vice president? Whichever district I go to, I will chase after it and become the vice president of that district. He couldn't help complaining. In addition, Lu Jie was also allocated a luxurious single room. This is not a backdoor that Chen Baishui used his privilege to find for Lu Jie. Rather, he is a genius who has been promoted across regions. For such characters, the Psionic Association generally gives top-notch treatment. Walk back to the room. All eyes are on Lu Jie, pay attention. Come here, Lu Jie is here. He's Lu Jie, that fierce guy who came up from the 2nd district. It's him. So young, looks like he's just grown up. Nima is too scary. I have never seen such a way to enter the 3rd district, it is simply unprecedented. Isn't this nonsense? Has anyone seen a 4-star awakened person who can directly face the siege of 5 6-star awakened persons and kill 2 of them? More than that, the most ruthless thing is that he stayed in no man's land for 3 days and was safe and sound. I heard that it even alarmed the bosses of the Holy Spirit Institute. I wipe. So fierce. It's more than fierce. It's so fierce. This is a dragon crossing the river. All the 3rd District Awakeners set their sights on Lu Jie. Among them are shock, envy, curiosity, and awe. Lu Jie, with his absolute record, conquered everyone in the 3rd District. After returning to the room, Lu Jie is still in the old habit of locking the door. Then he took out the previous harvest. A psychic gem. 3 leaves of the world, also known as Sakyamuni. And 4.6 spirit crystals. These are all precious treasures, which can greatly improve the overall strength of an awakened person. Without hesitation, Lu Jie grabbed the purple psychic gem first. Close your eyes and absorb it. The dense purple light touched and jumped in his palm. The explosive brilliance shot out through the fingers and shone in the room, extremely alluring. And the activity of the Hellfire in Lu Jie's body was also mobilized accordingly. Various mysterious and grand Sanskrit sounds and chants echoed in Lu Jie's mind. In a trance, it seems that the purple energy is rising to the east, and all dharmas return to the ancestors. Thousands of brilliance are gathered in one body. The psychic jade gradually lost its luster and shattered into jade powder with a click. Lu Jie's familiarity and intimacy with Hellfire have been greatly improved. After absorbing the psychic gem, Lu Jie put 3 world leaves into his mouth again. Bang! A pure and vast spiritual force rushed straight to the back of Lu Jie's head. That clear and cool sense of clarity made him feel as if he had stepped into some kind of mysterious state of God's perspective. Between exhalation and inhalation, he became more familiar with the circulation and burning of Hellfire. Soon, the world leaves were consumed. Lu Jie withdrew from this mysterious state. After digesting a few 6th-order strange spirit crystals, Lu Jie let out a long sigh of relief. I feel that my strength has reached the level of a 5-star awakener. His limit before was the 6th-order weirdness. Now, the 7th-order weirdness should be able to beat a dozen. But it's hard to say. After all, the higher the level of weirdness, the bigger the gap in strength. But in the 3rd district, Lu Jie can definitely walk sideways. The strength is steadily improving. When I reach the 6-star realm, I will go directly to the 4th district. Lu Jie is very satisfied with this harvest, and at the same time silently set the next goal. Normally speaking, in the 3rd district, only those who have reached the level of 7-star awakened can enter the 4th district. But Lu Jie couldn't wait. He is completely different from ordinary awakened ones. With my own strength, if I really reached 6 stars, only the resources of the 5th district can satisfy me. Further up, and District 6, and Holy Spirit House. With the improvement of one's own strength, the cultivation resources needed must be more and more huge. While Lu Jie is making great strides all the way, he is getting closer and closer to his goal. Especially the previous scene where Lin Peng pushed across the no man's land alone made him feel the horror of the heavenly powerhouse. At the same time, Chen Baishui was flipping through a thick file in the office. The name on the file is exactly Lu Jie. She kept flipping through the papers of the file with her fingers, and her beautiful eyes flashed with splendor from time to time. This kid, every improvement is so amazing. I really look forward to your performance in the future. You are my sister, the person I fancy, you can't let me down. Chen Baishui muttered to himself, and he didn't know whether the words were spoken to the air or to himself. The next day, Lu Jie went straight to the training area located in the third area. Pride and complacency is a taboo for the awakened. Lu Jie will not let go of the slightest opportunity to improve himself. Race against time, seize the day and night. The training ground of the 3rd District is located on the 3rd floor of the Psychic Association building. His arrival caused a commotion. In the 3rd District, Lu seems to be already a guest. My God, this is the fierce man. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius to be so diligent. Come to train early in the morning, you deserve to be so fierce. I heard that Lu Jie has just been promoted to our district and there is no team yet. I don't know if I have a chance. Fat, are you saying that in front of your captain? What the hell, if I can be spotted by Lu Jie, I'd be willing to be a 25-year-old boy. What the hell, I think you're tired of living. Oops, Captain, please spare me. I'm just saying hello, I won't dare to do it again next time, hey. Lu Jie ignored a group of people talking about him. Ignoring the commotion at the scene, he found a large steel body and trained alone. At this time, several 5-star awakened people walked over anxiously. Their face squeezed out, good smile, good words around Lu Jie. All kinds of flattery are endless. Lu Jie concentrated on training and ignored them. Seeing Lu Jie's aloofness, these people also patted their heads resentfully, and went back in embarrassment. Gradually, no one disturbed Lu Jie's training anymore. At last, Lu Jie walked towards the simulated training ground in the 3rd area. He used this thing once when he was in the 1st District. At that time, it directly broke the record of the 1st District. In the 2nd area, it turns out that the simulated training ground is only open once a month. I haven't stayed in the 2nd District for such a long time, so I don't have a chance to use it. Now that he has been promoted to the 3rd District, he is still promoted in a cross-district way, so he naturally has more authority. The use of the simulated training ground is also within the authority. People around saw Lu Jie walking towards the simulated training ground, and their curiosity was aroused. You must know that the simulated training ground is something created by the big shots of the Holy Spirit Institute, and the effect of simulating actual combat is almost 100%. In other words, aside from the influence of certain psychological factors, through the simulated training ground, you can see the real combat power of an awakened person. Lu Jie stepped forward, and the staff who had already prepared looked at him and swallowed, and asked what level he wanted to simulate. Lu Jie thought for a while, and said lightly, "Let's start with the 3-headed and 6th order weirdness." Ah, okay. The staff was stunned for a moment, but they didn't expect Lu Jie to be so brave, so they chose the 3-headed and 6th level weird to go together. You must know that under normal circumstances, a 6th level awakened person is quite disgusting to the previous 6th level monster. Not to mention 3 heads. Otherwise, why do the awakened ones act in teams of 5? It is because at the same level, the strength of strange creatures far exceeds that of humans. Unless there are some powerful geniuses, no one has the courage to face even a monster of the same level alone. Hiss, did I hear you right? Lu Jie actually challenged 3 heads and 6 levels of weirdness at once. Do I have to be this perverted? Although I know he can single out 5 6-star awakeners, but a 6th level weirdo is equivalent to 2 awakeners. Isn't Lu Jie equivalent to single-handedly fighting 6 awakeners? Horrible. So this is the world of ruthless people. Kneel down. I can't help Sister Li in the world of geniuses. Everyone gasped in amazement and gasped for disbelief. Lu Jie calmly walked into the simulated training ground under everyone's shocked eyes. With the roar of the training ground, the sound effect was turned on. Lu Jie found that the surrounding environment was completely dark, with only a little starlight mixed in the hazy moonlight, faintly distinguishable outlines. He knew that this was a 100% simulated environment for fighting in a strange maze. For a realistic effect, suddenly, just when Lu Jie was still adapting to the sudden dim environment. Deafening roars came from the left, front, and rear directions respectively. 3 heads and 6 ranks are weird, roaring and rushing to kill. The one that rushed towards Lu Jie head-on was a raging fire with 4 hooves. The one on the left is a rhinoceros with 1 horn full of dim black light. Behind him is the Silver Moon Wolf King, which is half the size of a van. 3 heads and 6 ranks are weird, majestic, and the brutal aura is enough to overwhelm any weak-minded person. Lu Jie's eyes looked in all directions, his ears listened to all directions, and he stood there motionless. When the 3 heads and 6th level monsters all fell in front of him at close range. Boom! Fierce hellfire, outrageously brilliant. The ferocious flames swallowed extremely high temperatures, and the terrifying fire waves rolled one after another. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of 3 strange creatures were devoured. Next second, the flames receded. 3 white skeletons were scattered on the ground. The high temperature of the hell tiger actually melted and evaporated their flesh and blood in an instant. Drop. The horn sounded for a long time to simulate the training ground. The surrounding dim environment receded, revealing the real world. When everyone heard this long cry, their jaws dropped in shock, and they stared at Lu Jie inside dumbfounded, mouth shut from ear to ear. After a long time, they just woke up from the dream. Into unbelievable shock. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's the situation? The simulation training ground is malfunctioning. Impossible. This is the product of a heaven-level powerhouse in the Holy Spirit Academy, and there is absolutely no chance of something going wrong. That is to say, Lu Jie took less than 30 seconds to kill the 3-headed and 6th-level weirdness in an instant. What the hell? My mentality has collapsed. Dig a hole. However, I am uneducated. Lu Jie has broken the record if he said that he is popular in the world, right? It's more than just breaking records, it's simply creating records, and then raising the records to a level that no one can imagine. I remember that the previous highest record was a certain S-level genius. It took half an hour to solve the 6th level weirdness at both ends. And now, Lu Jie only took 30 seconds to defeat the 3-headed 6th order strange. In the simulated training ground, Lu Jie shook his head slightly. He felt that the intensity here was no longer able to bring him the pleasure of approaching the limit and then breaking through. After all, the simulated training ground in the 3rd area can only simulate the actual combat of the 6th order strange creatures at the highest. As far as Lu Jie is concerned, the 6th order weirdness is basically a crushed existence. Not challenging at all, he simply ended the training and returned to the room. And in the president's office on the 5th floor. The president listened to the reports of his subordinates and learned of the record that Lu Jie had just broken. I didn't come back to my senses for a long time. After a long time, he smacked his lips and sighed faintly. These 2 siblings are really powerful genetically. Then he thought, Lu Jie hasn't formed a team yet. So the president of the 3rd district specifically dialed the phone in Lu Jie's room. Hey, on the other end of the phone, Lu Jie was curious why the president would call him. That, Lu Jie, you are now an awakened person in our 3rd district. In the future, you need to form a team with your teammates when performing missions, entering the fog and so on. No, I don't need teammates. President, you don't need to arrange for me. Before the president of the 3rd district could finish his words, Lu Jie on the other end of the phone directly refused. In the words, there is no doubt about the self-confidence. The president of the 3rd district hung up the phone, smiled helplessly and shook his head. For a genius like Lu Jie who came up from across the region, it is partly due to this temper. As the old president, he was well informed, so he didn't say much. In a flash, 3 days passed. This day, in the 3rd district, a strange fog appeared in the urban area of Fangchonggang. Lu Jie ushered in his first crusade against weirdness after he was promoted to the 3rd district. Get in the helicopter. The driver took him all the way to the edge of the fog in Fangchonggang. After landing, many awakened teams focused their attention on Lu Jie. As if it has its own spotlight, wherever you go, you will be the focus of the crowd. Several teams even got together, whispering and glanced over at the same time. It really is a team of 1 person. It's too fierce, if I don't dare to enter the fog alone. It's normal for this kind of super genius to form a team alone, right? If Lu Jie forms a team with someone one day, it will be an accident. I really don't know who is better, Lu Jie or Wu Di. It's hard to say, after all, Wu Di is also a genius from across regions, and his ability level is still S level. Tisk tisk, speaking of Wu Di, I remembered what this ruthless man did back then. To prove that he didn't need to be promoted to the zone, he broke into the 3rd zone and killed a. The 5th level is weird. That's all in the past, now Wu Di must be stronger. I heard that Wu Di is also involved in this operation. I don't know if they will bump into each other. Who can say for sure? Lu Jie checked the equipment silently. In fact, they are healing potions and source power replenishing potions distributed by some psionic associations for free. After the inspection, he stepped into the uncertain fog of Fengchunggong alone. Lu Jie is gone. Hurry up, hurry up. At this time, the 2 teams who got together to discuss Lu Jie found that he had already left, and hurriedly beckoned to their teammates to follow. Their purpose is simple, to hug their thighs so they can lie flat. Following a fierce man like Lu Jie, there is no need to worry about safety. Lu Jie naturally also discovered the intentions of these 2 teams. But it didn't drive them away. As long as it doesn't hinder their own actions, let them go. Just entered the entrance of the weird fog in Fengchunggong. There were 2 low growls coming from afar. Not long after, the 2 5th-order strange creatures opened their jaws wide and bit Lu Jie's head. Lu Jie's forward pace did not slow down at all, ignoring the 5-level weirdness at both ends. Just when Lu Jie's head was about to be bitten off by the bloody mouthfuls of the 5th level at the 2 ends, tang! A ball of hellfire with a bright golden core enveloped Lu Jie's whole body, instantly incinerating the 2 weirdos. From the beginning to the end, Lu Jie didn't even change the rhythm of his steps. Such a casual instant kill. The 2 teams following Lu Jie were deeply shocked. They stared wide-eyed, full of admiration in their eyes. As expected of him, no wonder he easily broke the record in the 3rd district. It's weird that he is delivering food in front of him. Backquote. What the hell? It takes a lot of hard work for us to kill a weirdo, and we may even be seriously injured. It takes a few people to encircle and kill 1 or 2. Lucky Lu Jie, he was on fire, it lasted all seconds. Hey, people are more popular than others. Let's keep up, or barbecue will disappear if the boss disappears. Yes, yes, yes. Keep up, keep up. So Lu Jie was in front. 2 unfamiliar teams are behind. Lu Jie calmly killed all the strange things along the way, and the others just watched the show behind them. Certainly, all the spirit crystals that exploded went into Lu Jie's own pocket. In terms of resources, he will not give up an inch. Soon, Lu Jie went all the way to the fog in Fengchunggong, close to the core. Just turning a cross corner, I accidentally found a 5th-order monster attacking a private building. The residential building looks like an old dilapidated building from the last century, and the people who live here are basically old retired people. Really, Lu Jie found that the floor was crowded with a group of shivering old men and old ladies. Their faces were pale, and they looked downstairs nervously. There was a bloody young man, alone. The body blocked a 5th-order weirdness with a brutal and bloody appearance. On the arm covered with wounds, the cold ice crystals turned into a shield, and the ice shield was also covered with his blood. A-level ability. Suihan Ice Crystal. Weird as a ghost leopard, known for its speed, and it is listed as one of the high-risk species in the Weird Illustrated book with its astonishing bursts. For the classification of weird creatures in the Weird Illustrated book, the first thing to bear the brunt is naturally the level of strength. Second, is how difficult they are at each level. The higher the ranking, the more difficult it is to deal with awakeners of the same level. Roar, roar, roar. The nether leopard bared its teeth, its pupils glowed red fiercely, and uttered 3 warning growls at the young man viciously. Before that, this person experienced a great battle in a strange way. If it weren't for this young man, the nether leopard would have rushed to the building area long ago, eating up all these old, weak and unarmed old humans. Let the horse come here. As long as I'm here, it's impossible to let you in and hurt the civilians. The young man was badly wounded, with blood dripping all over his body. But his eyes were firm, relying on a steel-like will, he insisted not to fall down. With the body of a mortal, cast a steel city wall, blocking the front of all civilians. Roar, The nether leopard finally got impatient. Its fangs and sharp teeth released thick body fluid, its limbs exploded with astonishing strength and speed, almost like a black lightning ejected to the start. In less than a frame, he raised his sharp claws and slid on the weak neck of the young awakened one. Life and death crisis. The young man's eyes were fierce, as if he had made some kind of determination to die. The source power of the whole body is disordered and violent, and he actually thinks that he would rather die than explode himself. Stop this fifth order ghost wolf too. On the nick of time. Whoosh! A small dark green arrow whizzed past, wrapped in golden hellfire. Next second, the young awakener was shocked to find that the ghost in front of him had disappeared. It was shot through and nailed to the ground by this small dark green arrow burning with golden flames. Seems to be dead. Immediately, only the young awakened discovered Lu Jie. He knew in his heart that this stranger had saved his life. So he dragged his seriously injured body to Lu Jie's side. Ahem, thank you brother for your help. Otherwise, the civilians in this entire building will be eaten by this beast. Lu Jie looked into his eyes, which contained relief after weakness. He was secretly startled. After the young man was saved, he was not thankful for saving his life, but for saving the lives of the entire civilian population. You're welcome, it's only right for the awakened to act out of righteousness. Lu Jie said softly, and took out a bottle of healing potion and handed it to the young man. The young man took the potion, drank it all in one gulp, took a few mouthfuls of air, and then looked seriously into Lu Jie's eyes and said, I still want to say thank you, brother, my name is Wu Jiaorong, just call me Xiao Wu. Yeah, Lu Jie patted Wu Jiaorong's shoulder, thought for a while, and asked curious Zhao. You worked so hard just now, aren't you afraid of death? Wu Jiaorong gave a wry smile, turned his head to look at the group of elderly people upstairs who were still in shock but showed gratitude, and said lightly, I'm afraid I have to go, otherwise, these more than 100 old people may all die. Lu Jie was dumbfounded, so he had to pat him on the shoulder again, and then helped him to rest. The two leaned against the corner and sat side by side. Lu Jie was the first to speak. I forgot to introduce my name to you. My name is Lu Jie, and I just entered the 3rd district. Wu Jiaorong nodded, but said, I know you, cross the river. Now in the entire 3rd district, who doesn't know your name? As he spoke, he took out a very old black wallet from his arms. In the middle of the wallet, there is a photo. In the photo is a cute little girl, with a ballpoint pen written on the bottom, Nana. Your daughter. Lu Jie glanced at it and asked casually. Yes, her nickname is Nana. 3 years ago, a strange fog appeared in my hometown. When I arrived, all my family members died in the strange mouth. I only rescued my daughter, and now she lives in the psychic association, living alone without the love of her mother. Aren't you curious why I stand in front of that ghost leopard even when I'm about to die? Because I have experienced the despair and remorse of family members dying in front of my eyes. So I understand better the responsibilities and obligations of being an awakened person. If we awakened people don't do some things, no one will do them. Wu Jiaorong held the photo and was very calm when he said these words to Lu Jie. But Lu Jie heard deep sadness from it. This sadness is like the sea, raging and overwhelming everything. He sighed softly in his heart, remembering that when he was still an ordinary person, facing the strange pursuit of the First Order at both ends, the awakened team who arrived in time. Their captain and a team member died at the hands of strange creatures precisely because they were protecting Lu Jie. Without them, there would be no timely arrival of Sister Lu Qingyi. Naturally, there will be no Lu Jie's present and future. Then Lu Jie stood up when he saw that he had recovered enough to move. Let's go together. Wu Jiaorong looked into his eyes and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lu Jie led Wu Jiaorong towards the center of the fog. In order to take care of Wu Jiaorong's injury in the middle, he walked unhappily. The few fifth-order monsters he encountered occasionally were also wiped out by him. Seeing Wu Jiaorong secretly startled, he felt that he was indeed a dragon crossing the river from across the region, much fiercer than he imagined. And the two teams that followed Lu Jie before put away all their resources because they found that Lu Jie killed strangely. One was not left for them, and after some tangling, they also left. After all, wealth are in danger, and although following Lu Jie can ensure safety, as an awakened person, you have to find a way to obtain resources and gradually become stronger, right? Finally, following the guidance of the compass, Lu Jie led Wu Jiaorong to the central area of the strange fog in Fangchenggang. Unexpectedly, just stepped in here, he unexpectedly found a figure in front of him, who seemed to be waiting for his arrival. Lu Jie stopped and saw this person's face clearly. He was about 20 years old, with a stern expression and thin lips. Especially a pair of 3 white eyes, the eyes are very intimidating. Lu Jie, I have been waiting for you for a long time. My name is Wu Di, just like you, I came across from the 2nd district. Lu Jie looked at him, and remembered that when a bunch of people were talking about him, he mentioned this famous official. Seemingly to prove himself, he entered the 3rd district single-handedly and beheaded a strange little genius of the 5th rank. But, what is this person doing here waiting for him? Wu Di's eyes are stern, but his pupils seem to be on fire, and he is jumping fiercely when he stares at Lu Jie. Behind him, there is still a large group of melon-eating people who watch the excitement and don't think it's a big deal. Originally, these people planned to go to the center of the fog, besiege the boss, and compete for the black box. In the end, it was accidentally discovered that a good show might happen here, so they all gathered here. From Wu Di's eyes, Lu Jie saw the surging fighting spirit and disobedience. Judging from the badge on his shoulder, he is a 5-star awakened person just like himself. Only, what are you waiting for me for? Lu Jie asked. Wu Di's complexion suddenly turned red and white, and he stretched out a finger to point at Lu Jie, with a feeling of indignation. Stop pretending, you already know what I mean. Looking at the entire 3rd district, among the newly promoted talents, only you can compare with me. However, since ancient times, Wen Wu is the 1st, and Wu Wu is the 2nd. Only one peerless arrogance is enough, and the rest are just stepping stones for the success of the only one. As a genius recognized by me, if you have the guts, accept my challenge. I want to prove that in the entire 3rd district, only I am the strongest genius. And you will only be defeated at my feet. Wu Di's words were impassioned, he seemed to have moved himself, his face was flushed, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. The people who eat melons are amazed again and again, their eyes are shining, and they are looking forward to it. Lu Jie, he is completely speechless. Where is this a sophomore in high school? Why are you looking for yourself to single out? Lu Jie didn't bother to talk to him at all. Wu Di's talent may be good, after all, he is also a genius who has been promoted from the 2nd district to the 3rd district, and there is no doubt about his talent. But after all, it still couldn't catch Lu Jie's eyes. Ordinary S-level talents, even SS-level talents, are not Tenkong-level existences with Hellfire. What's more, Lu Jie also mastered the evil spirit form, the soul chain, and the evil spirit motorcycle, etc., which are powerful means of changing the sky. Then, Lu Jie ignored Wu Di's challenge and led Wu Jiaorong straight through. Wu Di's eyes were wide open, watching Lu Jie ignore him, he was about to explode. His face was as red as a pig's liver, and a feeling of embarrassment and anger welled up in his brain. Except, with a loud shout, Wu Di forcibly grabbed his fist and smashed it to Lu Jie's head. The wind of the fist is powerful, breaking through the speed of sound, and making a crackling sound of whistling sonic boom. The fist light has a blue light and strong wind, even a huge rock will be crushed by the hammer in front of this fist. Careful, Wu Jiaorong, who was watching from the sidelines, was terrified, and hurriedly gave a reminder. However, Lu Jie just turned his head slightly, sweeping his cold eyes away. Wu Di was stared at by his eyes, and suddenly a chill came to his heart, like falling into an ice cellar. Then Lu Jie stretched out his left palm, and with a boom on half of his arm, a terrifying hellfire that blended darkness and mountain gold was attached. A handful. He squeezed Wu Di's fist. Zzzzzzzzzzz. The sizzling sound of flames burning flesh was endless. Wu Di's fist was tightly held by Lu Jie, and he howled in pain. Roll. Lu Jie gave a cold voice, seeing that he was already unable to straighten up in pain, he shook his left wrist and let him go. Wu Di was shocked back 3 or 4 steps, and was horrified to find that a piece of skin had fallen off his fist. The curly hair with the flesh roasted gave off a pungent and unpleasant smell of burnt. The other end, Lu Jie didn't look at him again, and left with the startled Wu Jiaorong. Wu Di, who was left on the ground, hugged his fists and howled, watching Lu Jie leave indifferently in disbelief, so confused that he lost his mind. Wow, but the crowd was shocked and there was an uproar. -18. One move in seconds, a genius who came from across the region. Now, Wu Di fell into deep self-doubt. And the other end. After such a short episode, Wu Jiaorong has a deeper understanding of Lu Ji's strength, and he thinks that this cross-river dragon is much stronger than he imagined, and he is a full-fledged fierce man. On the other hand, Lu Jie didn't pay attention to what happened just now. For him, defeating a young genius casually has no sense of accomplishment at all. Gradually, Lu Jie took Wu Jiaorong deep into the center of the fog. The other awakened ones followed suit. The weird thing is, nothing happened here. Quiet, like a dead lonely city. Lu Jie looked around the surrounding environment, and didn't even see the weird fog. When something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Such a bizarre phenomenon made the awakened people who came here vigilant. Just when everyone gradually became restless and felt something was wrong. Roar, roar, two strange roars descended from the sky, resounding through the clouds. Lu Jie looked up. On the tall building in the front left, there are actually two sixth-order monsters who have been ambushing for a long time, and they are falling from the sky at this moment. Suihan Ice Crystal, 603 Ice Blade. Wu Jiaorong reacted quickly, and immediately cast his A-level ability, using the ice to turn into two crossed ice blades, and block them in front of his chest. Shout out. A cross-cut light flashed. The 6th level at both ends is weird, but it is not harmless. Going straight through Wu Jiaorong's sharp blade attack, the sharp claws slammed at Lu Ji's head, about to smash it into pieces. Oops, it's actually two invisible monsters. Wu Jiaorong's heart sank by half. Invisible and weird, the most difficult, the most perverted, and the weirdest with the highest death rate for the awakened, none of them. Now that there are two ends at once, what should I do? Boom! A burst of fire rose into the sky. Just when the strange claw was less than 0.1 centimeters away from Lu Ji's scalp. The hellfire surged around his body. Immediately, the fire boiled, and the sea of fire was monstrous. Wu Jiaorong, back away first. Lu Jie gave a low shout, and Wu Jiaorong immediately understood, took a step back, turned around and ran, and exited Tian Makai. Bang! A violent explosion sounded. Without the worry of accidentally injuring his compatriots, Lu Jie opened fire. The mighty flames were like a roaring sea, instantly drowning the invisible and strange at both ends. A faint light flickered. The two invisible and strange bodies were transparent, and when they were about to be completely swallowed by the flames, they disappeared out of thin air. In an instant, it appeared on the other side of the space. Then it waved its sharp forelimbs again, and slashed at Lu Ji's head. Wu Jiaorong was shocked. This is spatial ability. These two ends are weird, and they also have ubiquitous spatial abilities. Lu Ji's body remained motionless, facing the strangeness of the flicker disappearing and another burst of killing. He just had a thought, and then a more violent fire broke out. Kankan forced back the weird attack. Hiss, hiss. These two sixth-order formless and weird flipped in the air for 2 weeks, and landed in front of Lu Jie. They spit out long letters, and their two narrow and sharp forelimbs are constantly stroking their tongues. With a hideous appearance, it seems to be a mixture of some insects and arthropods. The tail is like the abdominal cavity of a fly, with rings of pitch-black belts wrapping the soft body inside. It is also this interlocking pitch-black belt that glows faintly from time to time. Presumably, these two sixth-order monsters were able to become invisible just now with the help of pitch-black belts. Could it be that the abdominal cavity protected by the black belt is the weakness of these two monsters? Lu Jie closed the fire. Only a few centimeters of flames jumped on his body surface. While observing the two monsters in front of him, he quickly judged their weaknesses. Just like crustaceans, the place that is heavily protected is their most fatal weakness. Once you find your weakness, it's much easier to handle. Lu Ji's eyes froze, and a silver light flashed in the void. The soul chain, hoo-hoo, hovered in the air. Next second, the terrifying soul chain suddenly became straight and firm, like a gleaming silver spear aimed at the strange abdominal cavity on the right. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air. The silver-white spear transformed from the soul chain instantly pierced through that strange body. Successful. Wu Jiaorong stepped back another dozen steps, and looked at Lu Jie with great joy from tens of meters away, and his eyes were even more shocked when he looked at Lu Jie. Unexpectedly, the invisible weirdness that caused headaches and fears for countless awakened people was so easily solved by Lu Jie. However, mutations are born. The invisible and weird that was originally pierced by the soul spear, although the thick green liquid flowed all over the soft abdominal cavity, it continued to glow along with its companion's body. The light spread to his body. This weird head is alive again. Seeing such a scene, Lu Jie frowned. Seeing that Wu Jiaorong was terrified, he thought in horror. No, not dead. Or is it that these two 6th-level monsters are invisible and weird, and they live together as one, so they must be killed at the same time? The people who were temporarily uncertain about the path of these two extremely rare and strange creatures became nervous and silent for a while. Everyone stared at the two weird insects closely, with a little fear in their eyes, a little apprehension, and even more nervousness. But everyone is aware of one fact. That is, if the two weirdos really have to be killed at the same time in order to prevent their resurrection. Everyone present must contribute. Lu Jie, let's deal with the weird one on the left. The rest is up to you. Finally, there are other awakened people who volunteered to stand up and prepare to join another. Lu Jie didn't speak, but the target focused on the weird one on the right. Then his eyes drooped slightly. Next second, bang. The fire is raging. The surging fire flame illuminates the center of the whole fog like a brilliant day. Lu Jie was in it, his body turned into bones. His empty eyes turned into two blazing flames. The whole person looks like an evil spirit that has just stepped out of hell, the fortified hall. The other awakened who were about to go together were instantly taken aback by Lu Jie's change. It was the first time for all of them to see Lu Jie cast his evil spirit form, and no one had ever seen his real appearance before. Even Lu Jie's fierce and terrifying record in the past is just hearsay. At this moment, I watched Lu Jie turn into a ghost knight and walk towards the strange creature opposite like a king of hell. I was stunned in place, so shocked that I couldn't speak. What kind of ability is this? This flame, so fierce and mighty, is just like the little sun. It is rumored that Lu Jie's ability is F-level aerobic inflammation of the weak chicken. I wonder if it is true or not. God, F-class aerobic inflammation. You tell me this is the same as the volcanic erupting flame is aerobic inflammation. Labor and capital slapped him in the head. In the eyes of everyone shocked, Lu Jie shot with all his strength. The flame on the left arm turned into a wavy flame sword, Awa Faith. The right arm turned into a medieval knight's lance. Stretch your arms, open your bow left and right, and instantly blast to the right in front of the strange shape. The other awakened ones were stunned, and they all rushed forward with roars. More than a dozen awakened ones killed them together, besieging the one on the left together in the center. Half of these people are 6-star awakened people, and their realm is even higher than Lu Jie. For a time, there was a huge momentum, and the fighting movement was earth-shattering. However, the biggest advantage of the 6th order monster they besieged was intangibility. Once it displays the invisible ability, without the restraint of spiritual and soul abilities, no matter how high you are, it is difficult to effectively attack the strange body. Therefore, it is very difficult to fight, and there is a tendency to be suppressed by more than a dozen awakened ones together. Everyone spread out. Leave me alone. At this time, there was a voice full of air from behind. Everyone took the time to look back, and it was none other than Wu Di who made the voice. A strong blue wind howled around him, and a blue divine wolf could be vaguely seen roaring upwards. With clenched fists, the two wolf heads erupted into a dazzling scene. Wu Di walked towards the center of the battlefield step by step. Seeing this, everyone automatically avoided the road. I saw his eyes flashing with aurora, fixedly staring at the 6th order weirdness that was surrounded by everyone, and with a low growl, he rushed up with the two fists of the wolf in his hand. Wu Di wants to kill this 6th order invisible monster alone. While charging, he secretly felt ruthless. Lu Jie can do it. So can I. While casting the evil spirit form, beating the invisible and weird Lu Jie on the right, he noticed this scene, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help complaining. A man who wants to be strong all his life. Why bother? The dozens of awakened who followed automatically formed a large circle. Inside the big circle, it is divided into two battlefields. On one side is Liu Jie, on the other side is Invincible. A volcanic erupting hell flame wrapped around his body, and his body turned into majestic and mysterious bones. A majestic azure divine wolf shrouded a majestic wolf, and the wolf-headed divine fists in its left and right hands roared with power. Everyone watched intently as the two of them singled out a sixth-order invisible weirdness. Watching the intense battle scenes frightened me. On Wu Di's side, using the powerful suppressing power of his S-level ability, the Sky Blue God Wolf, he was fighting against the invisible and strange. But the invisibility of the intrusion always made his attacks fall through. Over time, both Wu Di and Wei Wei fell into a situation of exhaustion. However, his eyes were shining with fire, he insisted on supporting his body, and a deafening howl of wolves erupted from his whole body, and he caught the invisible and strange entity a second before his physical strength was completely exhausted. At the moment of incorporation, a punch exploded it. The other side, Liu Jie is like a king in the night, a king who walked out of hell. With a huge flaming sword and a long spear in one hand, combined with the soul chain, it powerfully suppressed Weird. Everyone looked at Wu Di, nervous as if someone had pinched their hearts. Looking at Liu Jie again, he shouted excitedly. But the intangible and strange beings who were difficult to deal with at both ends were finally killed at the same time. Now, these two beasts can't be resurrected, right? Everyone thinks so. When the battle was thought to be over, the two weirdos on the ground trembled again. They're not dead yet. The body that fell on the ground erupted with hazy brilliance, and the brilliance intersected. Next second, two in one in an instant. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The scene was shaken. Everyone's heart skipped a beat by the explosion. Suddenly, I discovered that there was a shocking change around me. Almost at the same time as the explosion, the weird mist that had disappeared before suddenly came like a night of dark wind. The world has completely fallen under the rule of darkness. In the fog that suddenly appeared, hundreds of space black holes were born in the sky. Black holes appear densely and irregularly in every corner of the sky. A fifth-order monster drilled out of the black holes in every corner. Soon, these fifth-order weirdnesses filled the battlefield, and surrounded dozens of awakened people who were originally surrounded in a circle. The scene was out of control in an instant. There was chaos. A dozen or so awakened who were only at the fifth level are facing a strange number 10 times more than their own, and their scalps are numb. Roar, scream, running around without a clue, turning into a mess. Everyone present was in despair. No one can think of it. This weirdness can cause such a big turmoil before death. Just a moment, someone was swarmed by more than a dozen fifth-order monsters in the chaos, and was torn to pieces. The remaining 5-star awakeners shouted for help to the surrounding 6-star powerhouses, asking for help. But the 6-star awakened also paled. They swallowed hard as they looked at the strange fifth-order surroundings like a torrent of mountains and seas. Although they are all fifth-order, they can't hold up to a large number. Hundreds of fifth-order monsters, nearly 10 times the number of awakened people on the spot. They pounced on themselves like locusts crossing the border. Who would not be frightened, who would not be terrified? The other side, Liu Jie's whole body was covered with hellfire, and his eyes were burning. It looks like it's time for a quick battle. At this time, someone proposed to retreat quickly, and then called for emergency support. Wu Di, who had exhausted all his physical strength, also proposed to ask the headquarters for support. But Liu Jie looked indifferent and rejected their proposal. He looked at the densely packed fifth-order weirdness, and said with awe-inspiring eyes, "Is it too late to retreat now? There are so many strange things, if you wait for the reinforcements to arrive, I'm afraid how many people will die in the process." Finished. Liu Jie stepped forward. Boom. The Hellfire, which was as vast as a sea of fire, suddenly became fiercer by several levels. Liu Jie's source power broke out in an all-round way. The turbulent flame swallowed countless pillars of fire like a frightening dragon. The pillar of fire rose into the sky. In an instant, more than a dozen fifth-order weirdos swept over. They all screamed in the first wave of flame impact, their bodies were drawn into the sky, and melted in the center of the bursting fire pillar. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Everyone stared at Liu Jie's back in a daze. Suddenly I heard him say a calm but unquestionable words. 1 minute later, I am afraid that nearly 100 people will die. Within 10 minutes. Solve all the weirdness. As soon as the words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Everyone thought Lu Jie was crazy. Could it be that he fought for too long and fell into a state of madness? There are so many fifth-order weirdos in different places, even if you fly by plane, it is impossible to kill them all in 10 minutes. Not to mention, among the same level, weird is far stronger than ordinary awakened ones. Everyone shook their heads, feeling that his words were unrealistic. However, for Lu Jie, in the form of evil spirits, the fifth level is weird, and it is completely possible to do it. His arms turned into swords, knives, and guns. It can kill a fifth-order monster with one blow. Next second, a mighty wave of fire swept across the sky and earth, and it was as if an evil spirit from hell was roaring majestically. A low roar came from Lu Jie's throat. The surging hellfire, like a volcano erupting, exploded instantly. Lu Jie Senbai's evil spirit bone is entangled in flames. An invisible wave suddenly came from the void. Buzz. A blast of engine air blast resounded through the entire sky. The devil motorcycle covered in fire roars to the stage. Moment. Everyone's eyes widened, they stared at the evil spirit motorcycle, and froze in place. It was like an earthquake had happened in everyone's heart, and there was a great sensation. Everyone stared at it intently, as if they saw the most incredible artifact. What is this? A motorcycle. How can there be such a cool motorcycle in the world? Could it be that this is Lu Jie's mount? My old swan. Why does Lu Jie have such a handsome and domineering mount? Fiery motorcycle. Ma, I want to buy one too. Everyone was so envious and shocked that they were almost sour. And at this time, Lu Jie stepped onto the evil spirit motorcycle one step at a time, tightened the accelerator with his right hand, and immediately burst into a skyrocketing sound wave. He smiled lightly. Hunting time has begun. You protect yourselves. Everyone was stunned when they heard the words, but they didn't understand what it meant and were stunned in place. Next second, beyond the speed of sound, the air exploded with a terrifying first explosion. A flaming meteor broke through everything in an instant. Like a flash of fire, the evil spirit motorcycle took Lu Jie together and directly knocked out all the weird things blocking the way. It turned into a mighty blood mist along the way. The remaining flames in the air trailed, and the extremely terrifying high temperature steamed everything into ashes. Watching the figure of Lu Jie driving away in an instant on the ghost motorcycle, everyone was stunned. Many people rubbed their eyes with their hands and blinked vigorously. They murmured in disbelief. This speed, has it exceeded the speed of sound? It must be faster than the speed of sound. What the hell is there? Thump. There was a sound of knees falling to the ground. Everyone saw that it was Wu Di. He was already desperate, kneeling on the ground limply, staring at the direction Lu Jie was leaving with absent-minded eyes. I finally understand why Lu Jie is so indifferent to himself, so lazy to talk to him. The reason is that I and Lu Jie are not on the same level at all. There are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. There are people beyond people, and there is heaven beyond the sky. Wu Di drooped his head and murmured weakly. Fangchonggong, Bridgewater Wharf. A 5-member awakened team formed a circle back to back, covered in blood. The pupils in their eyes trembled slightly, and they looked at the dozen or so strange 5-level heads on the pier in horror. 6 of them were weird, with fierce eyes and drooling from their mouths, they rushed forward. The 5 awakened ones suddenly felt their scalps go numb, and hurriedly used their respective abilities to resist with difficulty. Eagle strikes the sky. Vajra white tiger claw. The earth roars. Titan fist. 1,000 miles piercing cloud arrow. In an instant, the sky was covered with shadows of fists and swords. 3 of the 6 5th-level strange heads were hit head-on by these abilities, and fell down after being hurt. But there are still 3 heads, with an unstoppable momentum, opening their bloody mouths. Bite it hard, seeing that the situation is critical. The strong man who is the captain of the team roared. Everyone back down, I'll block it. He shouted violently, and a majestic white tiger with a height of 5 or 6 meters appeared all over his body. Alone, blocked a strange attack. Team leader. Team leader. Team leader. The other team members cried out in grief, seeing the captain resisting 3 strange creatures of the same rank, they all wanted to help. However, at this time, more than a dozen other fifth-order weirdos who were ready to go, also rushed forward together. Now, each of them has to face several times the same weirdness as the captain. A deep despair suddenly enveloped everyone's heart. Everyone closed their eyes, their throats moved, and they were ready to die. Some team members even gritted their teeth, fearing the pain of impending death. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a deafening engine roar. Next second, a flaming meteor dashed past in an instant, all the way to smash all the fifth-order weirdness blocking the way. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of flesh and blood bursting one after another was endless. And the painful wails of countless strange creatures resounded in this world. The members of this team opened their eyes in astonishment. The scene in front of them deeply shocked their hearts. I see. A skeleton evil spirit covered in flames that blended darkness and gold, was driving a motorcycle that was also shrouded in flames, smashing all the 10 heads and 5 levels of the scene to pieces. Pure to the extreme aesthetics of violence, deafening roaring sound waves, and terrifying fire waves with high temperatures. Sight, hearing, sense. In terms of 3 levels, they shook the hearts of these 5 people with all their strength. Team, Captain, have we seen a god? The strong man who turned into a white tiger opened his mouth wide and shook his head in a daze. I do not know. Fangchunggong City, Beihai Bay. It is famous for its night market barbecue and seafood. Before the fog falls, many young men and women like to come here to eat, drink and have fun. But right now, corpses all over the ground, blood stains all over the ground, broken walls and ruins all over the ground. In addition to the blood, there is no more fireworks before. 2 5-star awakeners plus 1 6-star awakener are the only human beings that exist here. Gulu, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, one of the 5-star awakened was scared. He turned his head to look at his captain, the only 6-star powerhouse. Captain, Akin, Xiaoxi and the others are all dead. Are we going to die here too? Captain Lu Feng gave the player a hard look. Nonsense. If you talk about frustration again, be careful that I will tear your mouth apart. Beside him, another 5-star awakened player lowered his head and remained silent. Their temperament has sunk to the bottom. Because right in front of them, behind them, and above the roof beams, either squatting or lying down, there is a strange head staring at them. The corpses, apart from some civilians who couldn't escape, there were 2 more, were members of this team. The 3 of them met 11 strange, such a huge disparity in the number of enemies and ourselves. It has made them lose their fighting spirit. If it weren't for the team leader Lu Feng's strength reaching 6 stars, he barely persisted until now. I am afraid that these 3 people have already become the same corpses on the ground. Ah! Roar! Ah! Finally, the 11 strange creatures, who had long regarded the 3 awakened people as playthings, let out strange roars from their mouths. With bloodthirsty and cruel red light in their eyes, they rushed forward, trying to tear them into pieces. Get the hell out of here! Seeing all the strange things rushing forward, Lu Feng felt a chill in his heart. But still roared and rushed forward. The source of his body is violent and disordered, and it looks like he is about to explode himself and die with these strange things. Team leader! Team leader! The 2 teammates saw their captain's intentions and couldn't help crying. Just at this critical moment. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. A line of fire streaked across the sky. The 3 of them were stunned by the accident for a second. Just this second, they saw a ghost rider descend from the sky. Under the knight's crotch, the 2 motorcycles burning with raging flames erupted with deafening roars. Trembling, violently crushing all the weird creatures here. Falling from the sky. Instant kill with 1 hit. Lu Feng forcibly retracted the self-explosive source force that almost overflowed his body surface. He stared at the ghost rider with wide eyes in shock, and took a deep breath. Which boss is this? So awesome. The 2 surviving team members also stared wide-eyed, and ran to the position alongside the captain. Everyone's scalps were numb, and while they were grateful for the rest of their lives, they were also deeply shocked. Captain, what kind of boss is this? Why have you never heard of it? Lu Feng shook his head blankly. I don't know, I haven't heard of it. And ahead, Lu Jie, who turned into a ghost rider, easily crushed these 5th-order weird queens. Only stayed for a second. Then disappear again. He drove the evil spirit motorcycle, flew over the eaves and walls, flew into the sky and escaped from the ground. Behind him was a long trail of flames, and the silver-white soul chains, which were as graceful as a frightened bird and graceful as a wandering dragon, soared into the sky and disappeared again. This night, ordinary people in the entire Fengchunggong city and the awakened scattered all over heard the roar of a bursting engine. They also saw the trail of flames sweeping across the sky and bringing up the mighty Hellfire line. The roaring sound resounded through the night. Lu Jie drives an evil spirit motorcycle, ruthlessly harvesting all the strange things in the city. 1 minute, 26 strange deaths. 2 minutes, 57 strange deaths. Lu Jie's firepower was fully fired, venting the source power in his body to his heart's content. He turned into a ghost knight in the night, sweeping the entire strange fog. Along the way, those ordinary people hiding in the basement and between the floors were shocked to the point of loss of consciousness. The rescued awakened team was shocked to the awe. The brains of the few passers-by who watched Lu Jie whizzing past in a brilliant meteor fire directly shut down and stood there dumbfounded. What was that just now? The sovereign who controls the fire. You're so handsome, I'm Sao. That was a god just now. The cliff is a god. Ma, I saw a god. 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Lu Jie's face was grim. He tightened the accelerator with his right hand, and slammed the last strange one to death. Then he made a graceful and handsome spiral drift, turned his motorcycle and rushed into the night sky, and returned to the center of the fog. After returning to the center of the mist, the eyes of nearly 100 awakened people here instantly focused on him. Lu Jie leaned on the motorcycle coolly, took out his watch to check the time. Immediately, he frowned and shook his head slightly. 15 seconds timeout. Fail. Everyone around was dumbfounded. While their hearts were shaking wildly, they crazily complained in their hearts. Look, is this about Renji? One person single-handedly solved hundreds of fifth-order monsters in the whole city in 10 minutes, and he still cares about his 15-second timeout. Chapter 62. Uniform. All eyes were on Lu Jie. At night, it is foggy, and the strange fog that gradually dissipates can block everyone's sight, but it can't stop everyone's sight. As if he was born with a spotlight, Lu Jie's actions at this moment are all seen by every awakened person. Especially the cool and handsome evil spirit motorcycle under his crotch. The shape of burning fire adds countless mysteries and majesty to the mist. 10 minutes. Pacify a city in 10 minutes, I feel like I'm dreaming. That's hundreds of fifth-order monsters. Just standing there and letting you chop with a knife, you can't finish it in half a day, right? Lu Jie will solve it all in 10 minutes. Is Lu Jie still a human being? Are you sure he wasn't a god? It's horrible, so scary. The point is, he only has a 4-star level. It is said that he is still the weakest F-level ability. Let's forget about the F-level ability. Everyone with a discerning eye knows that it can't be F-level. I suspect that Lu Jie's ability at least S-level. Lu Jie will be able to enter the Holy Spirit Academy in the future, right? Everyone was amazed and looked at Lu Jie with awe. The words are full of shock and awe. This is a ruthless man. Absolute werewolves. Wu Di is numb. He was so shocked by Lu Jie's strength before that he even knelt down. Now I have witnessed Lu Jie's great feat of creating a city with one person and destroying hundreds of fifth-order monsters in 10 minutes. He has long been willing to bow down. Wu Di looked at Lu Jie with scorching eyes, but it was no longer the previous disobedience and fighting spirit. It is with deep admiration and admiration. ... I didn't expect you to be much more fierce than I imagined. Quote. Holding a simple and exquisite black box and a sixth-order spirit crystal in his hand, Wu Jiaorong walked up to Lu Jie. Opening his mouth as a wry smile. Lu Jie's feat really surprised him. Thanks. After taking the black box and spirit crystal from Wu Jiaorong's hand, Lu Jie thanked him lightly, and put away the resources. The rare space systems at the two ends have sixth-order strange intangible abilities, and the black boxes they burst out can be guessed without thinking that the resources must be rich. However, none of the nearly 100 awakened people present dared to covet the resources in Lu Jie's hands. Because there is only awe in their eyes, and they dare not have any other evil thoughts. But those hundreds of fifth-order monsters that were crushed to death by the evil spirit motorcycle did not explode, not even a single spirit crystal. Lu Jie guessed that maybe it was because they were summoned by these two invisible sixth-order weird creatures, which were different from normal weird creatures. Naturally, resources will not be exploded. But there are also surprises. Just now, a prompt sound came from the system. Ghost Rider's template fusion rate has increased to 18%. After this battle, Lu Jie became more proficient in controlling Hellfire and Soul Chains. It seems that the realm of source power has not been improved in any way. But the actual combat power has improved a lot. Gradually, the strange fog that shrouded Fengchunggong dissipated one by one. The night also faded slowly, the moonlight was thin, and a faint sunlight appeared in the sky. At the dawn of dawn, when the sun and the moon alternate, Lu Jie keenly noticed a familiar figure lying on the roof in the distance. He went up alone and found that this person was the sloppy drunk he had seen before. "You again." Lu Jie stared at the drunk and said. The drunk man didn't speak, his drunken eyes kept looking at him up and down. Lu Jie felt terrified of being stared at. Suddenly, the old drunk man stood up from his side-lying position, and reached out to touch Lu Jie's chest. Lu Jie. He stepped back decisively, covered his chest and asked, "What do you want?" Google gurgle burp. The drunk man couldn't do anything, so he simply took a big gulp of wine, burped loudly, and said, "Your peculiar chain is also your talent, right?" Lu Jie was taken aback for a moment, he hadn't thought about this question. Soul Chain is just one of Ghost Rider's abilities, and it has been very useful in previous battles. I really haven't thought about what this chain means in the eyes of outsiders. So Lu Jie chose to ignore this question, and instead ask the identity of the drunk old man. From the first time they met, he felt that the identity of this old man was not simple. Definitely not an ordinary person. However, in the face of Lu Jie's inquiry, the drunk man just twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, and laughed at himself after taking a big gulp of wine. "Who I am? It's just a bad old man who wants to get drunk all day long." Then he stared at Lu Jie with burning eyes, and said, "But little boy, you are not simple. I suspect that you are an unprecedented dual talent awakener. A double talent awakener who has never been born in this world. Even, the level is at least above S level. Yes or no?" Hearing this, Lu Jie opened his mouth, but he had nothing to say. He hasn't retested his talent, and on the surface he is still the little weak chicken with the F-level aerobic inflammation ability. But after thinking about it, I know that if it is really the two talents that the old drunk man said, then whether it is Hellfire or Soul Chain, I am afraid that it is stronger than SS rank. Super SSS level talent, and two Super SSS level talents, just think about how terrifying it is. Wrong. Lu Jie secretly shook his head again. It shouldn't be 2, but 3, because I still have the Eyes of Judgment. The Eye of Judgment can grow into the Eye of Scourge in the future. At that time, whether it is power or effect, I am afraid that earth-shaking changes will take place. Don't worry about my affairs, tell me your actual identity first. Lu Jie continued to question the identity of the drunk old man. The drunk old man shook his head, with a light smile that might be free and easy or desolate in the corner of his mouth. "Little boy, it doesn't matter if you don't want to tell me about your talent. After all, this is everyone's secret. As an awakened person, how can you not have some unknown secrets? But you have to be careful, don't become a victim at that time." After hearing this, Lu Jie's heart moved, and he was a little confused. Victim. He felt that the old man was nagging, and his background was very mysterious. Suddenly, the idea of testing the old man came into my mind. Lu Jie then pretended to be thinking deeply. In fact, the focus was on finding the right timing, and the flames of hell suddenly attached to the arm, and grabbed the old man. Call. A flame flashed by. Lu Jie's hand passed directly from the old man's body. The image of the person in front of him blurred and shook, it turned out to be a phantom. A gust of wind blows. Next second, the phantom of the drunk old man disappeared. Only one sentence remained in the air. "Little doll, you are very interesting. I'll come back to you when the time comes." The faint moonlight faded completely, exposing the general sun, illuminating the earth. Lu Jie stood alone on the roof, dazed and absent-minded. This old man appeared mysteriously again, and then disappeared mysteriously. Lu Jie always felt that he was very unusual, as if he was carrying a big secret. But no matter how I think about it, I can't guess the identity and purpose of the drunk old man. After a while, he also went back with doubts. Psychic Association, exclusive private room. Lu Jie sat cross-legged. There are 4 5th-order spirit crystals, 2 6th-order spirit crystals, and a black box in front of him. Open the black box. Inside lay a bottle of blue potion and 3 seeds. The blue potion can sort out the meridians in the body of the awakened person, get rid of impurities, and help the source force to run better. It is equivalent to the protective effect of automobile engine oil on the engine. Without saying a word, Lu Jie drank the medicine in one gulp. In an instant, a warm current flowed from the abdomen. After being digested, the heat flows along the meridians and blood vessels to the limbs and bones. Soon there was a numb itching feeling in the body. Lu Jie couldn't help shivering. His body had an unprecedented transparency and clarity, emanating from the inside out. Nice one. The 3 seeds under the blue potion are the seeds of a plant called vast sea blood coral. It needs to grow in a certain concentration of seawater, or in the salt water prepared by the awakened. The effect of Hanhai blood coral is to enhance blood energy and increase vitality. It is a great tonic to improve the 6-dimensional quality. But it takes time to cultivate. Where do I have so much time? Lu Jie looked at the seeds in the palm of his hand, thinking that he couldn't stay in a certain area for too long. Therefore, it is impossible to waste time cultivating blood corals, and to find opportunities to sell them for other treasures. At last, he took out the previous spirit crystal inventory. Close your eyes and practice silently in meditation. In half an hour, boom, Lu Jie opened his eyes. A fiery sharp blade like a substance shoots out. At this moment, the temperature in the room seemed to rise a lot. With Lu Jie's body as the center, circles of fire waves swept away. Seeing that the vigorous power in the body is about to dissipate and become uncontrollable, Lu Jie jumped out of the window in a hurry, and I found a deserted open space. Boom! The earth was shaken. The soil under his feet cracked rapidly, and spread into a deep canyon of hundreds of meters. The soil was scorched and curled black, and it was scorched by the terrifying hellfire to the point where smoke came out. There was a slight surprise in Lu Jie's eyes. He looked at the cracks hundreds of meters below his feet, and it was hard to imagine that this was the movement caused by himself. The current me, when I explode with all my strength, the area covered by the hellfire can even reach a radius of 1 kilometer. What an astonishing intensity! Compare that to a hellfire that can cover a kilometer. The 100-meter crack at the moment is really big and small. Ding! Congratulations to the increase in host strength. Reward template integration. When there is 19%. A system notification sounded. Lu Jie's expression brightened. How long has passed, and the degree of template fusion has improved again. He clenched his fists, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. According to this progress, maybe it won't be long before I can step into the Holy Spirit Academy of my dreams. Sister, I will definitely walk ahead of you. At the same time, 3rd District Psychic Association building. The lobby on the 1st floor, which used to be spacious, is now overcrowded. Many awakened people gathered together, listening to the person in the middle vividly telling the experience of the last mission. Hey, you don't know, the scene at that time was called despair. It was miserable. As a result, guess what? The genius Lu Jie who crossed over from the 2nd District, hey. A pair of piercing eyes. Just stare like that. I saw a mysterious and obscure wave in the void, and a flaming motorcycle was summoned. 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, Lu Jie was on fire all over his body, riding that fire motorcycle, sparks and lightning all the way, flying over eaves and walls, driving at lightning speed, killing hundreds of 5th-order spooks in Fangchenggang. I will solve it all by myself. You said, is it great or not? To dick or not to dick? Wow, the crowd is all boiling. There was a sensation and an uproar in the audience. Those who listened to the story with bright eyes couldn't help shouting. Dick. It's not just a dick, it's a fortress. Harmful. It's more than that. How dangerous the situation was that day. Just listening to me, you will definitely not feel that disheartened feeling. Let me just say that, if there was no Lu Jie that day, the casualties would have been more than 70%. Oh, the crowd was taken aback again. 70% mortality rate. This is an extremely serious fog accident. At the same time, people's hearts trembled again. He was able to save the entire city under the strange hands with a death rate as high as 70%. How strong is Lu Jie? When Lu Jie returns to the Psychic Association by himself, the large crowd has dispersed. But there are still endless streams of awakened people who gather in twos and threes to discuss him. Lu Jie has gained countless eyes and attention along the way. When passing by a few people, you can even hear them bragging about themselves. You don't know how handsome and powerful that fire motorcycle is. You know evil spirits, right? Lu Jie was on fire at that time, his body turned into a fortified skeleton, and he was like an evil spirit walking out of the night. Just his appearance can deter all the weirdness. Hey, have you heard of the Ghost Rider from the night? Of course I've heard of it. It's the cross-district genius, Lu Jie. It's just too fierce. My mother. Did you listen? Exclamation mark. Ghost Rider Lu Jie, fierce yuppie. What Lu Jie heard along the way was all these boasting conversations. All the way, his face was all black. As for bragging about yourself. At the same time, a high-level office located on the 5th floor of the Psychic Association building. Chairman Zheng Haiyang, Chen Baishui and other senior executives sat at the long table for a meeting. They all have a report in their hands, and the content is exactly the weird fog operation in Fengchenggang. A long time, a group of high-level executives put down the reports in their hands, with strong shock remaining in their eyes. One person, one ride, wipe out the strangeness in the whole city in 10 minutes. Such a fierce awakener, this is more than just a dragon crossing the river. It is simply a monster against the sky. A vice president couldn't help exclaiming. Zheng Haiyang was also shocked again and again. He turned his head to look at Chen Baishui, and questioned. Vice President Chen, Lu Jie came from your first district. Tell us the truth, this Lu Jie is really an F-level talent. Chen Baishui was speechless. Of course she didn't think that Lu Jie had an F-level ability. But at that time, it was the old president Zhang Yongguo who held the awakening ceremony for Lu Jie. There were also his sister Lu Qingyi and a large group of awakened ones watching. It is said that he is F rank, what can she do? At this time, a high-level association suggested. I actually think that with Lu Jiyi's current strength and record, it would be a bit foolish to think that he is an F-level talent once again. We can conduct a talent test again. The Awakening Stone. It's not a rare thing. We don't have it in the 2nd and 3rd districts. You can find it in the 1st district. I agree. Soon. This high-level proposal has been consistently endorsed by the site. Chen Baishui also nodded. There was a gleam in her bewitching eyes. Brat, I also really want to know what level your talent is. Holy Spirit House. In the dark room, a ray of light shines on the simple and heavy round table through the gap of the unique window sill, shining brightly on Yi Yi, who is full of silver hair on the last old man's head. Looking along the table, the effect of the light is getting weaker and weaker. When it came to the end, the face of the Dean Wei Qingshan who lived in the first seat was completely hidden in the darkness. This is the highest law enforcement agency in the entire Dragon Kingdom, the highest stage of power, and there are 12 strongest and oldest heaven-level powerhouses in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Roundtable. A total of 12 people sat in their positions in sequence. In the Academy of the Holy Spirit, not only the geniuses who were the objects of investigation were sorted into sequences. Even the order of the round table meeting is still in order. Wei Qingshan, the sequence is 1. He spoke slowly in the darkness. Everyone, the detailed information about the 2 siblings is in the file. Today's memory, everyone can speak freely. On the old and heavy round table, there are 12 very top secret files. The content in the file is surprisingly all the investigation reports of Lu Jie, Lu Qingyi and his brother. Crash. The silent page turning rustled. After a while. This Lu Qingyi is not bad. An old man at the junction of light and darkness can only see half of his old face under the light. The SS level Nirvana God Kongali, he, reminds me of an old friend from the past. Someone chuckled in agreement. Then, 2 more people expressed their appreciation for Lu Qingyi. At this time, a figure sitting near Wei Qingshan said, Lu Qingyi, the talent is very good, but her younger brother Lu Jie deserves more attention. I suspect that he is a double talent, and judging from his performance, he is definitely not just an F grade. Dual talent. As soon as the word comes out, There was a brief commotion underneath. Obviously, for them who control the highest power in this country and stand at the top of all awakened people, the dual talent is also a bit eye-catching. Hee hee. Sudden. The chief and Dean Wei Qingshan, who was hidden in the darkness, chuckled twice. So the audience was silent, silently waiting for his speech. This Lu Jie is very interesting. I am very interested in him and can include him in the sequence. Although no one could see the face of Dean Wei Qingshan clearly. But for some reason, everyone seemed to be able to feel the smile on Wei Qingshan's face at this moment. There is only one person, sitting in a position close to the sun, and he looks younger, with half black and half white hair, which is very eye-catching. He frowned, showing concern. It's just an F-level awakener. Even if he has some talent, is it too much to join the sequence? After this person spoke, the others did not speak, but waited silently for Wei Qingshan's meaning. Wei Qingshan still smiled lightly, raised his hand in the dark, and clapped the board and said, "His performance was amazing enough, that's all. This is why I put him in the sequence." The voice fell. The audience acquiesced. Only the middle-aged man with half black and half white hair near the sun sighed indistinctly, looking at the photo of Lu Jie on the information, with a little regret in his eyes. Time flies. A week passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 7 days, Lu Jie has explained the profound things in a simple way. If there is a task to perform the task, if there is no task, one will train silently. Compared with the last surge in strength, there is no big improvement, but the breath is much more stable. Sometimes, it may be more useful to calm down and settle down to make further progress in the future. The only thing that bothers Lu Jie is that there are too many dog legs. Wherever I go, there are people nodding and bowing everywhere. That gaze, that posture, looks like a Manchu slave meeting his master, a courteous yuppie. "Hey, Lu Jie, you're here." Suddenly, from some corner, a licking dog sprang out and went straight to Lu Jie. Well, it's still a three-eyed licking dog. This kind of the most sinister looks paired with the most flattering expression, no matter how you look at it, it's awkward. This person is Wu Di. This man who wants to be strong all his life insists on recognizing Lu Jie as his big brother since he came back last time. The reason is very simple, according to Wu Di's own words. "You are better than me. From now on, you will be the big brother and I will be the younger brother. Together, we can run rampant in the 3rd district. Lu Jie is really helpless, he is speechless, you are changing too fast. The last time we met, we had to beat them to death. Now I have to recognize myself as the big brother, the guy who is emotional is essentially a shaker." So Lu Jie looked at Wu Di and ran over shyly, but ignored him. "Turn around and go straight to training. The training room is overcrowded." But when Lu Jie walked in, everyone turned their eyes over in unison. Then all of them showed flattering smiles immediately, and said in one mouthful, "Hello, Lu Jie." "Good morning, Lu Jie." In the training room in the past, how could there be so many people training hard? Isn't it because they heard that Lu Jie would come here for training every day, rain or shine, which attracted a large number of people to come here, just to get closer to Lu Jie, so as to curry favor? For this reason, the equipment and props that Lu Jie often uses have become popular. Everyone scrambled to occupy it, waited for Lu Jie to arrive and let them out, so they were familiar with each other. Because, in the minds of the awakened people in the 3rd district, sooner or later Lu Jie will be a big shot in the 4th district, 5th district, or even the 6th district. It is even said that the Holy Spirit Academy is not impossible. Such a future star, if he doesn't fawn on him now, when will he fawn on him? This is not. Someone trotted over, bent down to lead the way. "God Lu, are you here? This way please, my little brother has already prepared the equipment you are used to, and no one can occupy it." Lu Jie looked at passerby who was smiling apologetically in front of him, nodded slightly, and then followed him. I can't help feeling in my heart. After the world recovered strangely, human beings fell into dire straits. Whether it is strong or not becomes the only criterion for judging a person. This is really a world where power is respected. If you have the biggest fist, you have the highest status. What Lu Jie enjoys now is the status brought by his strength. But he is not satisfied with this. The Academy of the Holy Spirit is the goal I will never forget. Hey, Brother Lu's strength has increased again. Last time I was pushing 4.5 tons with one hand, but now I can easily lift 5 tons. Tisk tisk, this is just my brother Lu's physical strength. When my brother Lu's firepower is fully activated and he casts supernatural flames, that scene will be called fierce. It will be called authentic. I really hope that one day, I can also see with my own eyes the spectacular scene where brother Lu casts his power fire with all his might. You'd better improve your own strength. Don't forget that brother Lu is only in the 4-star realm. When he reaches 5 stars, I'm afraid it will be another world. It's outrageous. It's not human. 4-star realm can kill 6th order invisible monsters, and one person can save a city. When I was at the 4th level, I was still in the 2nd district. Hitting a 4th level weirdness is enough. Call. Lu Jie put down the heavy and expensive training equipment and let out a long sigh of relief. His complexion was flushed, obviously a reaction to the intense training. Calculate the time, it's time to re-rank. Lu Jie thought to himself. Not long ago, Chen Baishui approached him and said that the association had prepared him a chance to reassess his talent. But before again, Lu Jie is going to set the star rating first. He felt that the source power in his body had skyrocketed a lot as he practiced and took resources during this period of time. When I came to the grading hall, the person in charge is a little old man, walking around the door with his hands behind his back. As soon as he saw Lu Jie, his eyes lit up immediately, and he trotted over with a smile like a chrysanthemum. Brother Lu, are you here today to set a star? His manner was very respectful. Because everyone knows that Lu Jie will definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. Lu Jie nodded, acquiescing to the little old man's words. The little old man immediately took him into the hall courteously, but he took him to the lounge. The explanation given was, someone inside is fixing the stars. Lu Jie casually asked who it was. The little old man answered Wu Jiaorong. Aha, old Wu wants to be a star. Lu Jie is very concerned about this person. After all, not every awakened person can keep his original intention. Being able to sacrifice his life to save ordinary people regardless of comfort has proved that this person's heart is very pure. Go and see. Lu Jie immediately got up and went to the star-fixing room. The little old man hurried to catch up and followed behind Lu Jie's ass. Just walked to the door. Then I saw Wu Jiaorong walking out dejectedly. Lu Jie knew the result by looking at his state and expression. Lu Jie, are you here? Wu Jiaorong didn't expect to meet him here, and seemed a bit at a loss. Mainly because of the embarrassment of being bumped into by acquaintances just after I failed. Failed to fix the star? Lu Jie asked. Wu Jiaorong's face darkened and he nodded. Hey, there is no rush in cultivation, take it step by step slowly, with your A-level talent, I believe you will succeed soon. Lu Jie comforted. Wu Jiaorong was also free and easy, and immediately said. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile, it's just that I'm not reconciled. I can only work harder in the future. I hope that the star will be fixed as soon as possible, and I will become a 6-star awakener. Lu Jie was relieved to see that he was fine, patted old Wu on the shoulder and walked in. Soon, Chairman Zhang Haiyang and Chen Baishui also learned the news that Lu Jie is about to star. Zhang Haiyang, who had just heard about it, almost dropped his eyes. What? This guy has just crossed over to my place, and he has been repaired from 4 stars to 5 stars in less than a month. With that said, Zhang Haiyang cast his eyes on Chen Baishui. Chen Baishui was also a little unexpected. The two looked at each other, and hurriedly went downstairs to check the situation. Not for a while, several high rises went downstairs. The awakened people who had been watching for a long time saw the leader coming, and gave way one after another. Chen Baishui and Zhang Haiyang stood outside and looked in. It was indeed Lu Jie who was going to star. They couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Too fast. The old man has never seen a genius with such a speed of practice. Chen Baishui's beautiful eyes were full of surprise and joy. There was a strange light in her eyes, and she silently guessed in her heart. Will it really be successful to determine the star so quickly? Do not know why. Chen Baishui has a lot of confidence in Lu Jie in his heart. It is a kind of unreasonable honey trust. It's like, Lu Jie can do everything strangely. Inside the star-fixing hall, Lu Jie has already stood on the star-fixing platform according to the instructions of the staff. The mysterious and complicated equipment is connected to his body through various instruments. Shine with the light. Lu Jie also began to close his eyes, mobilizing the source force in his body with all his strength to resonate with the equipment. The vigorous and mighty source power began to flow in every corner of Lu Jie's body like an awakened dragon. There was a clatter, and in the outside world, the detection equipment quickly uploads the value to the display according to the fluctuation of the source force. The eyes of the people outside the hall did not blink, including the President Zhang Haiyang, the mysterious Vice President Chen Baishui, and all the melon eaters who flocked after hearing the news, staring at the big screen of the monitor. The atmosphere at the scene was so tense that only the beating of the heart could be heard. Everyone held their breath, as if the person standing on the star-fixing device was not Lu Jie, but himself. Finally, the display is on. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, values continue to break through. In a blink of an eye, the 5th star lights up steadily, and finally stops. 5 stars, 5-star awakener. Lu Jie. Bang. There was a sensation in the audience. All eyes are attracted by the 5 seemingly sparse and ordinary stars. Their hearts were shaken, and their eyes were full of disbelief. What is unbelievable is not the 5-star realm, but the time it took for Lu Jie to reach 5-star from 4-star, it was too short. Short enough to make your scalp tingle. Too short to feel unrealistic. How long has it been? It's 5 stars. Is this soaring by rocket? It's crazy. Labor cultivation is like an old rooster laying eggs. You can't hold one in half your life. Brother Lu's cultivation is like getting on a high-speed rail, and you rush up. I can't compare. People are more popular than people. Compared with Lu Jie, I'm more trash than trash. Brother Lu has broken the record for the fastest promotion in our 3rd district, right? For sure. The last record was his sister Lu Qingyi, who also came from a 4-star realm across regions, but it took a few distances to rise to 5 stars. Tisk tisk, that's perverted enough. As expected of 2 siblings. One is stronger than the other. The voices outside the hall were full of people, and the hearts of the people were sensational. In the hall, Lu Jie slowly walked off the equipment table. He was not surprised by his success in being classified as a 5-star awakener. Because even if the powerful blessing of Hellfire is removed, the various resources I have taken are also an astronomical sum. All kinds of 6th-order spirit crystals and 6th-order treasures are free to take. Just ask. In this world, who else can easily kill 6th-level monsters and enjoy 6th-level resources like Lu Jie at the 4-star level? Walking out of the hall, Lu Jie saw that the President Zhang Haiyang and Chen Baishui were also here, and nodded slightly. Beside, from time to time, everyone's amazement and gazes like looking at monsters can be heard. It's amazing. It's unimaginable to be promoted to 5 stars in such a short time. If it continues at this rate, wouldn't Brother Lu be able to rise to 6 stars in a few months? Hiss. Impossible. I've been here for almost 2 years, and I'm still quite close to reaching 6 stars. Can you compare with God Lu? Chairman Zhang Haiyang was in a good mood after seeing Lu Jie. His old face smiled like a chrysanthemum, and he kept saying, "Good, good, good." Several vice presidents and senior officials of various ministries also laughed and complimented Lu Jie. It's really a hero out of a boy, so quickly promoted to 5-star, the future is limitless. It seems that our 3rd district is about to produce another amazing super genius. Maybe, even the Holy Spirit Academy will have a place for Lu Jie. With a faint smile on his face, Lu Jie quietly listened to everyone's sighs and compliments. Chen Baishui was right next to his 360, with a pair of charming deep eyes, blinking nimbly and playfully. It seems to be telling, I already knew that you brat could do it. The other side, Lu Jie noticed Wu Jiaorong standing alone in the corner of the crowd. He was obviously out of place with a large number of people around him whose faces were filled with excitement and shock, as if he had been abandoned by the world. After all, Wu Jiaorong just failed to be graded 6-star. After Lu Jie saw him, he walked over specially. Wu Jiaorong stretched out his hand with a wry smile, congratulating. Congratulations, you have successfully fixed the star. Lu Jie smiled and said, thank you, don't be discouraged, continue to practice hard in the future, maybe you can be promoted to 6 stars after a while. Wu Jiaorong smiled generously. You don't need to comfort me, I'm not that vulnerable yet. At this time, he changed the topic and said to Lu Jie. By the way, my daughter has been arguing to meet your big brother since she heard that you saved me last time. Do you have time to visit her? Lu Jie was taken aback when he heard the words, and remembered the photo in the middle of Wu Jiaorong's black wallet. So he nodded and smiled, okay. Then the two went to Wu Jiaorong's room on the second floor together. The location is a little bit inside the corridor on the floor, mainly because the psychic association is full of awakened people. People come and go, and they are afraid that their daughter will cause some trouble by running away. After opening the door, the first sight is a warm vines and succulent potted plants. Lush and lush, growing on the small balcony, the green branches and leaves will climb the tentacles on the walls around the window sill, like a huge green bonsai curtain. There is an old LCD TV in the room, and next to it is an old mahogany furniture with mottled paint. Facing the TV are two wooden beds of the same size. One wooden bed was covered with blue velvet quilts, and the other wooden bed was covered with pink and snow-white quilts. There are a lot of dolls on the two beds, and they can't be put down, so they are placed separately. Other than that, there is no other furniture in the room. In the middle of the two beds, a cute little girl carved in pink and jade sat obediently on the bench, watching TV with a bag of potato chips in her hand. The moment the door opened, the little girl immediately turned her head around in surprise, and softly called out, "Egg." It was only by accident that there was an unfamiliar big brother by my father's side. Wu Jiaorong pointed to Lu Jie and said, "Nana, call big brother." The cute little Nana immediately shouted obediently and reservedly, "Hi big brother." Hearing the soft, glutinous and crisp voice of the little girl, Lu Jie's heart was also touched. He squatted down, smiled and said softly, "That one." At this time, Wu Jiaorong pointed to Lu Jie and introduced, "Nana, didn't you say last time that you wanted to meet the big brother who saved Dad? He is, you said you prepared a gift. Haven't given it yet. Big brother, take a look." Lu Jie secretly laughed. This little girl even prepared a gift for herself. Unexpectedly, when the little girl heard that Lu Jie was the big brother who saved Wu Jiaorong's life last time, her big round eyes lit up immediately. She rolled over to the dark cabinet of her pink bed, and took out a small glass bottle. Then she was still a little shy, and shyly came to Lu Jie's side, and held the glass bottle in two small hands and handed it to Lu Jie. "Big brother, here it is." When Lu Jie saw it, there were actually little stars folded with art paper inside, and there were thousands of paper cranes folded with big crooked and beautiful characters. "It is full, probably hundreds of them." Wu Jiaorong touched the back of his head and said embarrassedly, "My daughter insisted on sending some gifts to express her gratitude to you for saving your life. I don't have any good things in my hand, and you definitely don't like some low-level resources, so I and Nana have been raging for a week." Crane. "Big brother, don't you like it?" Seeing Lu Jie froze, the little girl thought he didn't like her gift, and the embarrassment and apprehension appeared on her pink and jade-carved little face. "I like it, big brother likes it very much." Nana's words made Lu Jie react. He quickly showed a warm smile, and took the glass jar filled with stars and paper cranes. "Think about it." Lu Jie took out a small brocade box from his pocket and handed it to Nana. "Since you gave big brother a gift, then big brother will give you a gift in return." Inside the small brocade box are the seeds of the 3 vast sea blood corals that exploded earlier. Lu Jie is destined not to stay in the 3rd district for too long. He still has to strive to break through 6 stars and enter the 4th district within 2 months. These 3 vast sea blood coral seeds cannot be cultivated by themselves. I originally wanted to go to the trading area to exchange for something else. Seeing Nana now, Lu Jie changed his mind. "Thank you big brother." Nana glanced up at Wu Jiaorong, and after getting a sign that she could accept it, she immediately said something sweet. Lu Jie's heart melted when he heard that, so he stretched out his hand and pinched her pink and tender little face. He got up and exchanged a few words with Wu Jiaorong, then left. Not long after he left, Wu Jiaorong, who opened the small brocade box, was shocked to find that there were actually 3 precious seeds of the blood coral in the vast sea, and he was stunned on the spot. "Papa, what's wrong?" Nana crawled on his shoulders and asked with big eyes. "No, nothing. It's just that Papa owes your big brother Lu a big favor again." After Lu Jie went back, "Once again, I entered the rhythm of life that is simple and easy to understand. Enter the mission when there is fog. Train hard and sharpen your body without fog. Period. He once again raised the record of the simulated training ground in the third area to killing 4 6th order weirdos in 3 minutes. It directly numbs the shocked scalps of all the awakened people in the 3 regions. Within a week, Liu Jie carried out 3 missions to wipe out the strange mist one after another, and gained a lot of resources. Nowadays, it was the 4th time Liu Jie stepped into the weird fog. South City, Causeway Lane. A sharp blast of flames flew across the air. A tyrannical and powerful 5th order strange creature was directly pierced through the body, emitting black smoke, and died on the spot. Liu Jie's right arm was on fire, and he walked slowly in front of the strange corpse, and put away the 5th order spirit crystal. Beside, it was a few members of the awakened team in the third area. Their eyes lit up when they saw Liu Jie, and they were very excited. Brother Liu. It's Brother Liu. You are so fierce, bro. You are my idol. They were all as excited as if they were seeing a star. They circled in front of Liu Jie. One blow, just one blow to instantly kill the 5th order strangeness. This strength is too strong. Such a ferocious tier 5 strange creature, it would take half a day for our team to take it down. Worthy of God Liu. With the impact of flames, you can instantly kill the 5th order weirdness. Our strength is no longer a latitude level. These awakened ones chattered and bragged about Liu Jie's combat power, as if he was as strong as himself. Liu Jie was in a hurry, and after nodding to them, he thought about it. There was a mysterious wave in the void. Next second, the flaming evil spirit motorcycle descended from the sky, and it docked handsomely in front of Liu Jie in a graceful spiral. He raised his legs and sat on the evil spirit motorcycle. Boom! Ferocious hell flames erupted all over his body. Immediately, whoosh, the evil spirit motorbike led Brother Liu, turned into a trail of fire that could only be seen as a phantom, pierced the entire sky, and disappeared. Nanchang, Feilong Road. It used to be the largest museum in the province and the Intercontinental Chamber of Commerce Convention and Exhibition Center. After the fog fell, it was completely destroyed by strange creatures into ruins. This moment, on top of the tall and majestic museum, squatting a strangely powerful yaksha. It has blue-faced fangs and long blood-red hair. Similar to the limbs of human beings walking upright, the sharp claws hold a Mitsubishi steel thorn yaksha. It was covered with blood, as well as internal organs such as the large intestine of the awakened human beings. Captain, what should we do? This 6th level strange strength has infinitely approached the 7th level. Half of the 3 teams died. All the awakened ones who can call for support are here, but this monster is unscathed, and even stabbed to death several companions who came to support. Several awakened people shivered and leaned together, looking at the yaksha squatting above the museum with horror in their eyes. The words completely lost the confidence to resist. Ha 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 ha. Sudden, the blue-faced yaksha with long teeth squatting on the top of the museum stood up holding a weapon and laughed wildly. The sound has a penetrating effect and is extremely sharp. Everyone in the team below swallowed hard, staring at the strange body trembling slightly. Captain Liu Hao endured the fear in his heart, stepped forward and said, "Later, I will use Frozen World to drag this beast, you guys find a chance and run." Captain, impossible, we will never run away without you. That's right, we must die together. Several team members got emotional and rejected Liu Hao's suggestion. Liu Hao poked his neck and cursed angrily. At what time is it still talking about brotherhood? We are all dead, who will pass on this beast's information? At that time, the headquarters will not understand the situation, and no additional staff will be sent. How many people will we have to die? Liu Hao's scolding made several teammates sober up a lot, but they were still unwilling to leave the captain and escape alone. How about, Captain, let me stay. I'm here to hold this beast, you guys report to the police for help. Another team member said with a trembling voice. Liu Hao glanced at him. Fart. You don't know how much you weigh. It's no wonder you can hold this beast. Several people are arguing. The 6th order yaksha had already raised the steel fork in his hand, jumped up, and jumped into the sky. Braving a faint black light, the steel fork plunged down towards the crowd. Not good. Surprised, Liu Hao pushed past the team members around him, clapped his palms, and hastily released a lot of cold air. The cold air is freezing to the bone, and it can even freeze steel and cement. However, facing this sixth-order Yaksha, there was nothing he could do. Yasha, who was laughing ferociously, was about to stab the steel fork into the captain's body. Several team members around were red-eyed, their canthus tearing open, and they said dumbly, "No, Captain, Beast, something is coming at me." However, Yasha strangely ignored them at all, and only wanted to kill the strongest captain of this group of races. Suddenly, at this moment of life and death, there was a sudden deafening roar of engines in the air. Everyone's heart just moved, and they haven't fully realized what's going on. A bright dark red flame mixed with brilliant gold rushed past. The powerful and brutal sixth-order Yaksha is strange. His body was directly crushed in midair, turning into a cloud of blood mist and splashing on Kongchen. Then it turned into rain of blood and splashed on Lu Hao's face. Lu Hao was doused with strange blood and was stunned. He looked at his hands, wiped the blood stains on his face, and said in a daze, Am I saved? Great, Captain, we're saved. This Yaksha is dead. We don't have to worry about it anymore." Several team members also rushed to Lu Hao's side excitedly, and they were overjoyed. It was only then that everyone noticed what the line of fire that had just rushed past was. When I saw a man riding a horse with raging flames all over his body, his heart was shocked. They immediately recognized who this flame ghost knight was. "Lu Jie, it's brother Lu. You're so handsome and Dick. Is this the strength of great god Lu?" Such a powerful and brutal sixth-order weirdness instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Several people looked at Lu Jie in shock and said, they were very excited by the deep gratitude for the rest of their lives after the catastrophe. Nowadays, everyone in the 3rd district knows that the person who looks like an evil spirit coming out of hell, covered in flames and riding a fire motorcycle is Lu Jie. Lu Jie nodded when he heard their shock and admiration. Then he tightened the accelerator, soared into the sky again, and shuttled into the strange fog. Looking down at the land of Nanchang from the sky. Although the air is full of thick and strange fog, blocking the line of sight. But a shining line of fire can still be seen, shuttling between the streets and alleys of Nanchang like a thunderbolt laser. Sparks and lightning along the way, all the strange things along the way were killed with one blow. In the mist, all the strange creatures on the 7th floor died in Lu Jie's hands. Till the end, Lu Jie was the first to step into the center of the fog after driving the evil spirit motorcycle around the southern city. He arrived here first. The front foot just entered. A grinning head rushed out from behind, and roared at him, the 6th order weirdness. It is strangely shaped like a thunder tiger, with blue lines in its snow-white fur. If one ignores the fresh blood and flesh foam in his bloody mouth, he will even feel like a holy beast descending, majestic and majestic. Lu Jie looked at the thunder tiger calmly, and tightened the throttle with his right hand. Boom! The evil spirit motorcycle roared and rushed out instantly. The moment he was about to hit Thunder Tiger, the latter's limbs exerted strength, jumped out of the killing range of the evil spirit motorcycle. Then it opened its mouth wide, and a group of turbulent thunder waves were ready to go. Next second, there was a muffled growl. Thunder waves surged out, drawing a thick laser beam in the air, and ruthlessly hit Lu Jie's body. Zzz. The small half of the body that was instantly melted by the thunder pillar slowly made a burning sound under the restoration of the Hellfire. Lu Jie's eyes were cold. Unexpectedly, the beast in the center of the mist still had a few tricks, and actually hurt himself. But, in the form of evil spirits, injuries can be ignored. Wait until Hellfire has completely repaired his injuries. Lu Jie's arms turned into flaming spears and wave magic swords. The calf exerted strength, and the thigh muscles exploded with terrifying strength. He flashed past, rushed in front of Lei Hu's strange face, and shot straight at him. Boom! Thunder Tiger let out a low growl, and slapped Lu Jie's flaming spear away with his thick tiger claws. But the next second, the wavy flame sword slashed fiercely at Lei Hu's neck. It has rough skin and thick flesh, and the magic sword turned into Hellfire can't kill it with one blow. Moreover, Thunder Tiger's body was agitated with densely packed tiny arcs of lightning, trying to paralyze Lu Jie's sword-holding hands. Unfortunately, the corner of Lu Jie's mouth raised slightly, and the evil spirit himself completely ignored all negative states. A huge force is sent out. The huge flaming sword slashed into the neck of General Thunder Tiger, and instantly shot out countless blood, which then evaporated under the high temperature of the flame. Lei Hu groaned in pain, and staggered back heavily injured. Lu Jie originally planned to pursue the victory and kill him with one blow. Unexpectedly, in the next second, a sudden change occurred. Ah! The Sixth Order Thunder Tiger raised its head to the sky and roared strangely, and the sound waves shook the entire night sky. A burst of thunder surrounded its entire body. The noisy and violent thunder was like 1,000 birds singing together, and the scene was illuminated by the thunder light like daytime. Lu Jie's face also showed a dignified expression, because he discovered that the Thunder Tiger in front of him had mutated and could evolve. Current aura is even comparable to the 7th level of weirdness. The burst thunder dissipated. Out of it came a blue and white tiger with elegant gaits and a hideous and slender body. Compared with before, the breath is several times stronger. Under the huge tiger's claws, what tiny electric arcs linger. Lei Hu stared at Lu Jie coldly with strange eyes, and the two sides fell into a brief confrontation. Next second, it opened its mouth, and a dazzling thunderball spit out. The thunderball surged and shot in front of Lu Jie in the blink of an eye. Lu Jie turned his head and dodged the thunderball. In the end, it was the second one. The third one. Even the fourth thunderball. Each thunderball is as big as a basketball. Although none hit Lu Jie's head, it destroyed most of his body. The fortified bones inside were exposed, broken into pieces one by one. Zzz. The Hellfire burned fiercely, and quickly repaired Lu Jie's injuries. As for Lu Jie himself, he also understands the strange strength of this mutant. So he decisively summoned the soul chain, and he straddled the evil spirit motorcycle again. Twist the throttle and the engine roars. The evil spirit motorcycle rushed in front of Lei Hu in an instant. After the evolution, the Thunder Tiger's strange reaction, which is comparable to the 7th level, is faster than before. It jumped on all fours and tried to dodge, but never expected. Lu Jie is already ready and waiting for it. The silver-white soul chains turned into straight silver guns, falling from the sky. Then Lu Jie straddled the evil spirit motorcycle, and his eyes suddenly launched the eyes of judgment. The violent and bloodthirsty negative emotions in Lei Hu's heart were magnified countless times in an instant, and under the excitement, the entire tiger body fell into violent chaos. Since then, of course, the action has not been as sensitive as before. The silver spear transformed from the soul chain pierced through the hole in its forehead. Lei Hu froze, trembling for a few seconds, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and fell down. Lu Jie let out a breath. After a big battle, he was exhausted. But finally solved the final boss. A black box exploded on the ground, along with a necklace. Lu Jie put away the black box first, and then picked up the necklace. After some investigation, he looked happy. White Tiger Hard Necklace. The wearer can greatly increase the power of blood energy, and can also gain the potential of thunder to stimulate cells. This is a 6th order abnormal weapon, which is 2 levels higher than the soul-destroying bell. Alien weapons are rare and powerful things, much more powerful than spiritual weapons. The 6th order alien weapon is the biggest harvest tonight. Because Lu Jie was the first awakened person to step into the center of the fog. Even if there is a strange battle with the White Tiger now, no other awakened ones have come at this moment. So he simply opened the black box on the spot. The first to bear the brunt is a Tiantian snow sunflower, which can increase the source power, which is quite satisfactory. But this thing, the more the better for Lu Jie. Secondly, it is still a bottle of potion that exudes lavender light. The effect of the potion is to allow the awakened person to enter a berserk state for a short time. In the berserk state, the source power boils and surges to several levels, and the physical fitness will also be significantly improved. But after the berserk ends, the strength will drop sharply by 2/3, falling into a weak state for 24 hours. It's a double-edged sword. If the future falls into a desperate situation, it can be used as the last trump card. Pick up the 6th order spirit crystal by hand. This time the harvest was quite fruitful. Lu Jie rode the ghost motorcycle again and returned with a rewarding experience. After returning to the Psychic Association, Lu Jie recalled his 2 trips to the mist, since he got the evil spirit support. Basically, he solved most of the weirdness of the entire fog by himself. How about I just brush the mist alone in the future? With my current strength, it's no problem to single-handedly brush any fog in the third area. The more I think about it, the more excited Liu Jie becomes. Swiping alone means that Liu Jie has to solve the weirdness in the whole fog alone, without teammates or support. But Liu Jie doesn't need it. He doesn't need teammates. Moreover, all the resources of the single kill belong to him alone. In this way, the cultivation resources will be greatly increased, and the time away from the 6-star awakened will be greatly shortened. And at this time, many awakened squads in Nanchang have been belatedly aware of it. They looked at the environment in front of them in astonishment, and found that the strange fog had dissipated. What does this mean? It means that the boss in the center of the fog has been solved. Everyone's heart was shocked, and there was an uproar. What the hell is going on here? I haven't done anything, and the fog has disappeared. This shit, could it be that Liu Jie has already solved it all? Before, Liu Jie drove a ghost motorcycle and galloped across the southern city, and witnessed all the awakenings with his own eyes. Naturally guessed the instigator at once. No, no, no. My heart attack is going to be stimulated. Brother Liu is too fierce, isn't he? Compared to him, we are like trash. Come on, the mist is gone, we have nothing to do here, go back to wash and sleep. Oh, suddenly, I feel that life is meaningless. Too shocking. The awakened ones in Nanchang were in a commotion, and the shock of Liu Jie in their hearts became more and more profound. And the other side, Liu Jie has already begun to digest the resources harvested from this operation. Dozens of hundreds of 5th-order spirit crystals, 7 6th-order spirit crystals. And a black box. It can be said that one wave ate a big one. He held his breath and concentrated, first absorbing the 5th-order spirit crystals one by one, and then the 6th-order spirit crystals. Then take Tianshan Shuikui. The source power in the body, stimulated by countless resources and treasures, rose wave after wave. Until the last trace of medicine dissipated. When the body feels a little swollen and painful. Liu Jie just stopped. Ding. Congratulations to the increase in host strength. Reward template integration. Current template fusion. 20%. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new skill, Latitude Shuttle. Liu Jie suddenly opened his eyes, showing unexpected joy. Another skill unlocked, Latitude Shuttle. The host can transform into a ghost rider and travel through any latitude space, and the farthest distance can span hundreds of kilometers. Note, the shuttle distance can be increased with the improvement of the strength of the host and the fusion of the template. Liu Jie stared at the system's explanation and froze there. Latitude Shuttle, you can ignore all obstacles and travel through space. And the distance can also increase with the improvement of my strength and template fusion. It's so powerful. If it's in the later stage, wouldn't it be possible for me to travel across a country with just one thought? Liu Jie felt a slight shock in his heart. Now, his heart was agitated, and the thought of going into a fog alone became more intense. So he immediately found Chen Baishui and explained his intentions. What did you say? In the future, do you want to go to a strange place alone? Chen Baishui's beautiful eyes shone with shock, and she looked at Liu Jie's face in disbelief. She never expected that Liu Jie would make such a proposal. This is crazy too. Rao is well informed and has seen countless amazing geniuses, but she has never seen such audacious Liu Jie. Because in the entire Dragon Kingdom for such a long time, only 3 people have achieved such a feat by one person alone in brushing the mist. 2 of them became the deans of the Holy Spirit Academy. The other person is the number 1 of the current sequence seeds. Many people simply can't imagine how difficult it is to brush the strange fog alone. One-on-one is weird. Fortunately, many geniuses can do solo kills or even leapfrog solo kills. But there are many strange creatures in the fog. No matter how strong you are, can you kill more than a dozen weirdos of the same level in succession? Once surrounded, the body's source power is exhausted, that is to die without life. Facing Chen Baishui's shock, Liu Jie was not annoyed, but just said with a calm expression. The fog in the southern city has been solved by me. Listening to Liu Jie's words, Chen Baishui felt hungry subconsciously. Then it suddenly occurred to me, how long has it been since the fog in the southern city fell, and the association just dispatched a large number of awakened people within half a day before it was resolved. And Liu Jie also said, he solved it. Liu Jie nodded and added, I killed 70% of the weirdness and the central boss. Now that the fog has dissipated, I guess you'll be able to get action reports in a while. Chen Baishui was completely shocked. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lu Jiyi's eyes, shining with disbelief. So scary. This moment, even her scalp trembled a little. Lu Jiyi's ability and talent really broke through her imagination as the #1 bull. The words have reached this point. And Lu Jie also proved his strength. Chen Baishui had no choice but to agree to his request. Henceforth, Lu Jie can go to the strange fog alone, brush all the strange things alone, and enjoy exclusive resources. Just as Chen Baishui was rummaging through the files, preparing to issue this special instruction on the computer alone, a quiet secretary girl came in at the door. The secretary's sister handed Chen Baishui a document. She put on red-rimmed glasses and opened the file to have a look. The expression on his face froze and changed slightly. Lu Jie noticed the change in her expression, frowned, and said, "What's wrong?" Chen Baishui looked at him and sighed softly. "Your good friend, Wu Jiaorong is dead. Just now, he died in another strange fog. Moreover, he didn't die at the hands of Weird, but at the hands of the awakened ones in Sakura Kingdom. They invaded the 3rd district of our country and plundered resources. After they met Wu Jiaorong, they had a dispute, and then..." Lu Jiyi's pupils shrank, and his breathing stopped for 2 seconds. He is silent. Do not know why. Heard the news. Lu Jiyi's first reaction was the image of Wu Jiaorong's daughter Nana flashed in his mind. Then there is a touch of sadness. He took a deep breath, and slowly took out 1,000 paper cranes from his pocket with his right hand. This is one of the jars Wu Jiaorong and his daughter Nana spent a week stacking. After opening it with trembling hands, Lu Jiyi's blessings were written on it in a mature and childish handwriting. Wu Jiaorong, I wish brother Lu all wishes come true and all wishes come true. Nana, I hope big brother is happy every day and has someone to accompany him every day. The moment I saw these 2 lines of writing, the voices and smiles of the father and daughter appeared vaguely before Lu Jiyi's eyes. The scene of Lao Wu taking him to see his daughter seems to be still vivid. But such a pure and resolute man, such a person who sacrificed his life for himself and had an upright heart, died in the hands of Sakura Kingdom. 2 days ago, Lao Wu also told Lu Jie with a smile that the 3 Hanhai blood coral seeds he gave to Nana were successfully fed by Nana, and now they have sprouted emerald green buds. And now, some say he is dead. Lu Jiyi's eyes suddenly changed like a storm, and became fierce in the blink of an eye, and when he raised his head, he was full of killing intent. Tell me the name of the man who killed him. Chen Baishui took a deep look at Lu Jie, and then said, Kamita Zan Yiro, the 6-star awakener. After thinking about it, she said again, Lu Jie, don't be impulsive. Countries plunder each other's resources. It's not a small thing. The big deal is that you invade my territory and I invade your territory. This has become an unspoken rule among awakened people from various countries. Faced with Chen Baishui's persuasion, Lu Jie was just silent. He turned around silently, holding the unfolded paper crane tightly in his palm. Then came to Wu Jiaorong's room on the 2nd floor. Just close, I heard the crying of the little girl inside. Lu Jie quickened his pace and found that little Nana was crying on the bedside, as if she had a premonition that her father would never come back, and wiped her tears with her little hand, not even watching TV. After hearing Lu Jiyi's movement, little Nana looked at him with red eyes, holding back tears. Jie, have you seen my papa? Lu Jiyi's heart sank, and he pulled himself together, squatted down with a smile on his face and said softly, Nana, your papa is a good papa. He just traveled far away and will not come back for a long time. As he spoke, he stroked Nana's little head. Nana buried her small body in Lu Jiyi's arms, sobbing non-stop. Lu Jie felt the trembling of the little man in his arms. Are you okay? With a sweep of his eyes, he saw a touch of emerald green vast sea blood coral has already appeared in the water tank. This moment, his gaze became extremely cold. The killing intent in my heart is so strong that I can no longer control it. He decided that he would go to the Sakura country. For Wu Jiaorong's death, Cherry Blossom Kingdom can only pay for it with blood flowing into rivers. Comfort little Nana, and finally put her to sleep. There were still tears and confused fear in the corners of little Nana's eyes. Lu Jie felt distressed. Turning around, he resolutely stepped out of the Psionic Association. Just walked out the gate. A figure followed behind. It was Wu Di. Brother Lu, where are you going? Lu Jie looked at him coldly and said, Sakura country. Wu Di looked at him solemnly, take me, I'll go too. Lu Jie gave him a surprised look, it's very dangerous to go here, you might not be able to come back. Wu Di grinned, this man who wants to be strong all his life is unspeakably bold at the moment. Old Wu shares my surname, and he is also my friend. It is good. Wu Di's words are enough. Lu Jie is no nonsense either. The two immediately left the 3rd district together. They leave for an hour. Chen Baishui, who was belatedly aware of it, suddenly discovered that both of them had disappeared. Being ice, snow and smart, she instantly guessed Lu Jie's intentions. The complexion is very heavy. Are you crazy? That's the headquarters of other countries. They just broke in so recklessly. Chen Baishui's anxious face was full of helplessness. At the moment she doesn't know. When Lu Jie leaves, what an earth-shaking commotion will be caused. Cherry Blossom Country has a small domestic area, a high population density, and scarce resources. Therefore, every awakened person in the Sakura country has a gene in their bones to invade strange areas in other countries and plunder resources. Similar to Dragon Country, every weird area in Sakura country has an existence similar to Psychic Association, named Gyeocheonyuan. The base of Sakura Awakeners is not small, and a total of 10 Heavenly Awakeners were born. 9 are still alive today. They are the 6th country in the world to open the 5th district. In terms of strength, it cannot compare to Dragon Kingdom. Whether it's low-end combat power, or a top-level powerhouse standing above all human beings, the Sakura Kingdom cannot be compared with the Dragon Kingdom. And in today's global weirdness intensifying, all countries are competing for resources, fighting openly and secretly. This kind of small friction is common all over the world, and there has been no major war yet. But once the situation changes in the future, it is impossible to open new strange areas to increase the total amount of resources. A war of awakened people among various countries is probably unavoidable. Throughout human history, similar wars caused by involuntary involution after the saturation of resources are vivid in my mind. Sakura Country, the 3rd district. A short and thin man with a beard, carrying a sharp cherry blossom knife, was bragging about his trip to the Dragon Kingdom with his companions. Those awakened ones from the Dragon Kingdom are so weak at work. It can't hold back the violent offensive of our big cherry blossom awakener. At that time, I was just going there to fight, and those awakened people from the Dragon Kingdom were all scared to pee, dumbfounded and at a loss. So I resorted to the swordsmanship handed down from my family, and competed with Matsuda-kun who could kill the group of weak Dragon Country awakeners first. It only took half a day to cut off the master's head. Tisk tisk, there are a lot of resources harvested that day. After hearing this, the companions of surrounded by him were full of envy and yearning. Tisk tisk, that's awesome, Kamita-kun. It would be great if I had the opportunity to go to the city of Dragon Kingdom. I heard that there is a huge land and rich resources. Every time the foggy area appears, it is large and numerous. There is no need to worry about resources. Unlike our big cherry blossom country, the resources are simply not enough. The name of the man who keeps boasting about Rendon Hu as Kamita Zan-Yiro. Previously, following a secret team, he smuggled into a city in the 3rd district of the Dragon Kingdom, attacked and killed the Dragon Kingdom awakeners there, and then plundered all the resources. That battle was quite tragic. Kamita Schwaniro and the others encountered tenacious resistance. If it weren't for the previous sneak attack, they wouldn't even be able to return. Certainly, it was impossible for Kamita to say these words. In his mouth, the result of barely winning by sneak attack was infinitely exaggerated. It seems that invading the Dragon Kingdom and plundering resources is as easy as eating and drinking. It made several companions envious enough. The other side. Lu Jie and Wu Di successfully sneaked into the 3rd area of Sakura Kingdom. The two of them didn't make any adjustments, after inquiring about the good news. Directly entered a strange fog in the country of cherry blossoms. Brother Lu, my ability is the S-level godly sky wolf, with fast speed and super agility, let me lead the battle. After entering the mist, Wu Di volunteered, but Lu Jie shook his head. In his calm eyes, he suppressed the stars like a volcanic eruption, and said lightly, "No need, you are responsible for guarding the perimeter and clearing out the fish that slipped through the net. As for this weird fog, I'm enough alone." Wu Di was stunned, he looked at Lu Jie in a daze, and said for a while, "You want to sweep through this fog alone?" Lu Jie didn't answer him, and what was left to Wu Di was only his back that was drifting away. Gulu. Wu Di's heart trembled slightly, looking at Lu Jie's back, he didn't know what to say. "I can only lament that he is worthy of him, his behavior style is always so sturdy." On the streets of Sakura country, which is like anime and realistic, romantic pink cherry blossoms are scattered everywhere. At this time, it was autumn, and the bleak wind was blowing gently on the earth. He also raised the corner of Lu Jie's clothes. He has gone deep into the fog, his eyes are cold. Boom! A ball of hellfire quietly attached to Lu Jie's body surface. And with the pace of his advancement, median, until one, completely transformed into a ghost rider who came out of the depths of the night. Ahead, there is a strange 5th level 3-headed red dog, with bulging and explosive muscles, grinning at the 3 awakened people from the Sakura kingdom. A low growl before the attack kept coming out of the throat, ready to kill at any time. At this moment, a group of bursting flames surged forward. It slammed into the strange bodies of the 3 red dogs. The terrible high temperature burned the abdominal cavity of the 3 red dogs into nothingness, and the blood of the internal organs splashed all over the ground, making it bloody. The 3 awakened ones from the Sakura kingdom were dumbfounded. They were taken aback for a moment, and then looked at Lu Jie, who was slowly walking in with both shock and ecstasy in their eyes. "See Gui, our great cherry blossom country did not expect to have such a powerful awakener. He can kill weird with one blow, what a powerful man. It's just, why have I never heard of such a consciousness before?" The 3 awakened people from the Sakura kingdom stared at Lu Jie approaching in shock, while sighing in disbelief at his strength. "I thought Lu Jie was also from Sakura country." Next second. Boom! Lu Jie, who turned into an evil spirit, stretched out a mighty flaming spear from his right arm. Sweep the spear across the moon. The bodies of the 2 awakened people from the Sakura kingdom were cut in half in an instant, and they were cut in 2 with one shot. PFF'd. Ah! The 2 looked at their body divided into 2 in astonishment, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before they could figure out what happened, their eyes went dark and they completely lost consciousness. Quote exclamation mark quote. Akita-kun, the remaining one who had awakened from the Sakura kingdom, was stunned. He bit his finger and looked at his companion who died tragically beside him in horror, his voice began to tremble. And ahead, the flame power awakener who just killed the 5th level strangeness with one blow and killed 2 of his companions is walking towards him step by step. There was a smell of urine in the air. This man is terrified. Swish! Lu Jie pointed with his right hand, pointing the flaming spear at the Sakura kingdom awakened who was kneeling on the ground in terror. The tip of the gun was burning with flames, and Dangwon twisted the air. "Name," Lu Jie said coldly. My lord, please spare my life. My lord, please spare my life. My name is Xiaofu. As long as you don't kill me, I'll say anything." The little husband knelt on the ground, kowtowed continuously, his body was shaking like chaff. Lu Jie gave him a cold look and asked, "Where is Kamita Zanjiro?" The little husband was taken aback and opened his mouth wide. "Huh, Kamita Zanjiro. This person, I don't know him." Back to the adults, the little one doesn't know him. The little husband was terrified, but he couldn't remember who this person was after searching his stomach. Lu Jie frowned slightly. What he doesn't know is that Kamita Zanjiro is just an extremely ordinary awakened person in Sakura country. Naturally, not many people know him. So Lu Jie shook the tip of his gun. It crossed Xiaofu's neck in an instant. His head was raised high, and the blood spilled a beautiful parabola in the air. "Kill the 3 people in front of you." Lu Jie's eyes were cold. Looking at the far horizon and the end of the sky, there seems to be sparks jumping. The hunt begins. Follow Lu Jie's thoughts. A pitch black and deep black hole appeared in the void, and a fiery evil spirit motorcycle rushed out roaring. Lu Jie shed his mortal body, turned into a ghost rider, rode a ghost motorcycle, and began to prepare to sweep the entire fog. The terrain of Sakura country is uneven and the streets are small and crowded. But this does not prevent Lu Jie from flying into the sky and escaping from the ground on the evil spirit motorcycle. He soared into the sky, drawing a line of fire in the sky. The awakened people of Sakura country in the nearby area were attracted by this flame figure one after another, and all of them turned their attention to Lu Jie. See Gui, what a fierce flame. This man is so strong and handsome. He really deserves to be the strong man of our great Sakura country. Is this flame a gift from God Amaterasu? However, such an outstanding adult, have you never had an impression before? These awakened ones looked up at Lu Jie's flying figure one after another, and let out exclamations in their mouths. However, what greeted them was not the so-called flame bestowed by God Amaterasu. It's the hellfire that came out of the endless abyss. Boom! Lu Jie shot out countless small flames. The flames condensed into sharp little swords in the air. Like a goddess scattering flowers, the meteor-like rain of flames and swords covered all areas within a radius of 1 kilometer. Within 1 kilometer, all the awakened people in the Sakura kingdom were pierced by the rain of flames and swords. And under high temperature, it is completely reduced to ashes. In an instant, there are as many as 17 awakened people in the Sakura kingdom who died in the fire rain. Lu Jie stared indifferently at the Sakura countryman who died on the ground in a miserable state and screamed in despair before dying. This time, he doesn't care about resources or not. The purpose of this trip is to kill people. Repay kindness with kindness, repay grievance with straightness. Wu Jiaorong's death must be paid for by the blood of the awakened people in the Sakura kingdom. The grand and sensational rain of fire alarmed everyone around. Countless Sakura country awakeners reacted. This mysterious flame-type awakener who suddenly appeared is not from his country. Foreign enemy invasion. Emergency assembly. Baga, there is an unexpected invasion of my big cherry blossom country. I'm tired of living. This guy, die, get to work. My lords, please follow me to surround it and kill this hateful intruder. A group of awakened people from Sakura Kingdom were so angry that they gathered together to surround Lu Jie. Lu Jie looked at their assembled figures coldly, with a disdainful arc of his mouth. He drives a ghost motorcycle. Rampage all the way. It's amazingly fast, ferocious like an ancient ferocious bird. The devil came to the world. Everyone was shocked to find that they couldn't stop the man on the flame motorcycle. Baga, why is this flame so terrifying? I'm almost cooked at the high temperature. Could it be that Yamada no Orochi is riding under his crotch? It can't be stopped at all. Such a perverted vehicle, such an astonishing ability, what is the origin of this intruder? The awakeners of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom gathered together could only be forced to witness Lu Jie galloping and galloping. I can't touch a single hair on him. All of them were exasperated and depressed, vomiting blood. However, next second, Lu Jie was driving a ghost motorcycle and made an emergency U-turn. It actually aimed at the direction surrounded by the awakened people of Sakura country, and passed by. He took the initiative to fall into the siege of Sakura country. Haha, this kid actually took the initiative to seek death. Seeing that we have completed the encirclement action, he ran over provocatively. Swoosh, everyone, work harder, let's siege and kill this hateful intruder. Kill. A group of awakened people from the Sakura kingdom grinned grinningly and pulled out their samurai swords. From their perspective, he took the initiative to turn around and fall into the encirclement circle composed of dozens of people on his side. This arrogant intruder must surely die. However, they never expected it to be. Lu Jie did this on purpose. He deliberately galloped in the sky with a high profile. The purpose is to absorb all the awakened people from the Sakura kingdom around them. Good catch. Save yourself running around, wasting time and effort. In the encirclement, dozens of awakened people sneered and looked at Lu Jie like a dead man. Center. Lu Jie slanted to stop the evil spirit motorcycle, stopped and looked at them indifferently, and asked, "Do you know where Kamita Zanjiro is?" Everyone was taken aback. Apparently, he did not expect that the intruder, speaking with a Dragon Kingdom accent, would still be asking for a name of his own country at the end of his death. Only, Kamita Zanjilong is really too ordinary, so ordinary that there are nearly 40 awakened people here, but none of them know him. On the contrary, does this group of people still think that this intruder has a big brain? When death is imminent, don't you immediately kneel down and beg for mercy, but you still want to inquire about others? For a while, idiot, die, drop, and the like are endless. Lu Jie didn't get the answer he wanted. He stopped dragging his feet and murmured softly. If that's the case, then you all go to die. Boom. Lu Jie's source power suddenly increased sharply. The raging hellfire instantly expanded from the diameter of him alone to a flame storm of more than 10 meters. The flames of hell mixed with darkness and gold danced with the wind. The sea of fire is monstrous, like a tornado. Wrapped all the people of Sakura country. Their faces changed instantly. The cruel smile disappeared in an instant, replaced by endless terror and trembling. No, 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 what kind of flame is this? Why is it so terrifying? Run, run, Wu, Baga, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Why does this person have such a strong strength? He's a devil, he's a devil. The desperate screams of this group of people did not bring them hope of life. The ferocious flame mercilessly devoured their lives. There were desperate screams one after another. The terrifying high temperature incinerated their skin, muscles, organs and bones into ashes. Wait until the flames gather and the fire tornado disappears. A gust of autumn wind blows. Only a piece of white ashes remained in the air. The bleak and empty world. It seems that the faces of these dozens of awakened people in the Sakura kingdom can still be vaguely seen. And the streets of Sakura country, which has always been known for being small, fresh, cramped and tidy, have anime-like street scenes. At this moment, it has been completely reduced to a scorched ruin. Melted steel and cement, blackened bricks, tiles, wood and stones. It's like a sheer hell. And in the peripheral area of this strange mist, Wu Di is possessed by the god-walking wolf, hunting the remaining fish that slipped through the net everywhere. As a genius with an S-level ability, he was also promoted to the 3rd district across districts. Those individual omission awakeners are not his all-in-one enemy at all. All were cleaned up by Wu Di. He had just stabbed to death the last little Sakuraman who held his katana high and was about to fight to the death with his wolf claws. Then I want to sit down and catch my breath and smoke a cigarette. Then I saw Lu Jie walking slowly, with a calm face. Wu Di put all his lighters to his mouth, but he just stood there in a daze. He looked at Lu Jie's figure and was horrified in his heart. Could it be that? Lu Jie nodded lightly. Wu Di was shocked. He was completely stunned, pointing at Lu Jie with trembling fingers, almost unable to say a whole sentence. In less than 20 minutes, you killed all the awakened ones and weird inside. This is too cruel. Wu Di didn't dare to think about it. In this strange fog, there are at least 100 awakened ones, right? Not to mention the more powerful weirdness in the same level. All slaughtered in 20 minutes. This efficiency, this strength. Wu Di gasped in shock. Then he looked at Lu Jie's expression even more flattering. Showing a dog-licking look. Only this kind of person deserves to be my big brother. Lu Jie ignored Wu Di's shameless dog-licking words. Said directly, next, we have to solve it before the support from the 4th district of Sakura country arrives, and we will try to get it done within 5 hours. When Wu Di heard this, he was shocked again. 5 hours, 2 people going to destroy the entire 3rd district. Do you want to be so exaggerated? However, I like it. Wu Di's heart is hot, and he is very excited to be able to follow Lu Jie and to perform a feat that has never been done before. But then he suddenly realized. This seems to be a bit far from other fogs. Although the land of Sakura country is small and cramped, it is still much bigger than Surrender country and Belly country. There are tens of hundreds of kilometers between cities. In 5 hours, Brother Lu, didn't we consider the time to hurry? These 5 hours, a little. Wu Di didn't finish his sentence. Brother Lu directly grabbed his shoulder. With a flash in his eyes, he displayed latitude shuttle. 1 breath time. The two of them appeared in another fog 20 kilometers away. Wu Diren was completely numb. He was caught by Lu Jie just now, and entered a mysterious space that he had never seen before. Before he could catch his breath, he teleported 20 kilometers away. Wu Di was shocked and inexplicably said, "What the hell? Do you still have spatial abilities? How can that be?" Lu Jie didn't bother to explain too much, so he walked straight away and turned himself into a ghost rider burning with hellfire all over his body. He is like a god of fire. Summon the evil spirit motorcycle again, and turn the accelerator. Buzz, boom. The evil spirit motorcycle roared and led him into the fog. Lu Jie did not hide his whereabouts at all. With great fanfare, wantonly slaughtered all the weird and awakened people of the Sakura kingdom encountered along the way. People block and kill people, Buddhas block and kill Buddhas. It's just that before killing the awakened person in Sakura country, the doctor asked about the whereabouts of Kamita Zanjiro. Tell me, do you know Genichiro Kamita? Tell him his whereabouts, and I will spare your life. Lu Jie's flame gun pointed at the shivering cherry blossom man who was huddled in the corner, with a cold tone. I don't know. Swish. The tip of the gun swept away. The person's head was separated instantly. Immediately, Lu Jie stepped on the motorcycle and continued on his way expressionlessly. Soon, this strange fog knows an intruder who speaks the Dragon Kingdom dialect. They gathered together and prepared to intercept and kill Lu Jie on the way. This time, there were more than 60 awakened people gathered together. They were full of confidence and planned to kill him in one fell swoop. Buzz. The motorcycle engine roars. Lu Jie appeared in front of the group of Sakura Kingdom awakeners who had been waiting for a long time on a ghost motorcycle. Baga. Dragon Kingdom people, how dare you invade our great cherry blossom empire, you. Die, work. Gentlemen, follow me. Kill, slaughter this dragon countryman. More than 60 awakened people hold samurai swords, each showing their supernatural powers, pouring out their own abilities. For a time, there was great momentum. All over the sky. Countless dangerous and powerful abilities all greeted Lu Jie. Lu Jie faced the siege without changing his face. Even if the attack landed in front of his eyes, he never blinked. He was submerged in a sea of supernatural attacks. Soon there was no trace of him. But next second, boom, earth shakes. Lu Jie slowly emerged like a skeleton evil spirit walking out of hell. His eyes burned with bursting flames. His eyes were cold and majestic. Die, a high-pitched and ethereal sentence. A silver-white soul chain was born in the void, flying in the air. The hellfire exploded, shining like the might of the sky, and the terrifying power was earth-shattering. The waves of fire, like a vast ocean, roared like a dragon, covering all those who ambush and intercept him. Along the way, all abilities that come into contact with hellfire automatically disappear and melt. There was a lot of screams at the scene. The ground was flowing with bright red blood, the blood flowed like a river, and the internal organs were scattered all over the place. Many people who were burned by the hellfire and only had normal bodies screamed in despair while crawling desperately. But there is still a flexible soul chain in the air that continuously penetrates the battlefield, hooking out their souls. 330. Lu Jie also turned into an evil spirit of hell. His eyes were burning, and wherever the eyes of judgment went, his soul was burning. Then he extracted the memories of the people here on a large scale. View them one by one. But, still nothing. Finally someone knows Kamita Genichiro, but this guy's presence in the 3rd district is too low. Even if he is known, he doesn't know where this person is. After silently reading everyone's memories, Lu Jie waved his hand lightly. Boom! A final wave of bursting fire swept past. When the world returns to peace again, there are no traces of this group of Sakura country awakeners. Another strange fog was extinguished. Lu Jie still didn't get the result he wanted. Think about it too. If Genichiro Kamita is really a genius, it will not be reduced to going to other countries to secretly plunder resources. For the rest of the time, less than 3 hours, Lu Jie is like the cruelest god of death, shuttling through the 1st district of the dry cherry blossom country. A total of 9 strange fog. On average, there are nearly 100 awakened people in each strange fog. Without exception, all were killed by Lu Jie. He drives a ghost motorcycle with unpredictable speed. Along the way, whether it is weird or Sakura awakened, there is only one end. That is death. Less than 3 hours, Lu Jie has slaughtered more than 700 awakened people. He drives the evil spirit motorcycle, mercilessly harvesting the life of this land. That is more than 700 awakened people, each of them has 5-star or even 6-star strength. Not even weird. Wu Dairen was dumbfounded by such a terrifying record. His mind went blank, and he looked at Lu Jie with awe and fear. Too ruthless, so cruel that Wu Di completely lost the confidence and courage to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, and even forgot where Lu Jie's space system ability came from. Lu Ji's ruthless and decisive methods were completely beyond his expectations. Wu Di looked at this killing god, and the shock in his eyes lingered for a long time. He feels compared to Lu Jie. Other awakened ones are as docile as lambs. And during this period, Lu Jie finally found out the whereabouts of Cometa Zan Yilong. He went to a strange fog in Shujianting City. After inquiring about the news, Lu Jie didn't hesitate at all, and still grabbed Wu Di. Then he used the dimension shuttle, and appeared in Shujianzhong in the next second. However, surprisingly, the sky and the earth are clear here, and there is no cloud in the sky. It turns out that the weird fog has cleared. The awakened ones who performed the mission with Cometa Zan Yiro were more efficient than Lu Ji's arrival, and dealt with the fog, so they have returned to the third area, Hai Tianyuan. Lu Jie and Wu Di are like stepping into a void. Brother Lu, why don't you forget it this time? Gao Tianyuan is the psychic association of Cherry Blossom Country, similar to the Salvation Society on the other side of the lighthouse. It is the base camp of the awakened people in the third area of Cherry Blossom Country. We can wait for a while, anyway, the turtle grandson will come out sooner or later. When the time comes, whoever we choose will be able to hang up the grandson and beat him. Wu Di looked at Lu Jie cautiously, and spoke carefully. He felt that since Cometa Xuaniro was so lucky and had already run back to Takamahara, then naturally he would have no chance this time. After all, no one can kill a person under the pressure of awakened people in an entire area, can they? But Lu Jie shook his head. He looked at the distant sky, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said softly, "No, since Genichiro Cometa has returned to Takamahara in Sakura Country, then I will go to Takamahara and slaughter the third district." The words are full of vigorous killing intent and firm will. Wu Di heard this sentence. Totally shocked. He never thought that a person as calm as Lu Jie would have such a crazy side in his bones. Do not know why. Wu Di's heart beat violently. Boom! Exclamation mark. Boom! Dance non-stop. This is crazy too. Wu Di kept swallowing his saliva, his body trembling. Stimulate. I never thought of anything so crazy in my life. Done it. Wu Di's eyes are burning, and he intends to follow Lu Jie in this big ticket. Lu Jie took a deep look at him and did not refuse. If you want to come with me, do me a favor. Wu Di immediately stood at attention and raised his hand in a dignified manner. Lu Jie, give the order. Make sure to complete the task. Lu Jie nodded and said, when you get to the third district, you have to cut off their communication equipment as soon as possible. After thinking about it for a while, Wu Di understood the truth. He said seriously, don't worry, wrap it on me. Lu Jie then took out the recovery potion from the storage space. Then sit down cross-legged and quietly recover. Here to go. One is worth 1,000. Gotta keep everything at its peak. At this moment, the third district of Sakura Country, Gaoqianyuan. Inside an antique urn building. A few high-ranking people in thick white socks, clogs, and Mediterranean headdresses knelt together. They frowned, discussing something. Fuhrer-kun, have you found out why? All 9 strange fogs have lost contact. More than 700 awakened people have not heard from them so far. What happened? Fuji Yuta, known as Fuji-kun, frowned deeply, and he shook his head, saying that he hadn't found out about the matter yet. The incident happened suddenly. I have arranged for my men to investigate as soon as possible. It may take some time. This, Chairman Gao Tianyuan was worried. He always had an ominous premonition. The other high-ranking members of Gao Tianyuan were also frowning. In less than 3 hours, the accident happened suddenly. They are very afraid of any unforeseen disaster. This is more than 700 awakened people. If something happens. All the high-level scalps felt numb, as if a burst of electricity passed by. It was completely unimaginable. Sudden, there was a loud noise downstairs. There was the sound of the door being smashed. The high-level people sitting cross-legged together were all excited. Like a stress reaction, I hurriedly got up to check. I saw a mysterious man downstairs who was covered in flames, riding a motorcycle that was also burning with flames, rushing in brazenly. All the awakened people in Gaoqianyuan in the third district were all stunned. They stared blankly at Lu Jie, who barged in a daze. What happened? Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Under the urging of the source force, the bursting flame made a sizzling sound. The sound waves of the scorching air enter the ears. Everyone feels scalp tingling. With such a terrifying high temperature, just listening to the sound makes the hair stand on end. If the flesh is burned by this flame, everyone's expressions changed, and they dare not look like their daughter-in-law. But soon, immediately, someone stood up, stared at Lu Jie with a gloomy and stern expression, and asked, "Who are you? How dare you break into the holy land of Gao Tianyuan in broad daylight?" In the cherry blossom myth, Gao Tianyuan is a holy place to bury the gods. The Sakura people use Gao Tianyuan to call their psychic association, because they think that the awakened ones are superior and cannot be desecrated. However, at this moment, someone drove a vehicle so rudely and broke through the gate and rushed in. This is not contempt for the gods, what is it? Ah! Lu Jie sneered, and his arm turned into a wavy flame sword, which flashed past. The flame demon sword drew a bright trace in the air. Puff! The person who stepped forward to question was instantly beheaded. Bone Lulu. The head rolled to the ground, and the dead man's eyes widened, leaving the last panic and anger. Lu Jie took a step forward, with a cold face, looking around the entire 3rd district of Sakura country. The awakened ones said word by word. "Tell me, where is Zanyiro Kamita?" Gao Tianyuan, the 3rd district of Sakura country. After Lu Jie spoke, the scene was dead silent. Everyone stared at Lu Jie like a fool, all shocked. This person speaks the Dragon Kingdom dialect, so it is true that he is a Dragon Kingdom native. But is this crazy? Where did he think he was? This is not the kingdom of dragons, but the kingdom of cherry blossoms. You, a sneaky invader, broke into the headquarters of the awakened in another country, threatening to find a Sakuraman, and dare to kill your own base camp. Crazy, crazy. Are all the people of the Dragon Kingdom so brave? Tread. A middle-aged man with a Rendon who, short and sharp, and his appearance fully interpreted the word, wretched, stood up. He is Genichiro Kamita. At this moment, Genichiro Kamita thinks that he is backed by the national headquarters, supported by countless awakened people from his own country, so he has no fear at all. Baga, what are you doing? Why are you looking for me? When Lu Jie saw the middle-aged man, his eyes turned cold. It was him who killed old Wu. Suppressing the fury that was about to burst out of his heart, Lu Jie said coldly. "Who am I? The one who killed you. Kill my friend and you will bleed." Pooh. Kamita Zan Yilong was happy. He looked at Lu Jie cheerfully, feeling more and more that this person's brain is not working. In front of so many awakened people in Gaoqianyuan, the 3rd district of our country, you, a foreigner, actually threatened to kill yourself. Do you want to be so funny? Ha ha, stupid people from the Dragon Kingdom, the friend you mentioned, wouldn't it be the one-brained guy who wants to protect a group of strangers without relatives or reasons before he dies? Yulong Kingdom people are all equally stupid. Let me tell you, this guy was miserable that day. We broke his hamstring in a sneak attack, then poured special gasoline on it, and directly used supernatural fire to ignite him. The friend in your mouth is in extreme pain, struggling to use his ice ability. But gasoline is something special to us. Without a certain amount of time or special medicine, it can't be removed at all. We chopped off your friend's limbs, picked off his hamstrings, and roasted Waka Kaka to death. The more Kamita Zanyiro talked, the more excited he became, dancing and dancing. A group of awakened people from the Sakura Kingdom around him also listened with gusto, nodding with a smirk. Bang! Hellfire broke out. Lu Jie's complexion has become extremely cold, and the anger in his body is like a volcano about to erupt, completely irrepressible. The whole body was surging, and the turbulent hellfire instantly turned into a fire dragon with claws, and rushed towards Kamita Zanyiro. Ah! The fire dragon roared, deafening. The fire dragon danced its body, driving the hellfire to sweep across the audience. A photo. All the Sakura country awakeners who were closer to Lu Jie were killed or injured instantly. Kamita Zan Yilong was the first to bear the brunt of being hit by the fire dragon head-on in the chest. Whoa! A mouthful of thick blood spewed out. He flew upside down, unable to counter Lu Jie's move. When the scene was like gold paper, he vomited blood and lay weak on the ground. Lu Jie's outburst made trouble. It completely alarmed most of the awakened people in Gaoqianyuan in the 3rd district. These people from the Sakura country were furious, shouting at Baga Yalu one after another, and besieging and killing them with samurai swords. Kamita Zan Yilong endured the serious injury and fled in chaos. Lu Jie fixed his eyes on him, as if a lion was roaring in his eyes. Even if there are hundreds of awakened people holding sharp knives in front of them to block, he also wants to do everything he can to kill this beast. Boom! The hellfire is as vast as the sea, and the waves of fire are endless, devouring all the enemies in front who dare to block his way forward. Under the gushing flames, no one is the enemy of Lu Jie. He killed all the way through, chasing Kamita Xuanyuro's whereabouts violently and firmly. The other side, the senior management of the 3rd District of Sakura Country upstairs also heard the news. They were stunned, and their faces were full of unbelievable anger. Crazy, Long Kingdom people, they really don't know how to live or die, and dare to kill them. Do you really think our great Sakura Country is easy to mess with? Fuji-kun, Akita-kun, Oda-kun, Miyamoto-kun, let's take action together, and kill this ignorant Longguo native. Hi, the president of the 3rd District, Gao Tianyuan, gave an order. The other high-level officials, including the other vice presidents, immediately bowed their heads and responded. Immediately they were fully armed and went downstairs aggressively. Besides, there are also large swaths of other corners where the awakened come to hear the news. All of them were furious, and it was unbelievable that a person from the Dragon Kingdom dared to single-handedly enter the headquarters of the awakened ones in a country. Even if it's just a 3rd district. Soon, in front of Lu Jie, more and more awakened people gathered, even surpassing the total number of awakened people he killed across 9 strange fogs. They stared fiercely at Lu Jie cruelly, and vowed to tear him to pieces and turn his bones into ashes. Only in this way can the national power of the Great Cherry Blossom Empire be demonstrated. To vent their hatred, hee, are you all here? That's right, plan to kill. Lu Jie looked around with cold eyes. There is no fear of being outnumbered at all. His expression was extremely calm, or in other words, so cold that it was almost ruthless. Ever since Genichiro Kamita told how he tortured Lao Wu to death in that triumphant tone, the last shackles that Lu Jie hid in his heart were completely broken. The tyranny deep in his bones is no longer hidden. The tiger in the cage was opened the floodgate. So far. Killing intent. The evil spirit motorcycle burst out with a roaring engine roar. Lu Jie took it back into the void. At this moment, everyone is in Gaoqianyuan, and no one can escape. It does not require the high mobility of the ghost motorcycle to chase down the enemy. That being the case, wow, the flame suddenly expanded. Lu Jie turned into a bone evil spirit, and the color of the hellfire became dark and golden, with evil in the depth. A monstrous majesty broke out on Lu Jie's body. Lu Jie's eyes are wide open. He completely incarnated the ghost knight who came out of hell, and cast the eye of judgment. Anyone who looks at him will be judged for his inner sins. All dark sides are magnified without limit. They are like falling into an endless hell, living in the darkest and most evil place. Foaming at the mouth, eyes frightened and lax. At the same time, the soul was burned by the terrifying hellfire, and the silver-blue spirit body instantly turned into starlight. Lu Jie, the eye of judgment, life and death can be determined with one glance. There was an uproar in the crowd. Many people were stared to death by Lu Jie's stare. And the death was strange and miserable. Seeing the people around was terrified. Rao is so. Not many people are afraid. Because awakened people from their base camp of Sakura Kingdom came continuously. Conservative estimates, except for those who will not be able to come back temporarily after performing the task. There are at least 1,000 awakened here. What is this concept? Basically, it means that Lu Jie must be worth 1,000. Ordinary people would feel weak in the face of this amount of enemies, even if they were just a group of 3-star and 4-star enemies. Fear arises in my heart. But Lu Jie didn't. There is a raging fire burning in his bone pupils. In addition to killing intent and fighting intent, there is also endless majesty. Swish. The flame spear is brilliant. Clang. The wave magic sword dissipates the magic power. Lu Jie's right arm turned into a spear, and his left arm turned into a sword. Facing the crowd brazenly, rushed up. The silver moon of the flaming spear swept across, and the 6 little cherry blossom awakeners were cut off in half. Flame demon sword Awa Faith slash with one hit. A flame slashed across the sky. Lu Jie is like a god descending to earth, killing all directions. Dragon Country people, I want you to die. Abe Yuzuru, the chairman of the 3rd District Gao Tianyuan, who was standing behind, had red eyes. He watched so many awakened people under him being killed on the spot. He skinned Lu Ji's heart alive. Immediately, the president Anbei Yuzuru jumped out. Staring fiercely at Lu Jie, panting heavily, his ability is the Asura Ghost Arm. His right arm is covered with exploding scarlet muscles, as if the devil's soul is sealed in it. It can bless a lot of power and devil's power on it. It's a good A-level talent. Baga, die for me. Anbei Yuzuru let out a roar, and the Asura Ghost Arm burst out with violent power. A sharp samurai sword was made as heavy and swift as thunder. In just an instant, Lu Ji's shoulder was slashed. But Anbei Yuxian's face just showed the joy of hitting the enemy, and the next second it froze. Because he didn't feel the thick feeling of the sword cutting into the enemy's flesh at all. I took the sword and hit the body of the Dragon Kingdom man, as if it's like cutting into the air. Lu Jie stared at him gravely. Are you the president here? Anbei Yuzuru was shocked when he saw that his whole body was covered in white bones and his whole body was covered in flames. Just nodded. Swish. The flame demon sword cut off his head in an instant. Lu Jie beheaded him in public. This. Everyone retreated one after another, their faces horrified. They were shocked in their hearts. Their president, the veteran 6-star awakener, was hit by this dragon country in seconds. A wave of fear descended on their hearts. Unknowingly, the expressions of these people looking at Lu Jie changed. I no longer have the previous contempt and self-confidence. Instead, it was filled with seriousness and uncertainty. Lu Ji's operation of beheading the president with one hand shocked all the Sakura Kingdom awakeners present. There was a brief silence in the air. At this time, a tall and thin warrior stepped out from the crowd. He was tied with a tall single ponytail, and his eyes were calm and piercing. A thick red cloth bag was tied to the palm of his hand, and the traces of training that had already formed cocoons could be vaguely seen. Matsushima-kun is here. It's Matsushima-kun. Great. This is a powerful 7-star awakened. Killing a small dragon kingdom invader is absolutely easy. Song Dao-kun, please take action. Execute this dragon countryman, because our compatriots will take revenge. Revenge for the president. The arrival of the thin and tall samurai once again made all the awakened people of the Sakura Kingdom regain their confidence. Everyone was furious and asked him to kill Lu Jie to avenge his compatriots. It should be so, I will kill him myself. Samurai Matsushima's expression didn't change much, with a touch of confidence. He thought he had the strength of a 7-star awakened person, and it would be no difficulty to deal with a small 5-star awakened person. He is a strong man in the 4th district of Sakura country, so he came to Gaoqianyuan in the 3rd district to stay for a few days because he visited his younger brother. I didn't expect to encounter such a shocking thing. But, since you met me, let's stop here. The tall and thin samurai Matsushima whispered to Lu Jie. Lu Jie stared at him indifferently, ignoring his wishes at all. Stare. It was the eye of judgment. The evil and other negative emotions in Samurai Matsushima's heart soared wildly, and he was about to be burned to death, and his death was unclear. Next second, boom, a huge source of power erupted. Matsushima used the surging source power to form the most basic and primitive shield, blocking most of the attacks of the Eye of Judgment. Good method. Matsushima was secretly startled. From the appearance, it is really hard to see that the invaders from the Dragon Kingdom have such weird means. Fortunately, there is plenty of energy in my body, which is many times stronger than that of a 6-star awakened person. Only in this way can it be blocked. And at this time, Lu Jie moved too. He knew that in the face of the 7-star awakened, relying on one skill alone would definitely not be effective. So he brandished the flaming spear and magic sword, and rushed forward. HMPH. Charge head on. How underestimated Ba Ga. Samurai Matsushima's eyes froze, and he smiled instead of anger when he saw Lu Jie rushing over. Then he let out a low growl again, and a circle of dark blue ancient warrior armor attached to his body. S-level abilities. Susanoo's armor. Susanoo is one of the ancient gods of Sakura country. He once beheaded Yamada no Orochi with his own hands, and obtained the supreme sword, Tiankongyan sword, from the body of the snake. It is rumored that this sword is extremely sharp and unparalleled in the world. Any hard object is as fragile as tofu in front of Tien Kongyan. Although Matsushima's ability is not the real Susanoo god, it is also the armor he wears. The sword in his hand possessed even a trace of divine power from Tien Kongyan. For this reason, he practiced kendo hard. The thick calluses on his hands are the proof. Right now, Liu Jie rushed forward recklessly. Matsushima grinned involuntarily, determined to make him see. Clang. The crisp metal intersecting sound sounded. Matsushima was shocked to find that his Susanoo armored sword couldn't cut off the opponent's flame with one blow. What kind of flame is this? How can it be so scary? Before he could react, Liu Jie struck Xingyu, sweeping with no expression on his face again. Matsushima's kendo instinct, honed for decades, was activated instantly. With a light leap, he jumped behind Liu Jie. And lightning strikes. At a speed that Liu Jie couldn't react at all, stabbed the armored sword blade into Liu Jie's waist. Only, Liu Jie turned around and looked at him coldly, unharmed. Ziz ziz. The raging hellfire kept burning the wound, and soon all the wounds were repaired. And Matsushima, on the other hand, has a hellish expression on his face. How is this possible? Obviously, he had already hit the opponent's body and sent the sword into his internal organs. This battle must be won by yourself. Why is this person not injured at all? Is he a devil? At this moment, Liu Jie's cold eyes just met his eyes. What? Matsushima couldn't help shouting. It was as if he had seen a real evil spirit. That evil and majestic gaze almost crushed his own soul. Boom! Liu Jie once again erupted with even more violent hell flames. The terrifying tongue of flame instantly engulfed Matsushima's body. Even if he has the protection of Susanoo's armor, it can't prevent his body from being incinerated and burned into a piece of slag. 7-star awakened, Samurai Matsushima, die! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. The audience was shocked. Everyone stared dumbfounded at Matsushima-kun, who was burned by Liu Jie and left nothing behind. Feeling like your worldview is being challenged. The eyes they looked at Liu Jie completely changed into panic. This invader from the Dragon Kingdom will not be injured at all. Not to die. Completely resist their own attacks, no grandchildren. Such a perverted ability. How else to fight? Someone started running away. They ran away screaming and terrified. Wu Di stood guard at the gate, watching Liu Jie show off his might with emotion, and at the same time turned into a serious, cleaning up the fish that slipped through the net one by one. Liu Jie asked him not to come in. He wouldn't come in, just claw a little cherry blossom devil. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in Gao Tianyuan. Wu Di looked in with shocking eyes. I saw Liu Jie's whole body's source power surging, and countless real source forces resonated with the hellfire, forming an extremely huge fireball. The surface of the fireball kept bursting with tongues of fire, as if there were countless fire dragons entangled on the surface. Such a large fireball almost filled the entire space of Gaoqianyuan building. Looking around, it's like seeing a small artificial sun. I am Nima. Brother Liu is going to make a big move with his hands. Sudden, Wu Di realized something. Run. He just threw his front foot 100 meters away from Gao Tianyuan's gate. Boom. There was an earth-shattering sound. He swallowed hard, and looked back with difficulty. Hiss. Wu Di couldn't help but gasp. This Nima is too tough, right? I saw the original antique and full of Shinto charm, the Shinern Gao Tianyuan building. It was completely reduced to ruins at this moment. The whole building collapsed and was destroyed by a hand-poked fireball by Liu Jie. Above the ruins, Liu Jie walked towards a certain edge step by step. Then the soles of the feet shook. A pile of bunker ruins were instantly blown away. Kamita, who was dying to survive, was found out by him. No, don't come here. Don't come here. Looking at Liu Jie's expressionless face, Kamita was almost scared to pee. He kept trembling and shrank back, looking at Liu Jie as if he saw a prehistoric beast. Liu Jie's face was calm, and he couldn't see his expression at all. He flicked his fingers. 4 flaming flying swords cut off Kamita Schwaniro's limbs in an instant. What? Kamita's screams pierced his heart, penetrated into the earth, and went straight into the sky. Looking at Kamita, who has been cut into an adult stick. Liu Jie grinned at the corner of his mouth, showing his white teeth, and smiled at him. Kamita trembled all over, and there was an unpleasant smell of excrement and urine in the air. He is incontinent. However, Lu Jie calmly put away the flames all over his body. He took out a dark gold dagger from his pocket. This is the initial spiritual weapon he just obtained after joining the Psychic Association. Now, Lu Jie will use this dagger to gouge out Kimida's eyes. Phew! Blood spattered and rushed out. Lu Jie stared blankly at Kimida, who had become blind and human, and slowly got up. Summon the soul chains from the void and pass through them. A light blue soul was drawn out. He said softly. A person like you has a red heart and a light blue soul. Kimida was paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. Lu Jie looked at the soul of Kimida, who was tied to the sky, and knew that as long as the soul was intact, then hang up to be tortured and conveyed. So he shot a touch of hellfire from his eyes, slowly burning Kimida's soul. The silent howling mourned the heaven and the earth, and the soul of Tien couldn't arouse Lu Jie's sympathy. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.